point is AI sector here. Here's 4 names to keep an eye on if you haven't heard of them. I'm also in MDAI. MDAI. If it has AI after the 4 symbols, the last 2 symbols are AI, you're probably going to be okay. But I'm finding more and more as I keep searching around. But let's move forward. Yeah, the next one is our quant sector. This one's really coming to life. Some interesting names. ARQQ is the one I got involved yesterday on this one. The pullback there to the rising 10 SMA. That's my level to jump in and be a contrarian trader and take entries. They're usually like a half stab, no cannonballs in the deep end, but just kind of jump in and wade in and see what's happening. So 4 more names for you there in the quant sector, which is really coming to life. And then I heard somebody mention SMR coming up on this 3rd sector here, which is our nano nukes. This one's a little different, however. This one has been a darling. To go back to your first question, this was just a great trade around this whole sector, October into November. And then you can see it kind of broke. And then this is an example of using the 50-day moving average. Again, just the general line of health, as Brian Shannon likes to say. Highlighting that blue 50-day moving average, I'm doing the same type of thing. I took a stab in SMR yesterday, and I've got another chart coming up to kind of show you more in depth on how I did that. But let me just take a quick moment here. Why is this space so hot? I don't know if you guys talked about it or heard about it, but Elon Musk just pulled off the insanity of putting together 100,000 NVIDIA GPUs, stringing them together and getting them talking in like 19 or 20 days. And he literally blew the doors off anybody's expectation of Google or Microsoft. They said it can't be done. He went to bed and stayed up late and figured out a new way to re-architecture this. And now he's just blown everybody away in how he did this so quickly. What does that mean? These giant AI data centers that he's building and others are building, how are they going to power? They just can't hook up to the local municipality and tap their power. They need small modular nuclear technology to power up these plants. And I think that's the euphoria you see in this sector. So the 3rd sector being the nano nuclear sector, which is a precursor to the demand needs that are really going to be coming up. And as we move forward a little bit, I'll kind of in depth talk about the 15-minute chart as, when I say my price alert goes off on these at the 10 SMA or the 50 SMA, I zoom in, okay? Now, we've talked about the 10 SMA. That alerts me to the play. Well, then I watch. I wait until the price gets above the 10 SMA and retakes it. So it's no longer being oppressive. It's now being supportive, kind of like a bird in the hand. That little green candle was my entry point in SMR. I knew I was coming on today, so I snapshotted that. And then just above that is the declining 5-day moving average. Again, a nod to Brian Shannon. He taught me many years ago, 130 periods in a 15-minute candle will give you a perfect 5-day moving average. And I like to view it on this particular time frame. So that was my entry in SMR yesterday. And 2 more examples going forward. Like I said, I take a half entry and then I wait for the clearing of that aforementioned 5-day moving average, and that's when I take the full position. So those are 3 positions that I've taken coming in today using that contrarian entry method, focusing on the darling sectors of AI, quant, and nano nukes. So here we are.
Yeah, Steve, just to give you
today, we've got the IWM a little weak.
Yeah, a little bit to the downside here. Just to give some more context here as far as timing for anyone who's wondering, okay, is this a 2-week kind of a play? Is this a 6-month kind of a play? What's your timing on those ideas?
Yeah, I'm sorry I left that out.
Yeah, no worries.
I am a day-and-a-half trader. I've just learned that if I find myself in a momentum trade that goes all day and stays and closes on highs, I'm taking it home. I'm either going to get a gap up the next day or a little bit of fudging around and then move to highs. It seems like there's something about a day and a half that just works perfectly for my move. And so as I get into the second day, I start flipping and becoming sellers, laddering out in small pieces. Might keep a little chunk to see if it can go crazy, because sometimes they do. But yeah, great question.
Yeah, so I mean, we're not saying, this is the next, whatever, Microsoft or Apple company you need to invest in for the rest of your life. These are just, quick, short plays too.
I like to surf the market. I'm in San Diego. I don't surf. I got hit in the head with a board too many times to want to do that. But I use that as an analogy. I position and I make a couple turns and then bail out the backside, get my cash back, and I look for the next opportunity setup like I just went through.
Sounds great. Going into the holidays, what's new over at Trade Ideas?
We have something called the Money Machine that's coming out. It's in development right now. It's basically leveraging 23 years of technology, taking our scans and trying to automate it. So you're always in the top 3 names, and you just kind of sit back and let the scan that you've built just work through the names for you in an auto trading type of capacity. That's going to be coming out in early 2025. We'll talk more about that as we get there. It's still kind of in the testing phase. As you can imagine, there's a lot of nuances to kind of tweak around and a lot of scenarios to test, but we're testing that now.
We look forward to hearing more about that. Best of luck on a what should be an interesting day here. I mean, we had some inflation data that wasn't so hot. CPI yesterday kind of in line with expectation. PPI taking the market down here a little bit this morning. We'll see how things go today.
Yep, I'm optimistic, but manage risk. That's what I'll be doing on those entries that I just showed you.
Steve Gomez over at Trade Ideas. Good to see you.
Thanks.
All right, guys, Boeing getting an upgrade today from North Coast. They're liking the fact that they're focusing back on their 737-800 MAX production, so keep an eye out on that. Deutsche Bank upgrading both Coca-Cola and Pepsi today, so keep your eye on that one. Constellation Energy continues to ride up with that whole SMR AI energy trade up 2.25 in the pre-market here, and GitLab getting an upgrade from Macquarie. Adobe, after earnings yesterday, down as their guide came in a little bit light. They beat on the top and bottom line for this quarter's earnings. Hershey's also down on the day with Wells Fargo downgrading that and reducing the price target to $160. Kenvue as well getting the downgrade today from Deutsche Bank, down 1.25 in the pre-market. And T-Mobile, last but not least, getting downgraded today by KeyBank Capital Management after they guided that the device upgrades were light as well as customer acquisition. So keep your eyes on these 8 guys.
Yeah, and Boeing's doing it. It's happening for Boeing. It feels like it's almost at that 200 period moving average, which has been wholly rejected since the beginning of the year. You close above that. I mean, it's already closed the 50 period and made the first leg, broke out that 165. Obviously, that happened in earnest yesterday. Like it was 165 was weird on a couple of days ago. But yeah, Boeing looks fantastic at these levels. I think it's up right now in a down market. I mean, if we were to trend down, that 165 now double bottom on the bid and a prior close as well. So I think you've got a nice little dip buy zone in Boeing. Ideally, the best way is once we close above that 200 period moving average, I'm looking for a buy in Boeing. It's almost there. 171 would be that. Are we strong enough to get there today? I don't know. It's not really. I mean, the market's holding on to some of these bottoms, so still feel like we're a little bit weak. But this is the name on that upgrade downgrade list that catches my attention. Obviously, we'll talk about Adobe, of course, when we get into the watch list. But yeah, Boeing starting to look really good. Allow stocks to make that bottom. Now it's on the breakout train.
Nice to have Steve Gomez back. Thank you, Steve, for some of those talks there. I like the nuclear space for a minute for sure. Yesterday we got a question from Nimrod. The best.
What's up, Nimrod?
What's up, Nimrod? Hopefully, if you're watching there, you asked about possibly getting diversified into some other spaces here. Coca-Cola is not a horrible name. I mean, nice little fall back in. The problem is we're underneath the 200 period moving average. But if you're looking at some names here that could possibly hold, that's on the upgrade side today. So we'll have to wait to see. But it's bouncing nicely off of this area. So $61, $62 here for KO. A big Berkshire name there. You can also, I just wanted to see what Pepsi was doing as opposed to it. But yeah, Coke, good spot there. Some of these names have been beat up, of course. Wow, Pepsi especially here. It looks like due to, again, some of the GLP-1 concerns of, less snacking and then you have RFKJ coming in there and going to be talking about, food and the quality of the different foods that we've been seeing. And I mean, I don't know if there's going to be a limit on. There's not going to be, but, maybe a limit on sugar content or I don't know. But, if we talk more about natural foods and stuff like that, then a Pepsi is not going to, I mean, they're huge in the snack food area. And we all know that, the artificial coloring and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. For me, I like, and again, Coke's the same way, right? I mean, you have the Coke product itself, Sprite, anything that people are drinking these days that come from a can seems like maybe not the greatest. But right now, Coke up 1% on an upgrade and coming into a level that, again, Big American company. We've seen Nike, Starbucks, a lot of these names try to battle off some levels. So I don't mind Coke down here. It's been pretty beat up. I mean, that's a pretty good opportunity to buy some on the cheap there. So yeah, I don't mind KO there. Just another name that we don't talk about often enough.
That's a knockout long opportunity.
Oh, because it's a KO?
Right, to the death.
Yeah,
I mean,
as long as it's not. I mean, it's a. If it was triple levered, then I guess it would be a TKO.
Boom.
As well. So, we do have a lot of levered products.
Bang, bang.
In there right now. But that's a good one. Yeah, that isn't. I don't know if it's a knockout long.
Well,
I mean, investors are getting knocked out right now.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's more of a pun than anything else.
No,
I do like Coke. I do like Coke. I actually, you know what?
We're missing Adara today. She's off today. So.
Somebody's got to make up for it, or maybe we don't. But let's see what's going on.
Thank you, Randy, for the.
What is that fade?
Banana.
Oh, there it is. We're fading into the futures. Let's see what's going on with the futures.
Like that. That's a good transition, Fabian. Now, guys, all right, 60.93. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. We're still having trouble with 6,100. Unsurprising there as a resistance level. We've been above it, but we haven't been able to close above it. So it was a good day for the major averages yesterday. We're already down a quarter point to start the day. So we're looking again at 6,100 as resistance. If we continue to sell off, 60.50 as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take advantage of an absolutely free resource. Go down to the description of this video right now. Top link in the description will take you to the sign-up page. You just need an email address, and then you get the watch list from us every single day for absolutely nothing. Absolutely packed this morning is that watch list. We'll start with Adobe here. Down significantly. It was more than that at one point, but now 10.75%. Fabian's very upset about this because he's a big fan of Adobe products in general. But yeah, I mean, the numbers were actually pretty good. It was the 2025 forecast that was a problem.
Exactly it. They beat on the top and bottom line, even though the EPS was an adjusted EPS. They did exceed analyst expectations for both profit, EPS, and revenue. Revenue continuing to increase 11% year over year, surpassing the $5.54 billion that was that they estimated. So the CEO there credited the results to strong demand and the role of Adobe's products in the AI economy. However, when we're talking about the Q1 2025 guide, the EPS did align with analyst expectations, but revenue fell short with respect to the full year look here for 2025. Both revenue and adjusted earnings per share both missed estimates, Brendo.
This ended the day yesterday basically exactly in the middle of this daily range. We're back to the bottom end of it now, guys. What do we do here with Adobe?
Well, I mean, it's going to be down 10%, so I'm going to probably look for an SSR bounce. But just to keep things in perspective, if you look at the weekly chart of Adobe, it's already been making some lower highs. So I think, in an environment like this, when you miss that guide, were you really going to break out? When you miss that guidance, you look at the daily, it's going to show you the same thing. You had the lower high that was going to get challenged on any strength. And so I look to first support at 475, right? Like you're already underneath. In theory, like 500 could have put up a battle. I think that's, if it were to pop back up to the 50-period moving average, which is just above 500, that could be a good fade spot. No, but I'm just going to look for an SSR bounce. A pre-market low double bottom at 485. So if it does a dip and rip off of that level, I'd look for a mean reversion. If we lose 485, then you've got that 75 level out there on the daily. And it's just a very particular setup, right? Like you trend down, break trend, break a steep trend, and bounce. As long as it's short sell restricted, that's the play I'm looking for on Adobe. I think you let it settle down. But for the longer term, let it settle down for a couple of days and see if it'll end up holding that 475. Probably just fine in the long run. But when you've got overhead resistance and you guide poorly, sometimes the result is a down move bigger than you might expect.
Yeah, you're still. I don't know. I just drew a little bit here from the top of 2021 here for Adobe. So if you take the top and you just bring it back down to where we just were yesterday, right there, we're still in a pretty good downtrend from there. Obviously, you could draw it this way, and we've already broken way below it. So you got to use the top instead of the bottom right here. But if you're going to draw another line, you could also go like this, basically, right into there. So here we go, man. Like we got this formation, and it's looking like, the sellers don't want to wait around. It just failed off the top. Now you're just in this little channel here, and it looks like it wants to try to hold. I think you could get the SSR bounce, but at the end of the day, this break, then you're back into here 440. This is where I think you buy it, and then we could just draw another line right into here where we had some past maybe support. So if you're going to do something, I think fading, breaking this trend line right here, bringing it back into past support. I think 440 to me makes some sense there on Adobe. Look, I mean, the thing about them, they have software that, although there's competition out there, the reason why they're doing these kind of numbers, you know, we're talking about $23.5 billion. This is not like, chump change as far as sales is concerned. They have huge customers. They just added 2 languages, both French and German. I mean, they're opening up the borders here. I like everything to do with technology. And this is a big name, and it's a big part of everything. So I think you just buy the weakness here. I'm not sure about down 10%. If it's a name that you're averaging into, this would be a good opportunity to do it. But we just sort of broke down what I think is happening right now. I think look, if you hold this, you're going to look like a genius, right? That's why I think you can nibble in a little bit here. And I think, though, with the most recent activity, you could get a day 2 play in and around this 460-ish area. And then I think you start to buy it with a little more oomph in your step on that one. Pep. So anyways, down 11 here. You probably do get an SSR bounce right off the open.
President-elect Trump getting set to ring the bell at the NYSE coming up this morning. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go on here. NVIDIA to the downside, as we were touching on there, 138 was trying to hold there. It looks like it's below right now. This was that note I was talking about earlier, $2 trillion in market cap, possibly. Dan Ives pointing to for Tesla specifically. He also mentions, though, if you scroll down here a little bit, he also mentions another 25% in market cap possible for both Apple and NVIDIA coming up in the next 2 years, in fact, for both of those. So more upside from, Dan Ives just loves tech.
And he's got great sense of style too, Brendo. So everything's fine. All right, let's talk about some of the headlines today for NVIDIA. One is a holdover from yesterday. It was a lawsuit in the Supreme Court that rejected their appeal to dismiss a securities lawsuit here, Fabian. So what happened was the allegations were that NVIDIA misled investors back in 17 and 18 by downplaying its reliance on revenue growth from crypto sales. That was when crypto was really booming back then, and they apparently, according to the allegations, they misled investors. The headline from today, basically they're circulating online rumors that NVIDIA plans on decreasing its supply of products to China. They went on Chinese social media, and in Mandarin that they wrote that this was not true, and dispel the rumors. So we'll have to keep an eye on it this morning. Already down though, Brendo. Here, about 1%.
Yeah, the whole market trying to bounce right now, so we are getting a bit of an uptick here, guys. Still, pretty negative for NVIDIA to start.
Look, NVIDIA it had a good day yesterday. But if we're looking at sort of the general trend, it had been rolling over. We're at that 50 period on the daily. And obviously, with that bounce, you can see where it turned. Prior resistance at that 140 level, my play was just me over under. If we're not breaking away from 140 above, then I want to look for short at that 140 level. The only thing that would stand in the way of that is AMD is a very similar story. The only difference is AMD is weaker. And AMD just lost this support level at 132, sort of gapping underneath, and now 132's turned into resistance. And you can sort of see that you had the recovery, you've got that nice little rounded bottom. Could it break away from 132? Of course it could. But if we're not breaking out above the 132 here in AMD, then I want to look for the short under. So it's the same way I feel about the 140 on NVIDIA as how I'm going to feel about $132 over an AMD. And then the only other chip name that I probably look at is, you probably guessed it, Intel on a continuation. It hasn't gotten to $18, so it's been stair-step down, and the last step, 20.5 is resistance. So unless it gets above 20.5, this is, we've been saying it's a short till it's not, which the next level is 18 on the daily chart for this thing. So if it gets up to 20.5, this little channel, you short that, I think you're good to go. For 3 days in a row, it did the same thing at 21. where it was just free money scalping at the 21, looking for the same here at 2050. So yeah, I'm kind of still bearish on the chips in general. Most of the other names I still feel bullish on.
All right, so same difference basically right here. So I wrote it down here on the sticky note the same way here today, that PPI seems to have thrown some cold water on the names, but it hasn't really. The market's come right back up, so maybe this is wrong. But semis would like to stay focused and short. So there we go, AMD and NVIDIA. NVIDIA's at 140, AMD's at 132. I'm looking for those for setup plays. Pretty obvious there. So we have a couple names. I got 5 or 6 names there on the sticky note. And this is the play that I like. So for AMD, up here, yesterday we couldn't get to 132. We got to 131.30s. That was a nice little rally at the end of the day before falling off into the close. But we couldn't get there. So if we can't get there yesterday, and yesterday was a huge day, then yeah, I'm looking to short that 132 area. And there it is right there. It was the top a couple of days ago, right where we opened up, and then we've fallen through there. So for me, we got to get rid of the last couple of days in order for this name to obviously rally. And I don't see anything right now on our headline board to make AMD rally. So we're going to go short AMD. Trend is your friend to the downside. Obviously, this 200 period is broken, and now we're on top of it. So getting a little interesting here to see if semis can rally. Now, the more nervous hands for me, because yesterday we were long and then short, and I think net relatively flat, but down on NVIDIA yesterday. It was a little tricky to trade. We had saw this huge move down yesterday right off the open, and we were like, boom, we knew the market was short, right? And if it was, then we're going to be on NVIDIA. We had Tesla dropping down. We had NVIDIA dropping down. But then all of a sudden, it just got going, gave us that idea that maybe 38 was going to be that break level. It was not. This is where we went long and wound up getting out here in and around 137, taking that dollar hit before eventually it coming back in and watching out for that support level, and then it was off to the races, man. Straight up $5 was probably one of the best longs there yesterday. Obviously, we had Google and we had Amazon. We had a lot of names cracking highs, but from that bottom to that top, $5 on 135, that was a great move, right? And then we faded back out, but at the end of the day, we still had problems with this 140. So great move, stops at 140. Now we're all the way down here. Can we get another one of those moves back up to 140? Yes, we can. And I think that if that winds up happening, then we're going to be sitting there waiting for the short again. So, hey, look, we're not going to do what we did yesterday. And Obi and I was looking at each other and we're like, why are we long 407 or whatever on Tesla? It was either the 410 or the 400. So you're caught in the middle. Then you have to make a decision. Well, we don't need to make any decisions here. You either go short and you use this 200 period, which is the high of the day, the pre-market right into here. You want to get out if it breaks 139. But for me, let's just put another dollar on its name and see if we can't hover somewhere around 139.80, 140. So I'm sitting here right now, 139.80 for the short on NVIDIA, and then right into there. My day just got a lot better because Ramin just walked in. So that's a great thing for everybody here at Trader T.
Floated up that day.
Yeah, she elevated into her spot right there. So now she can give Sharif a hard time. So that's great. True. Yeah, we will. And then we also 132, roughly the short for AMD. We will now elevate your minds with the amazing. Who's reading it? Neil Roberts?
What? I'm reading it.
No, the desk.
Nobody.
Brought to you by our friends over at WorkSport, a U.S.-based manufacturer rapidly expanding and growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Speaking of being listed on the NASDAQ, it hasn't been, it's been, let's face it, very quiet on the IPO front so far in 2024. Here comes the latest one coming up today. We'll get Service Titan. Another one of these, there we go. Another one of these, they're only coming to market with 8.8 million shares. But hey, they're pricing it at $71 a share. So it's actually a decent size as far as notional is concerned, but this is just, again, a fraction of the company.
Exactly, Brendo. With this 8.8 million shares, they're going to raise about $625 million. Values the company around $6.3 billion. Here's what they do. They provide cloud-based software for contractors, assisting with marketing, sales, scheduling, customer service. Specifically, though, they're looking for contracting services that are small, kind of family-owned, and helping them advance with good technology there. With respect to revenue, here's what they did last time they reported about almost $200 million, actually, I should say, in revenue, but they are not profitable. Last time around, they reported a $47 million net loss, which actually widened from the previous $40 million, Brenda, which is kind of growing pains, but we'll see how they trade today.
I haven't read much about this, but if it is what I think it is, this is actually a really good service. If anyone's gone through a renovation in recent times, one of the things that contractors will tend to do now is provide you with a login to a website that has all the progress of the plan and the details and how things are going and updates. So I found that really, really helpful when we were going through it, and that was a couple of years ago. So I mean, as I was saying, guys, there hasn't been much. I mean, we talked about Reddit. We talked about Cava was another one. Here comes another 8.8 million share IPO at some point today.
Yeah.
Could be a low float name, basically.
And I think because it's a low float, it's one of those, whenever it does open up, and there's no guarantees. I mean, sometimes, I'd like to hope that it opens up before 11 o'clock, but how many times we've seen it's noon, it's 1 o'clock, you've eaten your lunch, and you're still waiting around. There's not going to be a quote for it until then. I'd love to see it give you a reasonable price to go for like that open long, but the other play usually is, let's just say price is 71, let's say it opens up like an 85. I'm just going to throw that number out there. If I see it open at an 85 and there's massive size on the bid, 84 half or at 85 even, I might just see it bounce off that and then just look for the continuation long. So I want to see buyers out in front of the level. If it opens at like 100 and something, I don't know how much I'm going to love it, but we'll keep our eyes on it. I think you got to consider it's not Reddit, but let's keep in mind, it's not going to hurt that you have something like a Reddit, which is the last big one, looking so strong, or has been so incredibly strong. So I don't think this is like that, but it's going into a bull market, which, finally you have some more IPOs, and I think this is one that I'd like to take the trade on off of the open, so long as it has one of those big support levels you can play off. It's kind of a gimmick trade because you're scalping in and out of it, and then maybe hold a piece in case it continues to run. But if it loses first support, hands off. I'll probably even pay for locates on that case.
Yeah, I think you have to pay for locates no matter what on a stock like this, because we don't know if it's going to be a short or a long, but I would say it's going to be a long would be my guess here because of the low float. We had a question in the chat there from Bill. What's the symbol? TTAN. You can see it right there on our screen, and I just want to show you right now what it looks like. It's blocked out, so we don't have any quotes really on it yet. It's not set up for trade. There's no tap here or anything as of yet. We can quickly check out the imbalance locator to see if there is anything. Oh, no, it's a NASDAQ name. So, yeah, there won't be anything on here anyways till 9:25. So as soon as 9:25 hits, we'll see the locator. The locator is going to be important because that'll give us hopefully an idea of when they're all paired off, and then they can open up, and then we can initially see if it's going to be a big buy or a big sell. I would say it's going to be a bid, so a buy. So we'll wait to see if that does come through. But TTAN on our mind, right? The first big IPO in a couple of years. We had great results from Cava, great results from Reddit. ARM had a good IPO as well. So we'll wait to see. But these names do not. These are probably not investable levels. You just saw Reddit IPO, then fell down, found a base, and then took off. Obviously, if you bought any price on Reddit as it's at 52-week highs and all-time highs, you would have been right. So let's just figure out what's going on with this name, low floater, and we'll figure out where it goes from here. But like Neil said, priced at 71, there's no way it opens up at 71. This is going to probably have 3 digits on it.
I'm hoping to eat.
Initial indications typically coming up as it gets closer and closer as well that we'll pass along to you. Let's go on to crypto. Here's Coinbase, 0.6 back to green on the day. We briefly, anyways, went red on most of these equities related to, Bitcoin's not really doing anything, hanging out near or at the highs on a higher time frame daily chart. But some of these equities holding up pretty well so far.
Yeah, HUD 8 is up really aggressively here in the pre-market, Brendo, 15.89% on the back of this upgrade here, Fabian, from Jones Trading. They initiated coverage on HUD 8. They're expressing a lot of confidence in the company's strategic position as well as their long-term potential. Specifically, what they're citing is their recent merger with US Bitcoin Corp, which resulted in an expanded capacity and revenue diversification. They're also really impressed with their proprietary operations, specifically in AI and high performance computing. And how could it hurt that they have a whole lot of crypto that they're holding, Bitcoin specifically, that they're holding in reserve, Brendo?
Yeah, let's see how the day plays out here. But so far, kind of muted, guys, for crypto.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, obviously, like that number, the 100,000 number, like it's big psychologically, but it hasn't mattered a ton. Essentially, we're just bouncing back and forth above it. Like maybe this is the higher low dip where we actually stay above the 100 level, challenge that 104 and break it back out. I think locally today, we're talking about day trading, so the 102 is what we got to watch. If we're able to break that out, then obviously there's a few things that could really go. Now have a look. Starboard. So 321's a breakout level on Coinbase. I just heard Starboard is taking a take in Riot. So Riot's actually moving now. Starboard taking an interest, or actually taking a stake in Riot. That was kind of timely. Obviously, this just moved about $1.50, now up double digits, and is going to be on the radar. You got HUD 8 that's also up. They just basically caught an upgrade, but yeah, the breakout at that 321 on Coinbase, that would have been the same thing as Riot 1220. Congratulations if you randomly happen to have that as it continues to go higher. Where's that top in the daily? Like $14. 14 would be a big one, but I almost think if it can hold on to these prior highs, like look at the resistance at 13. You have one close above. The resistance at 13, that turning into support will look really good there for Riot. Yeah, I mean, after seeing this, it's going to be hard not to try to pivot at the open to trade Riot. Riot's probably going to do the best relative volume now that this has happened. We'll let this one settle down back in. But that Coinbase 321 does look good. Just obviously when Riot right in front of you spikes $1.50, it's going to get your attention. Just in a couple million shares too.
Yamara also right here as well, starting to go to the
Sympathy,
upside,
yeah.
right? So marathon here. Nice move there in sympathy. So just showing it to everybody if you're in either one of these names. It's been a good run, obviously, off of some of those bottoms there. We talked about $16 a couple times, and it's come in a couple times. So good play there, Amara. You got to believe in it. That's all. And if you believe in it, then it's a hold. Probably, like Neil said, probably a good day trade today now that we've seen this. So I would rather trade I'd rather trade Riot on the news than Mara, and Neil just went over some levels. I wrote it down here on the sticky note for IBIT, and it was one of the number one stocks yesterday for me, and it was just a pretty simple thing. When we were breaking through 100,000, we were watching it here live, and we were just like, let's go. Why didn't that zoom out better there? Okay, for some reason it's not doing it. We had that great move early, and I think it was a 57 break, so that's why I'm saying the first in we had was in and around here. We did not reload it off the 50-period moving average. Then it came into VWAP, and we had this trade as well. So we had this trade right into there, and then it bounced, right? And so right here, it looks like, and again, VWAP is going to be difficult on this because Bitcoin trades 24 hours, and obviously IBIT does not. So you're starting to get going now a little bit. I wrote down on the sticky note that 58.25, which came into play. Man, this zooming is not working out for me very well today. There it is, back last week or Monday, whatever day that was there, the 8th, 58 and a quarter. So I'm looking to go long through that break level. I think you can almost go long right now. That's a good story there with Riot. Obviously, you want Starboard. You want some more potential changes. I mean, they're always going to take it. Maybe they're looking at the board seat. Maybe I don't know what they're doing. We don't really know the story quite yet. But at the end of the day, I like Bitcoin here. 1013 looks like it wants to hold. How much time do we have left? Okay, not too much time. All right, we'll discuss crypto and all that. I was going to call up a Bitcoin chart, but we are getting ready here to ring the bell at the Trader TV Live with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He was going to come here, but he got stuck in New York.
Well, what are you going to
So the thing is that his flight got delayed, so he's stuck in New York, so he can't come here. So he's going to do the NYSE instead.
Well, also the Secret Service wasn't they were
we're not properly
they were
equipped
complaining
here
about
here.
it. They didn't like our security.
And they didn't want, that comments with Trudeau and all that stuff. Yeah. It was better decided that Donald Trump rings the bell at the NYSC just for security details and things like that. So we'll probably have him on in the new year or not. So back over to the desk with Brendan.
All right, let's touch on both Uber and Lyft here. Going into the open, still positive to the tune of about 3%. If you missed it yesterday, these were both pretty negative on this GM note that GM was going to wind down their work on Cruise entirely, their autonomous driving project, I guess is the best term for it. They were working somewhat in tandem with both of these companies, but here we are. Back to the upside today. I mean, you just threw out a pretty staggering number there on, what was that, the month?
Yeah, it literally 3 months to the day. 2 months, excuse me, to the day. Middle of October, guys. Here it is, Fabian. When we kind of peaked out at that $87 area to where we closed out yesterday at around 61 a fifth. We're down 30% in the span of 2 months here on Uber. Bit of a tough look. Could be a buy. Keep your eye on it. Here's the deal. GM did announce they're winding down their Cruise robo-taxi division and integrating that with other parts of their company. Analysts expressed concern about that specific issue, because it puts the Cruise and Uber partnership for autonomous vehicle driving in limbo. And if Uber wants to go at this, they're going to have to go at it alone with their own money, which obviously changes the financial assessment by analysts of the company. So up 3% today, a nice little recovery, but down still 30% from October.
Yeah, I mean, even on the move down yesterday, I mean, it's basically just eyeballing it here, about 50% back, from where we were yesterday here this morning. So, yeah, 3% is good, guys, but a long way to go.
Okay, so we will talk about that just real quickly. I wanted to see if there was a Titan. All right, so I'm just trying to see here. NVIDIA comes out as a sell, so there's a big red candle. So at 925, you'll get the NASDAQ imbalances every day. So right there, NVIDIA with a nice move down. We're looking for 140, but whoa, there it is. Almost $1 to the downside right now for Uber. Hive, so again, another sort of, we just talked about what was going on with Riot there, Hive blockchain. There's Riot. Riot comes with a sell, so a little interesting there as well, but there's Uber with a buy. So, all right, not much going on right now on the imbalances, relatively mixed, and I don't see a Titan, so TTAN. So we'll wait. I don't think it's ready. I don't think it's ready, which is kind of strange for that. All right, so just real quickly. I bought more Uber yesterday. We talked about that. We did it during lunchtime. We came in and we told you that we did it. And the reason why we did that was just because it got to a point where we hadn't bought anything all the way down into here. We had bought some 80s the first time it came in. And then we bought some 72s right here when it came into the 200 period, because we're trying to stay true to what we think. I think Uber right now, unlike Coke, a knockout, I think this is a layup for down here. Down this much, Uber's going to put up big numbers. Their business is completely fine. Are they in threat right now, possibly with Waymo? Yes. I mean, is there going to be Uber, the taxi service there from Elon? Yes. I mean, there is more competition coming. Fine. I understand that. There was also more electric car competition coming. And what did Tesla do to that one? A big middle finger. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening in the space. I don't necessarily agree with the move 30% down, but I don't have to. The market is what it is. It was a huge move. And I just think you don't get too many stocks that I think are I don't know. I mean, is it a thing of the future? I mean, we like this. Uber will figure out automated driving as well. They were wrapped up a little bit in that cruise with GM, so I could see that there was something about that yesterday. But maybe there's a capitulated bottom there. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. We haven't had that whoosh out yet, so I don't know. That's a pretty good gap down. We'll see if it can hold today. I'm not buying any more of this name. I'm going to sit in what we have right now of Uber and see if it can work. I'll find out my average price. I think it's around 67. So we're still out of the money here pretty good on Uber. It might even be a little bit higher than that. So yeah, falling knife there for Uber, and I tried to catch it. We'll see if it works.
Well, I'm looking at that August low. Everyone was panicking. Obviously, that August bottom was a panic level. And I think if you see something in around, the wicks were here, but the big volume was at the 60 level. So I think that's going to be a big one to watch. It's diddling in the middle for me right now. So the 60 support's already down there. It's closer to that 65 resistance. The zone of the prior bottom to 2 days in a row top at 65 would lend me to play, hey, if it pop and fades 65 would be the play. If we get to 60, that's a different story. I like those August lows for trades on just about any big name that gets to them, because that's where all of that panic buying came in. If you don't like it there, like if you don't like a stock at those August lows, well, the market told you where the buyers were on a day like that. We didn't really I guess we didn't go over Tesla in the rundown. We talked about it earlier, but Tesla bounces, and if you can't figure out where it bounced off, 420. Double bottomed already at 420 after the number. First place to look is going to be this $420 level on the way back in here. And if it loses that, I mean, 410 was a biggie. I do also want to mention, with only 30 seconds to go,
oh my God,
Alphabet just bounced $2 off of its low at 193. So this one,
is that 195?
I kind of thought that you had 191 in here for a support level, and maybe it'll break 200 today. So continuation play on Alphabet. As we're going over to the bell, we got Joe ringing the bell, brought to you by Worksport. So shout out to them at Worksport to your watch list today. So let's get this one going. It's Thursday. We had PPI. We got more highs in 3,
knock that bell out.
2, and 1. Get it.
Let's go. All right, so we upgraded from Trump to Joe, so that was great. I'm glad that worked out there for us all today. U.S. markets are now open as well. Sit here and watch some of these names. iBit not doing too much. We did want to look at Tesla. iBit's not worth watching because we can watch crypto, so as that goes, we'll wait for it. iBit waiting for a 58 break. We'll try to go long above that. It's on the sticky note, or a dip buy into 57.25, which is VWAP right now. Okay, here comes Tesla. So the market's coming back in. Tesla held 420. Fits like a glove, put it on, right? I mean, there it is, 420 right there, holding for Tesla. So a good little name there. We'll check out what Google's doing. As Neil mentioned, it did make that run up to 95.
Hey, here comes NVIDIA.
Which was the 200 period moving average. Which way is NVIDIA coming?
Sorry, AMD.
Which way?
Sorry, I meant, no, up.
Up, okay. And NVIDIA's not going up.
AMD is.
Yeah, I noticed that AMD was
one.
strong relative to NVIDIA today. So this might be the short if it can get to that 132, the trade that fills first.
Yeah, so Tesla, look at Tesla starting to come back a little bit here.
Chilling.
Like, it just chilled out. Oh, it goes down at 23, and now you're already back at 25. Like, as quickly as I'm about to try to bring it to you, you already have it heading back up. So you're getting that crazy 930 whipsaw action that we want to be a little bit patient with. Oh, I don't want to have to chase this move. Is it really going to just break 430? I'm not taking a breakout trade early on this thing.
Oh my God.
But AMD's close to that 132. It just tagged 130.70.
Dude, I think we have...
Google's going Alphabet's going the other way. So that's starting to head down. It really is Tesla on strength at this moment. Like, Tesla holding 425. If we don't get 420, what are you going to do? 430 is right there.
Going long.
Right around the corner. So I always want that dip buy, but if it doesn't get to your price, you end up reluctantly doing the one thing that you can. So NVIDIA weak, AMD doing nothing right now. I think that's a bit of a disappointment. Tesla, it's only $4 away, so it can happen in an instant. We've seen these move quickly into these breakout levels.
Yeah, I was looking at SMCI, but we got to pay for shorts. I was looking at that 428 break. I'm going to take it. If it comes through. But as Neil mentioned there, it's still got to get there. So we're going to give that a second. You never know, though, with this stock, what's going to happen. I feel like it could...
AMD's now dumping?
Yeah, see, so there's a lot of things happening right now. All right, so I like that. I did like that SMCI short. I think it might have missed it because AMD did reverse down in. We did have, so we were up there. Well, I missed it or not, I don't know. It just goes up to the 200 period and VWAP, which is why it sort of triggered for me. We'll see if we can get that back in. But look at the market coming in pretty good right now. For the NASDAQ, I wrote down on the TQQs here, and we had a great spider trade worth $1 at the end of the day. I know $1 is not that much, but we had it in like the last 10 minutes there, so it was a pretty good trade. TQ's making its move downside as well. I was looking at the NASDAQ, maybe this 87 or so level coming into play, so we'll wait for that. It looks like the 200 period right now is at 87.30. Let me just see if that T10 has anything on it. We are going to go back, so still nothing on that as we go. So for now, nothing's really hitting. I mean, I'm going through this. iBit, it's not moving. If anything, coming down. Google, NVIDIA, GameStop. On my mind as well. Games at 28, so that's not there either. So yeah, right now I'm not in anything.
It's about patience today. I can tell you that much because you could be whipsawed. The only trade that maybe could have been in was I think AMD's about it.
NVIDIA's puking though.
Like AMD gave you a pop. It didn't pop to 132, but it popped into yesterday's high. I did try to get it. We ended up not getting filled there at 130.40, and now you're bouncing pre-market lows. So probably has to retest this high up here. I think I missed a chance at a scalp trade already once. I think we.
Holy shit!
Whoa,
Palantir's.
I was about to say the same thing. Palantir's through 74 and absolutely flying. But the other name that I was going to mention is, remember, Riot had the Starboard news. It's now holding that 13. We wanted to see it calm down at the open, and it's starting to hold VWAP in the 13 area. So this might be one on Starboard news, on Bitcoin being over 100,000 that has come into play here on Riot. So this one, it's a little bit of late add to the list, but I think as long as it can hold on the 12.75 here, I'll look for a long maybe continuation there. Palantir is flying. I don't think it's a specific story though.
I don't know. It's just because it's different from the rest. So we'll look. Brendan's on the desk.
Distinctly different.
Sharif's here. We're looking. If there's anything, obviously we'll find it out. But there it is. Right now, a nice move up there for Palantir. Yesterday we were caught off guard by it, and we went short, thinking that the short was good in and around here. 72.50. It was not at the end of the day. Nice move upside right there. You got to stay away from this, I think, for right now. Going oppo what the market's doing. So I'm gonna wait, hold back. But congratulations one more time there for anybody on this name. All right, so Tesla does the dip down again. We'll see what it wants to do right now. I mean, I think that it wants to go higher, but the market's kind of, there it goes. Now the market's starting to get back into the upside right there. What about seeing that there might have been some garbage down here? 423 maybe as a potential long now for Tesla. We could test that, but I don't know. The market is underneath still. I'd rather get confirmation on this play for TSLA, basically acting with the market right now. NASDAQ down 0.5, Tesla right there. But that is a decent mark right there, trying to take out the 50 period, breaking back down through or back above 423. Could be a trade that we regret not taking, but it's still early days.
Along with Palantir, Microsoft has gone up 1% here.
So that's good.
So this is another one which is super strong. You talk about the Mag 7 names leading the charge. Well, this name hasn't gotten to its highs. And looks like today might be the day. That's a tall ask to get to 470. Tesla, but that 450, you now cleared it on Microsoft. I think anybody looking for a dip, it's at 450 level, which is looking pretty good. Riot does not hold the bid at 13. So it doesn't look like that one is going to hold where I wanted it to. So no entry on that as well. Tesla's still holding forward.
This is not going to be a popular opinion, but I'm gonna probably try the short on Tesla breaking through 420. But again, I wrote down here. Actually, we didn't really write down anything on Tesla today. It's held 420. It's right there. The break. I mean, that's only 419. You know, you could hit it and quit it for $1, but I don't know if that short is the right thing. The market is trying to hold. And I mean, we had that weak PPI, hotter PPI number, but weaker for the market right there. All right, scrap that idea. I'm not going to convince myself of doing that right now. Yeah, I mean, I want to stay with what we're doing. So if the market does come back up, we do have a short offer for NVIDIA in and around VWAP 137.50. If that can come in, that would be great. And you'd mentioned AMD being stronger than the rest. SMCI has, okay, so SMCI is the $40 top. This name, hotter than the rest as well. So I did go over there and pay for shorts, but for right now, I'm not seeing that. There's never been a time before in the history of this show. This is the
first time
that that's 937 and I'm not in something. I mean, this is very, very strange. All right, I might just do this on Tesla. I'm going to do it. A break here. I'm setting it up. I'm only going to cross down a little bit. Break of 420. Let's just try it. Everyone's just so, there it is. All right, we missed it, I guess. Yeah, 419.75. Oh no, that's too bad. So there's the dollar that we'd thought. I don't know what. I only crossed down 25 cents there. So we tried to punch short. We talked about it. We liked it, but we don't have it, so it doesn't really matter. I'll take a little bit here at 30s, just a small piece, just because we want to be in this. But again, I'm still waiting at 419.75. So there it is. So we get the fill now there. So now we can. I said maybe $1 would be pretty good. So if we can get something like that, that might be okay. But I don't want to get out of this super, super fast. But I do want to get out of it if it's going to be wrong. So right there, we are short Tesla. And I know a very unpopular opinion. I'm trying not even to look at the chat. So we'll see what happens here on Tesla. I'm going to give it to that 422 area where we had a little bit of problems with it. I feel like that's fine. 422, maybe 423. Let's give it to that 423 area. It's a small position, but we don't want to drop it completely this early. Looks like the market wants to go back up to the upside. So again, just a try here in case it did fall like crazy right now. So there it is. It's Tesla. It's going against us. It's out $1 right now. So let's wait. SMR's up 5%. Oh my God.
HIMS is also making a bit of a move. Just a reminder, I heard it in my ear. We should be telling you, hit that like, hit that subscribe. Most importantly, if you want to throw some symbols in there, make sure you hit the subscribe. Our chat is a subs-only chat.
Yeah.
So I see HIMS moving, and thank you guys, everyone, for saying that. But the easy way to get our attention is through that chat. And, of course, sending messages there. You must be a subscriber. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. So we didn't bounce off 13 on Riot, but it did bounce off the 3-quarter level, at least temporarily. We'll see if we continue to hold it. So it's not a bull flag. It's a little early to be talking about that kind of thing. But it just held support at that 3-quarter mark. So as long as it's going to hold the 3 quarters here on Riot, remember this is it was Starboard taking a stake in Riot. Bitcoin's back above 100,000, but HIMS also making a move. That's the other name I wanted to bring to you guys. It just tick the high of the day, 31.99 for this name as it continues to run, and AMD is now at 132. So we're now at 132 bucks on AMD. This was the zone that we're looking for, so we're here now looking for the curl.
Okay, we're huge again today. I'm so glad that Neil's back. All right, so we're now $2 in the money on the short, $2, $3 in the money on the short. Tesla now cracking lower. We have a bid at 417 right now. So we've already took a 419. We just took a 418. Now we'll take a 417. There it is. Oh boy, it's your first $3 winner right now on the board right there. And as Neil mentioned, we wrote down AMD. What price, everybody? 132. So we're short AMD as well. And we're taking a little bit of money on this, but not a lot. We'll see if we do want to fade out even further than that. But so far, so good on Tesla. I mean, let's not get, we're excited about it, obviously, because we just got a great fill down there at 117. But this name could really retrace. I don't necessarily think that this is the short of all shorts. We had sort of talked about that. There goes IBIT. IBIT to the downside. We do get that. We're in 3 positions right now. We said, how strange is that we're in none? And all of a sudden, add 3 minutes and we're in 3. It looks like we got a good one here on IBIT as well. Came right into that level again that we had posted. So let's just keep on. Okay, IBIT, I see you. I see you, IBIT, right now. Okay. Oh my. What exactly is going on, Joe? Look at this trade on IBIT. And who put down 57.25? There it is right there. We wrote down 57.25. It's 50 cents in the money right there on IBIT. What's going on over on your side there?
One short. We got that AMD. It came to that one. What? Almost to 132. 131.75. Actually, the top. I'm short here at 60 as it's trying to pull right back in here. But that being said, there's a couple of movers here. And, okay, so obviously we talked about HIMS. That just broke the $32 and continues to run. The other name that we were on a plan to trade but never got to was Google. Alphabet has now made a hole to the bottom and trying to break out the top here on Alphabet. Whether it breaks 200 or not, I'm only looking continuations, only looking longs on Alphabet. It's charging toward a 196 break. AMD is starting to head back down. I looked up, and NVIDIA is distinctly different. Already down at the lows and trending lower here on NVIDIA. So while this is working on AMD, you got to acknowledge that NVIDIA is a lot weaker today. So might have to weasel our way into this off of VWAP if we can get it. I had to say no weasels,
but weasels are back.
If we get to VWAP and bounce on AMD and we trend up on AMD, then I don't mind pivoting to NVIDIA, right? Like NVIDIA was part of the plan to short too. And they're very different, the two of them right now, at least for now.
So we have, other than having Tesla, we sort of broke down Tesla for everybody there. This is IBIT. There it is, 57.25. So that IBIT trade right now, 30 cents in the money. The AMD trade we're getting out of, but there it is right there, 132 short. So the patient's definitely paying off here today as we are now we're only out of 40% of IBIT, but it did really get going there off that bottom. So again, still could be an L. We're just trying to negotiate here what exactly is happening with our position. So I'm going to take another piece out on IBIT at 52. That's where the 50-period moving average is. So there it is. We'll take another piece out on that one. Tesla still continues to work, and you know, it's now almost, well, it was $3 in the money. It's going lower right now. Let's put another bid out right there at 40s. We'll take that bid, and now we'll just see how low it can go. You know, if we're going to look at Tesla from yesterday, you know, we did have a good trade there early on, but we just want to make the same mistakes here, right? Like, it went down there yesterday and then finally got going. I don't know what the reason for that was. Maybe it was 400 or not, but the volume didn't necessarily pick up down there. It just got going, and that was it. So right now, I mean, I could see if Donald Trump is over there at NYSE, I mean, you know, Tesla's a big Trump stock, obviously, as we've seen it go up, 80% or something from election day or whatever it was. But anyways, there's a downside move. Looking at some levels, 415, I think, is where we'll put our next bid. So we'll do that. We'll see if we can get a $5 runner right there for us as well. We're out of half of AMD, but AMD is getting spicy to the upside. I don't know how much you're still in, but I'm getting a little bit obviously nervous as it's stronger than the market.
It's stronger than the market. It's stronger than NVIDIA. It just wicked the 132 level there. So if it's going to be able to hold, it has to start doing it right now. Okay, like we just wicked the level. I just tried to grab some 90s on the way back, and then just got them. So we're back in. We're just showing you guys the resistance that's been at the 132 level, but it just wicked it, came back underneath. If it breaks another local high, I think we got to jump out of it. As said, there is something distinctly different between this and NVIDIA. So can I easily acknowledge maybe this AMD is not the one and NVIDIA is the one, because AMD just made another run at that high of the day. So I'm jumping out. I mean, it worked the first time through. The second time, it's still showing some strength. I need to see it make a curl or a trend reversal on AMD. Flapped the L on it, didn't have to get back in, but I did. Is what it is. And NVIDIA is under VWAP and still looking relatively weak. Not really much going on with Google, but while the market is weak, Google is holding on to its strength. So it hasn't broken out this top at 196 yet, but this is the name I wanted long for some continuations. If we get a break at 96, it's one of the only names that I really like for some strength here is going to be Google. But I think NVIDIA is clearly the chip name that looks the weaker of the two between it and NVIDIA. Easy to tell. Brendo?
A two-day runner here, a little low float name, guys. We were talking with Steve Gomez this morning in the pre-market about some of these. AMPG starting to get going again. Ton of volume behind this move right now. Again, 2 days in a row. There was an offering, 2.2 million registered direct offering for, what is this, Amplitech Group. It's a 7 million float total for AMPG.
Stock is being amplified, it seems like, right there. We just got out some more IBIT right there at 57.80. So I'm starting to just, you know, it's 9:46. You know, we'll see what winds up happening here. But there we go. Now out of more and more IBIT, we're now out of 60% of this trade. For IBIT. I mean, really, just we could talk about the same names or different ones. I mean, I'm right now, I'm in Tesla, and it's $2. It's starting to go back into the lows one more time. I want to thank everybody for watching. Over 9,000 of you are seeing this trade right now. 417 coming into play right now. I'm bidding, just bounced again. All right, let's take something out then a little bit here in and around that 417.50 area. I'm a little bit lower. Thought it was going to break. There it is. Okay. So we take another out at the bottom of the day. We said we'll hold for 15. So let's just wait for that. As Tesla right now, decent size, decent trade there for Tesla. We did get in and out of AMD. It just fell back into 132 again. We got some more shares, but there it is. Now taking out that high. So we'll have an L on the board there with AMD so far there today. We'll wait for it though. I think we're right by maybe staying away. The other trade that I had was NVIDIA up to that 140 marker. That's not coming in yet, so I'm going to wait for that. We were going to take VWAP, but now that I see how strong its brethren is there, then I'm going to stay away. All right, so the other one name that yesterday made 52-week highs and has been just an absolute monster is Amazon, and it's pulling back in as well. I'm pretty confident, man, just sitting in here. We still have half of our Tesla trade. And it's $3 now. So hopefully, well, it's $2.50. Hopefully, if we break that 417, we can get into that 415 area. That might be a spot where we decide to eventually get out. Shaking my head, of course, at SMR. Huge move up, and then the rate fall back into the 200 period. This could also be another area to pick up the dip buys now in SMR as it's falling back in as well. So a couple opportunities there if you like the long in SMR and possibly on AMD as it's trying to hold now above 132.
Yeah, the fact that it's holding this long above 32 it's still interesting to me. Like, Google's probably the next potential, although it's starting to show some weakness. Never mind. Google was looking like a clear breakout candidate Now you're headed back into the lows. Okay, that's going to just take me right over to NVIDIA. Look, AMD holding that 132, NVIDIA curling, hit enter twice. It's right at VWAP. This is like the put up or shut up. If we pop VWAP and immediately reject it with a topping tail candle, I'm going to look for that for the entry, acknowledging that it's distinctly different from AMD. But the level we liked on AMD is putting a regression on as well in the same moment. So both these could happen at the same time. This is the front end of the trade on the way up. But if you like a level for resistance, sometimes at that opening range, it just has to challenge it. So it's in the moment where it's challenging this top. If we get a curl back under and we fail the 132, then I don't mind taking another shot at this one. So let's just try to be patient with it. Palantir couldn't hold VWAP on the way back in. So I was looking at this to see if it would hold VWAP for a trend continuation play. It's now underneath 74, headed for 73. Just there's no bounce here in Palantir. Looking like it's, maybe not even Palantir's day. If this goes red, I mean, that 71 level is pretty much all you've got going for you. It's been a good one before. So I think that's worth watching. But back to the chip names, I feel like it has to be, as NVIDIA just did that little wick and fail at VWAP. So it's adjacent to 137, but VWAP's actually 137 and a quarter.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little. I'm going to go back into AMD and just take.
It's under 132 again.
I know, so that's the rub, right? And I mean that's what I was thinking about anyway. Similar to you, is that maybe we just sort of got topped out there. So we can. All this thing has to do is go down. I think to not even 130, 150, maybe even here 130, 170, and we'll be up on AMD. So hopefully that can come in right now. I'm going to put a bid there for 5%, 10%, and then put something a little bit lower for a few more shares, about 20% at that 3150 mark, right into there. See if we can get a bid back down in for AMD. We want to be short this name, so we'll do it and hold out for it. The funny thing about all of this is, though, we did have a move up, in Tesla. Tesla actually broke that 420 area again right there, but then it snapped right back in. So a pretty interesting thing there for me to see that. I was waiting up here to get a little more short at the 200 period, at the 50 period, and at VWAP, but that did not come in. So let's see, man. This is very, very interesting. Could completely go the other way right now on Tesla. So let's wait to see a failed break top in there, in and around 420. Has to leave. I feel like. I don't want to say that the shorts are in control right there, but it had an opportunity to go back through that 420 and stopped. But at the same time, it's also not falling right now either. So because we still have half left, I'm going to put out another piece here.
What's going on at SMCI?
SMCI, is it ripping? Because I was going to go short that name.
40.
Right, and then it was relatively strong. So why don't we go over? Anyways, there it is. So we do get that fill there on, I almost said Bitcoin, on Tesla. And we'll wait to see what happens now. But yeah, SMCI up 4% right there, trying to go.
This is why the chat's undefeated with this one. We were about to break $40 on SMCI, up 3 points. Yeah, there's a lot of strength coming in. What's crazy is a lot of strength coming back into the market. So that VWAP on NVIDIA just broke. So we just broke VWAP on NVIDIA. I mean, I like that trade. It's not 140, but that's the only other place that I would play it is down at the 140 level. But all of a sudden, the strength is in SMCI, and this could be breaking out the top. Remember, 40 is a huge level.
You got to give me those
40 support, 40 resistance. If it doesn't get through 40, I'm expecting that you get a hefty pullback over here in SMCI. So you're definitely seeing some strength come into that one. I mean, I still have my eyeballs on Tesla. That 420 level, it's consolidating underneath 420. My first look was long on this name, and obviously it's gone underneath. So, yeah, I'm trying to give it the opening range till 10 o'clock to see if it's decided it's going to be under 420 today, and then we'll be patient with it. But yeah, Tesla looking like it's holding right underneath that level. SMCI is an absolute rocket ship. Let's see if this does pull. It is starting to pull back into VWAP. No 40 break there. For SMCI. Google's still doing absolutely nothing, but as the market, every time the market challenges the lows, Alphabet just chills out in the middle. So I still think this is looking strong enough to make a run at the 196 top that yesterday.
Tesla again.
That high yesterday.
Oh my God.
Yesterday's high. That's right.
I just got another piece out at 419. Oh, so first of all, AMD. Let's freaking go. Positive now. on advanced micro devices. So finally, yes, sir. There it goes, man. So pay dirt right there. We don't have any red stocks today. IBIT, what a monster Bitcoin continues to be, man. Top to bottom. We wrote down 57.25. We actually sat there and took that trade, and we just got double outs up there at 57.9, 57.85s. So a couple, I think one was a 90, one was an 85. So a good little level there for IBIT. And again, like, you know, from turning this stock that wasn't, I'm going to get another piece out at 19 if we can. From turning this stock into what was a good little short there, we had captured some more outs. I was going to, you know what, let me just wait and be specific then about what we're going to wait for. I was waiting for that 421.80 or so area, which is the 50-period moving average. So if we do go for one more run to the upside, that's an area that I'd like to average it back in. And then we're going to use that 423 as our out. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. But oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, do we have another Dollar Club winner right now for everybody. That is AMD. Again, falling completely off of the level that we wrote down, 132. We got like wiped around on that level, right? As Obi was talking about that yesterday, you know, you got to sort of clean up some of these levels. And it looks like right there, we did a great job by getting back in. I know you're in NVIDIA as well. So nice. I'm sure that maybe that's even more than $1. Right now, AMD, nice little downside push as it was stronger than the rest, which is why I'm saying that about NVIDIA. So far, so good there for AMD. Huge move. I'm actually going to be almost up just as much on AMD as I am right now on Tesla. So yeah, it looks like we did this one pretty good.
Great look over there, and it's not looking good for Adobe. But there's one setup. Look, it's the setup that we want is going to be a mean reversion on Adobe. It's almost at $480. It's every $5 on this thing, and it's now settled in a trend. So trend down. If it breaks this trend line, I'm looking for a mean revert on Adobe. It's that simple. It's 12%. It's continuing to bleed here. I mean, the market, by the way, everyone, the market is literally, like, it's just inside of the range here. Like, it's down, but we're inside range. We haven't broken lows, and of course, if you break the lows, that can change looking for some longs. Like, I might not like Google as much if we do get a breakdown on the overall market. The SSR play for Adobe doesn't really necessarily matter what's going on with the market as far as I'm concerned. So just going to play it by ear with any of those long trades. Tesla's still trying to pick a direction, although you're seeing it reject that 420. We have 5 minutes until 10 o'clock, and then we'll see if it's going to end up over under this level as far as I'm concerned. You know, Tesla's still kind of in the pocket, and I don't want to rush to judgment. So we'll see what happens with Tesla. Obviously, Google, I still like for a long. It's trying to hold a higher low, and then it can take the breakout of the top. It's looking pretty strong, as was Microsoft. You know, so I liked Google. Microsoft is the one at VWAP. Sometimes that's just how it is. Microsoft's green, the market is red. Alphabet, I still like the long, but it's holding in red. If Google doesn't give the breakout trade, then you got to acknowledge that Microsoft might be the one that actually wants to get to its all-time high today, or at least challenge another level up to the 457. So NVIDIA is at 37. Whoops, that daily chart's not going to help. It's still at 37. It's holding underneath. There's room to yesterday's, sorry, not yesterday's. I wasn't here yesterday. 2 days ago when I was here, there's room down to this 135 close price. But if the market doesn't move, we have to be patient here at VWAP in the 137 level for NVIDIA. I haven't given up that there might be some longs, but we're starting to run out of time that any of them are going to look any good. Google doing nothing. It's like a complete
NVIDIA's
sleeper.
not moving.
It's not moving.
Oh, I thought it was tanking. That's why I was saying that.
It's chilling out at VWAP at 137. It's just back and forth. And I'm staring. Google's not doing anything.
Man.
Okay, Tesla.
Tesla's now ripping.
I was waiting for 10 o'clock on Tesla, and
Look
Tesla
at
might
AMD.
be going now, though. I don't know. I still like Tesla if it can hold 420 at 10 o'clock.
I mean, I honestly, this AMD, I had thought that AMD was the stronger name, but that 132, bang, what a trade right there off of that level. I'm going to take a little bit here at 421. We just missed it. I just tried. We could take a piece. Well, I missed it again. We could take a little bit of a piece here. The 50 period has come down. I actually wasn't noticing that. It was too like, wow, this is now $1.60 now. AMD is really coming in, bouncing right now off. I'm going to take a piece out here. I'm just going to cross up and get out as we are bouncing a little bit there off. Whoopsies, snooze on that one. As we are bouncing a little bit now off of the 200 period moving average. So yeah, watch out now here coming through. So get ready to rock and roll. on AMD if it hits that bottom right now. Like you said, 2 minutes now until 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we're starting to get into that time. And just for a couple of other things, I know you guys have been mentioning a few names. Palantir is now holding underneath VWAP, but above its breakout. So it's starting to look decent again. You get that higher low, you get another one. I think you can make a rerun at the 75. Just trying to go through some of the stronger names in there. But like AMD's tanking to 130. And once again, NVIDIA is 1 cent in the money. Like, it's just not moving.
It's so crazy. AMD is $1.08.
It's a weird one, but it's what's happening.
Yeah.
And then Intel, I did miss my fill on Intel. I'm sitting there at 44. It went to 42. So Intel got to 20.5-ish without actually giving the fill. So I do like the short up here on Intel. We just didn't grab it. So it's a bit of a miss by myself. You got into that high. I thought we'd press just a little bit higher on strength. I left my order in there on the off chance that we would actually get the fill. But I'll look for a continuation play potentially over there on Intel. So we're coming in at 10 o'clock. I mean, Tesla's still doing the same thing as before. It's under VWAP, but it's over 420. And look at the dance. It's basically just wicking people in and out at 420 on Tesla here. So I'm looking for it to close direction and then make a breakaway. NVIDIA's starting to go. I don't want to add, unless I add on weakness underneath VWAP. We're about to close underneath at 10 o'clock, which also means happening now.
Mm-hmm.
Market trying to bounce here a little bit, guys. If you were busy pre-market, we were touching on the simple fact that, NASDAQ closed at a record yesterday above 20,000 for the first time ever. We also had a whole bunch of economic prints that came through at 8:30 this morning. Back to the inflation side of things, back to the higher side of things. Unfortunately, 0.4% for PPI. For November on the month-over-month print, it was 0.3 that was expected, so very slightly to the upside. Initial jobless claims as well also came in very slightly to the upside. 242,230 was the expectations. That's pretty much it as far as data today. We do get energy coming up here at 10:30 on the natural gas side of things. So heads up for that. It has been a bit of a mover over the past few days. There's that AMPG I was just mentioning, now 50% to the upside. Watch it for $3, that aftermarket level from yesterday for that one. Again, 7 million on the float if you missed it. Apple was trying to bounce there back to 246.50. Looks like it's failing. We also were talking about this in the pre-market if you joined us. TTAN, no indication yet on that IPO, but coming at some point to the NASDAQ today, guys.
Yeah, TTAN right there. Let's fire off the hot dog cannon right there. Look at that reload on Tesla. I mean, I'm not, it's only $1. Like, we're just scalping this thing, but it's like, okay, we just got that VWAP trade that we wanted. So, yeah, good move right there on Tesla back in. We're starting to average some out right now as we're another $1.50. And as Neil said, man, it's just wicking people in and out. But if you're standing at the right levels, you should be able to be some kind of profitable right now on Tesla. So there it is right there. We have $4. We have right now $5 plus in the money. We have over $2 right now on Tesla. We have $2 on, well, look at AMD, man. Advanced Money Destroyer is not destroying any money of ours today. It's actually piling it up for us as there it goes. $2 in the money on AMD. And look at our king right here. What's up, king? iBit right now just continues to go higher and higher. We'll get some more out at 91 there. Oh my God. Neil, what a face slapping kind of a day it is here today. AMD, we just picked it. And the thing is like all we're doing is trading names that we've talked about, right? And so I think that that's really important. We spend a lot of time here on Tesla. We spent a lot of time, obviously, on AMD. And yeah, they're going to be huge. iBit is actually pretty much, all three are really similar in profit-wise. This fell right in. We got a great little long there. AMD, I mean, I hope you guys are trading with me today for sure. We switched it up, man. We've been so much more patient today, waiting for certain things to happen. We didn't average into AMD. It came up. We got out. We got back in. That was a good play for us. And then here goes Tesla again. We're just averaging this in, like we had said, back and forth to the point where right now, even though it's making these moves, we're still $1 in the money. So if this cracks lower, good for us. But I'm just got another piece out right here. I'm going to actually get another piece out right now at 63. There it is. We'll just put a bid and offer it out. So right here, we now have about a third left of our shares. And the risk on this is $1. We're getting out if it breaks 423. So that's why right now it's more than or roughly 1-to-1 right now on our reload. We've already cashed out of this trade. So I'm just trying to break it down for everybody so that we're all on the same page. But AMD right now, wow, I'm going to take another piece right here. Unbelievable move right into the low of the day. I hope that NVIDIA can catch up to it because
it just went the first $0.50 now. It's it's like everything else. It's not really moving. I mean, Google's not moving. NVIDIA's not moving. It's down 50 cents in the time AMD dropped 250. It could go. Like, don't get me wrong. Excuse me. It could test that. It could test that low of the day very quickly here at 136. And if it does, we'll be there for it. What I'm hunting now. Sorry, guys. Patiently is this reversion on Adobe. Adobe's at 480. This is a trend down. I'm looking for the close holding the 480 level. A mean reversion. Play to VWAP. If it gets to VWAP, great. The first $5 is all game for a scalp trade. Well, that's what I'm looking for here in Adobe. It's down 12% and absolutely tanking. Google is now moving. So we've gone over that. Google is now moving for that breakout. Look at it hold the line. I mean, this is 195.20 4 times in a row. We break this. I like Google long. I got to throw to you. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. No. Do whenever you have a chance. All right, so AMD is retracing a little bit. We just got a piece out at 50 there, so we are getting lighter and lighter on this one. And by the way, guys, here it comes, man. This is why there's money for everybody. Tesla short, Tesla long. If you bought those dips, great. If you shorted it with us or with me, great. And so far, so good. But we will give back, right? I mean, it's Christmas season. No, we're not trying to give back for that reason. But right now, if it does come, there it is. So I was just going to say it might come back in right there, and then it just bumped up 50 cents. So completely fine with it. We will end the trade there. It's a successful one, so we'll props it up to both sides of this trade. I knew when we went short, it wasn't going to be popular. But that's the trade, the short anyways. But that's the trade that we did. All right, so right now, IBIT back to 58. We had sort of talked about this as a level again, but remember, this has nothing. It's nice when it's a level intraday because that means that crypto fell off that level as well. So right now, if we're going to look at Bitcoin, we can just see what's going on right now with BTC. So here's the Bitcoin chart itself. It is obviously starting to go up to the upside right now. This is a 15-minute chart. If we drop this down into a 1 minute, we'll probably get a little bit of a better look. So that's 101.7 right there. You see we've had these tops before. So that would be that 58, I'm guessing now, in IBIT. So right there, there's that top from yesterday afternoon. Actually, that's midnight there. It's that top right there that we had. Then we made another one at 102, then the fall. So we've touched 102 twice right there in the last 24 hours. So we are getting up to that level again. So I feel like on IBIT, we've done really well on it. So maybe now, and we just got out. So I'm going to get out another piece here on IBIT. Again, like the stock, obviously we like trading crypto there, but there's another out at 90. So based on the shares, we have exactly 12% left of IBIT right now. So hopefully we can get up to get some more upside on that one. And there goes Tesla, by the way, right? Like, boom. So all good. Right now. We'll wait for it to settle down. I almost think a 428 break long is the thing. There's AMD right now as well. I want to thank everybody for watching. Please come in through, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Yesterday we had Obi here. Today we have Neil. So let's go, man. Everyone's excited for the trading today. It's a big day.
SoFi, baby.
SoFi, what is that doing right now? Up 2%?
It's up a couple points. It's holding VWAP. Shout out to you, JCB Sports Cards. SoFi is looking good. I like it. We're in it long term, although I did recently sell some. I think I mentioned that the other day, but is what it is. It's holding VWAP. I like that. The market's still not doing anything. Adobe just came in. It closed above the trend line, which was here. So you can see it closed above the trend line. I entered. I got some stink bids. I was trying to add at the same price when we got that higher low and see if we can get some 81s. If it makes a fresh low, we're out of the trade. Pretty simple, but I'm looking for that pullback. If it gets to VWAP, great. If it gets to 485, that will be the first out. So into SoFi, although I will say, well, that happened. That was pretty much to a T the exact moment Tesla decided to do this at 420. So Adobe made its bounce and curl breaking trend at the same moment that you got this wick underneath 420. This was the confirmation of holding that level. Now you're just running. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a 430 breakout. So we're in Adobe. NVIDIA's back to the $0.50 where it couldn't get past before. They'll take another leg out there. But if we're trying to get Tesla now that it's holding 420, there's VWAP, there's in front of 420, and then there's a break, which I'm very reluctant to take at that top. We said we didn't necessarily love breakouts today, but they are what they are, and you got to take what's available to you. So I'm trying to get the dip buy into 422. Adobe, we're trying to add to the long. And there's a couple of names that are moving, like obviously in the small cap space, but I'm staying focused. Right now, Adobe, NVIDIA, Tesla, and Google could break out, although, I mean, this is what Google's doing. I've got the breakout trade for this local top on Alphabet. It's just not doing anything. If it breaks that top, we're going long. If it breaks 96, I think that's a good place to add. Flat right now as the market goes only sideways.
All right, we have a new position right now. And despite us having that big day yesterday when we had that huge trade, we had a big one on Tesla, we had a couple other ones. We're actually doing better P&L wise today than yesterday. And I think that's just better share sizing and just being able to get out of the way when stocks didn't go our way. But we were really lucky that straight off the jump, we had IBIT straight off the jump. I mean, we didn't have Tesla straight off. And we're pretty lucky. And again, just to have picked it, like we said there, NVIDIA won't be the same as AMD today. As AMD rate, I mean, hopefully it does continue to the downside, but this is going to be my number one stock right there is AMD, despite taking 3 shots at it. And eventually the downside there printed out. So that's what I'm most proud of, is not just that it came back in, it's just that we got out when it broke. We had sort of assessed it. The market wasn't breaking. We knew there it is again. We knew we wanted to get short, so we'll just do that and stay in this name. Very, very strong play there for me. All right, and the next one there is going to be SMCI. Look, this one's going to be a little more questionable. That is for sure. SMCI just dropped back into where I thought was going to be some kind of support. Now we did have a downside move. I think the real support is going to be like 37.80, but I'm actually going to get out if this breaks 38. I'm actually debating this rate. You know what? I might just get out if it breaks that half spot right there in SMCI. So, and that was the low of the day. Not even the half. What am I talking about? That's 38. I was going to say 25s. All right, yeah, 38.20 right there. So apparently TTAN, I just hear it right now, is quoting now. So I'm going to put in this stop right here. 38, like 17s, just a little bit below that 20. We'll take a shot at this right now. So this is what it looks like. So there's the quote now for Titan. So no tap yet. This is what it looks like. We can go over. They're now accepting orders, I guess, because this is open. I don't really see anybody putting orders in here right now. And we can sort this by market time. Is probably going to be our best idea right there. There it is. So yeah, wow. All right, not much interest right now. 38,000.
It's early.
I mean, how many shares am I? I'm part of that. It's so early. Right now, it's like, okay, we're going to have to wait on TTAN. Not super exciting, that is for sure. SMCI newest position.
Yeah, the newest position for me is Intel's back up, challenging that 50 level. Did you want locates on that?
Yeah, you can get them to me.
Yeah, so one of the things, just for whether I'm shorting TTAN or not, I will always get locates on a stock. On an IPO if I intend on trading it. 100%, 10 times out of 10. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. It's like 7 cents. It's a little pricier, 7 cents a share. I think that's because the float is so small. Intel just broke 2050 on Intel. Okay, so once again, the weirdness continues. NVIDIA finally works its way toward the bottom, 80 pennies in the money, and Intel decides to take out the top. So we're in bizarro world where Intel is strong, up 2 points. And if it's holding 2050,
Tesla failed.
I always said, like, it's a short till it's not. And to me, if it's holding above 2050, then it's not. It's still at the level that I would give it another chance to do a bit of a mean reversion. But at this point, you're starting to come right back in. And you just said Tesla failed. It's at VWAP?
Yep.
All right. So
well, I don't know if it's at VWAP, but...
yeah, it's at VWAP right now.
Yeah.
Tesla's trying to hold on to VWAP. You're still not doing anything in NVIDIA. I don't expect that IPO to open anytime soon. Just because they're quoting, it probably doesn't open until minimum 11 o'clock. That's usually on the early side of things. So Tesla, can it hold that high or low off of VWAP will be the concern. Adobe, we're in that reversion trade. It didn't really, like Adobe went, how far is that? Like $1 in the money. It's a $400 stock. My offer's at 85. we're long at 82.5 and then looking for the VWAP retracement here on Adobe. But if it makes a fresh low, like we got the price area where it's curled, but it hasn't done a very big move into the upside. So you're looking for $5 to $10 on this play, not necessarily 1 or 2 if we're risking a couple of bucks there on Adobe to said low of the day. All right, so Tesla going to be in play here off of VWAP, but it's losing it. Just when you think Tesla's going to show you enough strength, the market's tanking, and we cannot seem to hold a bid on Tesla. NVIDIA is now cracking 136. If the shorts are back on, trying to be patient with Intel for another reload there. Intel could just do what AMD did, which is look strong for a while and then eventually break this trend. It's a clean trend to the upside. If Intel breaks it, that's when I'm looking for the reversion, not trying to catch it on the way up like we did the first time.
Yeah, we took another out here at 30s for AMD. I mean, this is now $3 in the money. We've taken a lot out of this market here today, but the thing is like, okay, so I meant to talk about Tesla there, but I just saw AMD was for $250 actually in the money. Sorry. Yeah. So when this was happening, I was thinking long, right? I mean, we thought that Tesla was coming back in. I wasn't thinking long as in I thought the stock was going to be long. I thought that maybe if we broke this 428, that we could talk about some longs. That didn't happen. So right now, I feel like we just got to sort of try to regroup as much as we possibly can here. And as Neil said, we are at VWAP. If you like the long, I think this is a good spot right now for Tesla, but I don't like the long. And what I mean by that is I'm not trying to fight this. The market right here, the NASDAQ is down. I wanted to look at TQQs quickly because this was going to be, all right, so 87.50. So we had looked down here. Wow, what did we just miss on that? That is crazy. We're at 87.25. That didn't happen. No, that's 87.28. Did it go down there? Oh my God. So we just missed this by 3 cents. Or 2 cents down there. So, whoa, man, oh, darn, that's too bad. So we were, okay, well, you know what, whatever, happy with it. Sad that we missed that by 2 pennies, but at the same time, at least the level's there. We'll wait to see if it comes in, but that's going to be an area of concern for me right there, 87.25. We just bounced off of that. It's exactly what we wrote here on the TQs, right at the top there. So we'll have to wait to see. We're bidding now 87.25. We actually wrote down 87 flat as a support area. It doesn't look like SMCI wants to hold, so we're going to get ready to possibly get out of this one. I'm going to try to average it in just a little bit here at low 30s, and then use that as our out. So we'll play it as it's bouncing around, but it's kind of like meh right now for SMCI. It's not, there it is. So now we have our full position, and we'll just wait. We're going to only give this one. We're long now at 39s. So this is a 25-cent hit if it does come out. So that's what we're doing right now with SMCI. Worth hanging out here for a minute in case the market blasts back up. That's sort of my thinking here on SMCI.
Yeah, the market is actually now, it might be consolidating underneath that prior low. So the opening range bottom on the NASDAQ, we just held underneath it on the wick on volume, but now you're holding underneath that low on the NASDAQ. That doesn't bode well necessarily for these longs in here. We're in one reversion, but it's a long reversion. And Intel, after getting on trend, now we're looking to see if we can get the other side of that trade, which would be the curl here. Once we close underneath this trend line pretty much the entire day under 2050, looking for that short. If the market wants to be red, I want to play the revert to the downside. Adobe is still, Adobe is holding the low after our entry, but it still hasn't really popped. So it's just going sideways now. So Adobe's holding the bottom, only going sideways. I think we're going to keep with our target here. Adobe's the kind of name, because it's already down 12%, that it doesn't necessarily have to follow the market. They're going down because of their guide, and if relief buying is going to come in, I think it can do that without the market on a name like this. So SSR is kind of a gimmicky type of trade there, but I still think that next trade is going to be this reversion on Intel. Just being patient with the entry. Jay Mott in the chat, Neil Roberts, Kramer said he prefers AMD over Intel, that's why it's running.
Well, AMD is going down.
Oh no, he means that's why Intel's running. Inverse Kramer, I think he's making a joke about inverse Kramer. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I want to hear the context of that. You could just like one stock over another in a moment, like this really bad stock. I don't know. Who knows? But at the end of the day,
SMCI.
At the end of the day, like the inverse Kramer thing, I know people have fun with it, but Sometimes things get taken out of context. I just want to short Intel because if the market goes down, this is a resistance spot.
We forget about Kramer, Katina Capital right here. Yeah, good, funny call there. SMCI, nice move up. So there it is, man. Now 50 cents in the money now? Like, what exactly are we doing over here? Like, NVIDIA, we're just talking about that not really moving. AMD not really moving. We go over to SMCI, a $38 stock, and we're able to do this to it. So let's wait to see now. I don't know about SMCI. That was a good little bottom take right there. We are out of exactly half now, as we're 30 cents in the money, and our hit was going to be 20 cents, 25 cents. So well worth it right now. I mean, it's not, so I'm saying it's worth celebrating because it's a 1-to-1 trade, but we do think there is some higher upside there. We just took another piece out there at 60. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit for you right there. We don't have a red mark today, so so far so good on that. Yeah, there it is right there. So there's our last out right there at 60s. We can get it again right now if we so choose, but that's SMCI right there. Let's see if it does have some more upside to it. Yeah, so IBIT right now, look at that fall. We did not average back in. We said we had 12% left, so that is what we have left. So 57.50 right there. Go SMCI, wow. Let's see if we get something out now right here. I'll get out of some at 49s if we can. There it is. So a nice little out there at 49. Now we have 4% left. We took it out. I'm not worth it. We have bigger focuses right now, including this name. There goes SMCI. See if we can get something in the 70s, but a good little trade there for us. We just put it on. So, I mean, so be it. That's okay. There it is. SMCI, now 80 cents. 38 cents. $1.80 on AMD, but again, light. We're emptying out our whole clip. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, P&L wise, and part of that is because of SMCI, and there it goes. Great little bottom pick again for this name. Yeah, so be it. You know, I don't know if I like the name, but we had mentioned that it come up to $40. Let's see if we can get back up there. SMCI, nice little runner.
Squeezes on if it gets to $40. I hope 40 on the daily, it will be like a monster.
I'm getting more out.
Level.
Still at 40%.
If it can get there on SMCI, which I think
there it goes.
The market reverses, a stock like that is primed to go. So there's the hold again on Tesla at the 420 consolidation. It just broke the half, 422 half. I got some out, trying to get some on the way up at 421 half, 422. Eventually we just get $422.5 break. So we're going to go long in here, give it to the local bottom, and try to run to the highs. Tesla still could be a breakout the top type story. That's the other way to look at this. Like if we end up, you zoom this out on Tesla from yesterday's move, all you've done is retest afternoon support and then now head toward a high. So I think play to the high and then the breakout's its own trade. Like if it breaks out 428, that's just something completely all different altogether. So VWAP into that high and then look for a break on its own merits. Adobe is still at the money. And Google all of a sudden doesn't look good. So I was looking for the Google long. I'm going to cancel orders on Alphabet now. It's not going to make that breakout. You're trending down. So now we wait for 191 on Alphabet. That was the only other place that we were looking for some kind of a long trade on Alphabet. Adobe, as I said before, it's made a bottom and a consolidated bottom. It hasn't broken out of the range yet. When it does, I want 485 and then I want 490. We're along at the 422.5 zone there. Sorry, that's Tesla. We're along 482.5 on Adobe. It's making the run, but VWAP is always a target on an SSR play. It's down 12% for a reason.
If you are interested in some of the stuff that Neil and I are doing here live on the show, no better chance to join the pool. Get in with Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% or just trade Tesla today maybe, and you'll start trading with the company's capital. Get funded faster and easier with the new condition designed for success. The best part is the profit split has been upgraded to a generous 70%. So you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better. Please click that QR code right there on our screen to enjoy that 10% off. So again, you know, Neil and I do not trade with Trade the Pool, but we are here at Real Trading, which is a prop floor, very, very similar, obviously, to Trade the Pool. So we want to thank everybody here at Real
We're still trading with OPP.
Yeah, and you know me. So that is, and one person over there trading with, actually not really trading, is over there at the news desk. It's Brendan. Let's go over with the recap.
Lots of small cap, low float type stocks moving around to talk about today, guys. Let's touch on this one real quick. Go EV, Canoe. There was rumblings yesterday. I was reading during the midday. It was of the possibility of bankruptcy coming very shortly. Texas-based Canoe possibly running out of money, but there was an offering going back a couple of days. So back to 18 cents right now. Big move up here, 41% for Go EV so far. This one we touched on in the pre-market. PALI was a fade off 320, that pre-market high, on the way back down again. Another one in that same kind of space, TRVI, 60% to the upside so far. $5 a tag to the upside there. Also a fade back to 4 right now on plenty of volume as well. So lots of low float small cap names moving today, guys.
I know what you're talking about.
All right, so I just got some more out of SMCI. I mean, it's just hovering at VWAP, so I'm going to take some more out on that one. And we did just take another piece right there on AMD as well. So AMD came back in. I'm happy with it. It tried to run 130. It stopped there, but that's a pretty key level. So as we said here again, 5% left of AMD, very, very light on IBIT, but it's nice to see IBIT kind of retrace right back to the upside right there. So that's going to be another area right there for me to just put an offer out and see if I can get it. 57, see, we talked about this yesterday. Neil knows all about this. Because it's a fee-based game here most of the time, I tend to offer rather than just punch out. So right there, we are now having to wait because I offered 74. And sometimes you make a mistake because you should just punch out. The fees are never worth losing even 1 cent gross, but there it is. Anyways, we get to 74s at some point there. So that's what we're doing right now with everything. And we're just going to wait here to see if the market wants to continue its upside move. I mean, Tesla, good trade there. You're into that one. I see you're into Adobe as well. The short there on NVIDIA. And then, AMD, SMCI. That's it, man. We're long IBIT, SMCI, and short AMD, looking for some more trades, potentially Palantir.
Yeah, I think Palantir was so strong, and I was with it. And then now it's finally back above VWAP, kind of doing what I wanted to say what Microsoft was doing, but Palantir is a different beast. I don't want to compare it to Microsoft. This is probably headed back in for that 75 level. Obviously, we got Tesla instead. So that one's holding off of VWAP. I don't want it to lose underneath the 425 level. But if we're going to come back in for a reload, then maybe this is it. We're breaking the highs in the market right now. First, check that. We've broken the opening range, at least. We're breaking back into the opening range on the market. So I would expect the next leg should be to test this 426 here on Tesla. But it does look pretty good. That does mean NVIDIA, well, I'm looking for that reload. I want to just adjust my price. NVIDIA is back into VWAP. So we're short at 37, which is VWAP. Look at it hang around. Look at the wick that it did in a 137.5. If it does the same thing again, wick up here, fail there, I want to try to get back in on the way down. That's the plan of action there for NVIDIA. And shout out any small cap names that you might be working with. I haven't been looking at a ton of them, but as things settle down, we don't mind looking at some other names. But I think I want to look for a place to add Tesla. If it's going to hold 420, I think we should be trying to add on the way to 428. Add into a break instead of only taking a break on it. And what is Adobe doing? Yeah, Adobe's still going sideways. It goes in the money a buck, it goes out of the money a buck, but no real breakout into that 45. Maybe day one isn't going to be the bounce on Adobe. I don't know. Right now it's a scalp trade, which is not what I'm looking for. Brendo?
I'm just noticing ARM here, guys. Nothing obvious on this as far as a headline, but just took out the highs on decent volume as well. 3.6%. Big day to the upside here for ARM so far.
I was like, people were saying ARM in our ear here. And nice move there for ARM Holdings. 148. We said that who's next in all of these things, right?
Who next?
Yeah, who next and who next as well. But yeah, for right now, we had a whole bunch of new highs and ARM Holdings is well off of that. So, you could get a nice little bump up there on ARM and you're coming into, again, I just like the 150 area. I'd rather wait to short that. So I think you got to be a little bit patient here if you can for this ARM holding trade. So we'll wait up 3.5%. Good little trade right there. SMCI, we do have 30% 10% left now. So this still could be rotten. That is for sure. I'm not going to average back in because right now the market's doing oppo. It's going down SMCI while the market's going up. So we don't necessarily like that for a trade, but it is back to a level where we had refreshed that. So if it's something that you guys like, there might be something here for that as well. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now for ARM hold or for SMCI, but ARM with the strength there as well. You're in NVIDIA. I just want to check it. Okay, so it's just doing that because I'm in AMD, so I was trying to do something there. Palantir as well, trying to come into play here on the downside, of course, for Palantir. Already hit $73. It held the 200 period moving average. So something interesting to look at. Palantir up 1.7%. Yesterday was a very, very tricky day, in my opinion anyways, on Palantir. But at the end of the day, that $73 mark looks like it wants to hold.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Have I seen Apple?
Yeah.
No.
How'd you know I was going to say that?
Oh, I feel like you said...
Oh, yeah, maybe I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, have you seen Apple? The literal opposite of Ramin just said Sean cheated and looked at my
I actually heard you say...
we're sitting next to each other. I did say, have you seen Apple? So
I have integrity. Ramin on the other hand.
Yeah, Ramin.
You know, possibly.
Bearded Warrior trades. First of all, shout out to Bearded Warrior. My university, our University of Waterloo, was the Waterloo Warriors, where I went to school. So I'm with you on that one. Apple 250, I don't know. We were basically only halfway there, and yesterday it failed 250 abjectly. And what looks like a really bad topping tail candle at a high. That's why Apple wasn't on my list today. Because when I see that kind of a topping tail, usually my first thought is it's a head and shoulders until proven otherwise. And this would be the shoulder at 248.5. So if it loses that, I think you got to jump out of it. Oh, sorry. I think I would look for a mean revert. If it holds above it, then you think you make the run at that 250 level. NVIDIA is trying to go again, but look at this range on NVIDIA. And the bulk, let me just zoom in here in the 15-minute. And the bulk of this range is between 137.10 and 136.40. So the bulk of this is, it's moved more, but it's like a 70-cent range for most of the trading on NVIDIA, which is whack. Don't get me wrong, it's whack, but it's down 2%, and while the market's doing this, holding the highs, like it's kind of holding the low. So it's still valid for the short. It's just where is the follow-through, NVIDIA, wherefore art thou? And I feel the same way, I feel the same way about Adobe. The difference between the two is like, one, NVIDIA, that's a trend trade. Adobe on an SSR bounce is a rule of thumb on an SSR bounce. If it's not going, then I don't want to just be sitting in it forever. That just doesn't, that's not the name of the game. The idea is on a mean revert that it goes and then it makes the run higher. It's consolidating at the low. It's consolidating underneath the prior bottom. Like that's not that's not an SSR bounce. The SSR bounce is, it bounces here and it gives you that move right away. You know, like I'm breaking a rule, watching it consolidate underneath the support level. Like it's almost like it's gearing up to go short. So I'm going to jump out of that trade. We'll stop to fail on it. And ultimately, I could have decided to scalp out for a profitable one, observing that rule for like $1 winner. But it's better to get out when it violates your rule eventually than not at all, as far as I'm concerned. It's not giving me what I want. Tesla did give the 425, but it didn't give us any more at VWAP. So we played it VWAP to 425. The next stage is going to be the next available higher low. We're going to keep playing Tesla longs. If it ends up just a breakout at the top, then it ends up a breakout at the top. But those were always going to be two separate trades as well. So Tesla headed to the high, the market headed to the high. Google's back at VWAP. And yeah, it's a good thing we got out of Adobe. Like, we just probably saved ourselves another $1.50. That's headed back into the lows. It might just not be today for Adobe, not Obi. Did I say Obi before?
Oh, I don't know.
I might have.
Maybe.
I might have.
Yeah, today, yesterday was a hard time finding a couple winners. Today, we're going to go 4 for 4. AMD, IBIT, SMCI, and Tesla. So far, so good there. Tesla, obviously, a big one early on, and now it's settled down. It's right back to that level. Like, if you're long, I think this is going to be a spot for you right now to think about exiting. We've now triple topped here at 426. So just be careful with all of that. What I got to before was we got to go for a little bit of a run right now. 1.1K, over 8,000 of you watching right now. Hit the like button if you haven't yet. Make sure you hit the subscribe for sure. Join us every single day as we do this every day. You know, tomorrow will be Obi and Neil again as I'm off tomorrow. So we'll keep on changing that up. We have our normal midday crew, man. These guys are the hardest working too. Sharif and Joe, they'll be there tomorrow, today. Oh, Sataya tomorrow. Oh, no Sharif. Okay, yeah, perfect. Vacation time, baby, around here. So shout out to Sharif and Joe on the midday. But let's get this going. Let's see if we can get to 1.5K here today. If you haven't hit the like, please do so. Let the algorithm know. And then share the likes. Share the stream. Share it with everybody as well. SMCI, we able to get... Oh, no, we did not. I offered 40s, I guess 45s. I guess we must have missed it. Yeah, 44s, actually. I thought we had got them. But here comes SMCI right back in, which is absolutely no problem for us. It's been a huge day, but the thing is, we're also short AMD, which is coming back in as well. So I'm going to take advantage of that, put a bid on AMD, get out of a piece here as we struggle to stay above water now on SMCI. So again, nicely traded on SMCI. We only have a third left, but at the same time, a third is still a third. And if it drops back in, we will give back some of that profit. So let's make sure that we take advantage of this little dump down. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, regardless of SMCI. Unrealized, we were at more because, you know, we could have got out up there, but just for straight net, like if I covered all of my positions right now, we'd be at a high spot. We don't have any losing trades right now. We were able to get out of IBIT right there as well at 80s, so that's a good little tick there as it's dropping back down. If IBIT takes out where we're long, we're out of this one. Although we only have 4% left, probably just a chill moment here for IBIT. Let's hold out on that one. So SMCI, remember, teens and we're out. So we're getting pretty close to that right now. We had dropped off from this level before. This might be a good area to reload a little bit on SMCI just because right now, risk to reward, very, very... Oh, look, I put a bid and it rips up. Give me those 21s. We'll see if it's worth it here. This is going to be about 5 cents worth of risk for a lot of upside. So we'll wait to see what happens there. I'll punch some 24s there on SMCI.
So Tesla's curling at the same place again. We jumped out of it, cut a couple of bucks out of it, and the same thing's happening at 425. You wicked, got to 426 once, twice, now for the third time in here. I would expect if we pull back, I'm looking for a higher low. It could be off of VWAP. We've bounced 417, we bounced 420. So if we were to bounce 422 to 423, that would be ideal. And then you'd be higher lows into a flat top break, and then we stay bullish on Tesla. The other place I was going to go to, and remember we said Adobe is not looking good. You know, there it goes. Right, so we get out, and it's continuing to make lows. I'm going to get rid of that in a second, but now you're starting to fly to the downside on Adobe. On the daily chart, just going to point out to remind everybody, this is a 475 on the daily. That's kind of like the Alamo. Let's see, that's where I'll look for the next opportunity for a mean revert.
Did you hear that?
Bad boy.
Did you hear TTAN?
What's the tap?
125.
I have 150.
Yeah, it's indicating 150.
I see 150.
Yeah, I just heard it in my ear. That's why I was like, what the...
I'm not going long at 150.
Here it is right here. We were going to show you the tap right here.
That's insane.
So I don't have an order out. I'm not going to put an order out.
Not at 150.
You know, we were that whole 40,000 shares before. No, we weren't. But right now, now it's more reasonable, Neil.
Hold on a second.
144 now.
But have you seen this? Look at the tap.
I was just going to call.
Okay, so here's my issue with this IPO. And like anyone, do whatever you want with this IPO. But usually when we're excited about an IPO, the paired volume is 155,000 shares. They're issuing 9 million shares. There's 155,000 in the auction. So either it's not opening for a very long time, or there is nobody in this open. So there is no chance with that price and with this open interest that I would take an opening print in the stock. I'm just not going to do it. So that's wild. Like, it's incredibly tiny, everybody. I think that's a bit of a disappointment. I mean, if you're looking for this one to be... It was never going to be Reddit, but I'm still going to call that a bit of a disappointment there. Yeah, probably not going to end up trading.
We could still wind up trading it.
Well, we might still trade it, but it's not going to be I'm going long off the open and just free money like things like snow, not snow. Snowflake was like that.
They were on
that was
Coinbase.
Like that. Coinbase was like that.
There was a whole bunch of that. So we got stopped out on SMCI there because it did break, and now it's ripping higher as the market goes higher here. So we will wind up being okay, especially if it goes up now. Oh, I thought I was gonna wait for 50s there. I guess I was not. What is that top 50s? Yeah, we should have waited. We got out of 40s there on that break. I'm gonna try. I mean, it is rebounding back upside here. I think this is just, I don't know what's going on. This seems to be a little bit of a squeeze here. I'm going to go short now at 55 here as there it is. Now
here comes NVIDIA again too. Everything's coming up.
Okay, so that's okay.
NVIDIA's blasting through VWAP.
Is it? All right, so it looks like a good out there, good couple outs now. As we're talking about how light we are on AMD and on all of these stocks, to be honest with you. But we do have a reload. We did have a bad trade there on SMCI. I thought since we had broke lower, we could go short there. So we were short in and around here. I think it was 25s or so. We didn't get because it was SSR, we weren't able to punch like a full position down there once it was breaking. It didn't even break 30, so we didn't get very many shares. But it's like right now we're into this name, and I just want to give it basically to where we'd failed before here on SMCI 38. Well, here it goes, 38.75. I want to average in here at 70 and then give it that break. So 38.81. That's too bad because again, this is where we know when we can get offside here, right? And again, we feeling like we're maybe doing that right now where we were long. Now we're getting caught up in what's been happening here with the market and the chip name. So let's not get like too offside as now we're not near the high of the day for ourselves that we just gave some back there on SMCI. So we're short 55s. Let's just give it some room here. Breaking 80 and we're going to get out. That would be well above. That'd be that 10 cents above VWAP. So I'm pretty comfortable doing that. IBIT made a move back upside again. I'm going to hold out that maybe big crypto continues to run. So yeah, man, we'll hold on to that. Okay, SMCI. Okay, Neil, here we go. Finally, finally. All right, there it is. A little bit pushed down there. We get out some 38s there on that move back in for SMCI. So, okay, we'll see what happens here. But yeah, we're short SMCI.
Yeah, I got out of the scalp on NVIDIA at VWAP, and now we're looking for the trade that happened last time, which is the press over VWAP into 137.5. If it does the wick, then we'll jump back into this. The other thing that's happening is Adobe. Okay, Adobe just broke trend again, so we're going to go for it a second time on Adobe. I'm showing you guys NVIDIA in case it does the wick. I want to be ready for it. But Adobe just broke trend a second time. I'll go for the long again for a fast and strong press back into VWAP. Giving it to the local bottom is the name of the trade there for Adobe. Local bottom is actually 478. So again, if it makes a fresh low, then we jump out. No fans or buts about it. If we get a wick like we did here in NVIDIA, I jump back in on the other side of the trade. And then Tesla is the other thing that's going. I do still want to get back into Tesla. I have a breakout for the high. Obviously, it's not at the high yet. We still have a chance that we could get a VWAP retrace here on Tesla. It's holding some higher lows. We played it VWAP to 425 for a couple bucks. But Tesla's looking strong here. The market's holding the highs. Tesla's holding those highs. Certainly looks like it could be moving very, very well there. Patrick Riley, why is APPU moving completely different from AAPL? Well, just be careful. It might be. I'm not familiar with that, but if it's a derivative, it could just be a reverse derivative. That's always a possibility. So just make sure you double check. That would be the first thing you want to do. We're going to sector watch, and I'm going to get my offer out to make sure we can take profit on Adobe if it goes up.
Yeah, might as well.
About as mixed as you're going to see this board so far today. A lot of gray on here, which is basically flat. Nothing really happening. Pharmaceutical names, the healthcare technology sector, basically the entire thing. Merck, Amgen standing out there a little bit stronger than the rest. Pfizer as well, about a full percent, but a lot of basically flat numbers to look at. Tesla, one of those. This group as well, the retail focused sector. There are some red names. Home Depot, the actual brick and mortar retail names, pretty red on the day. Amazon, Walmart, back to the upside right now. Just went positive actually on the session. Amazon not quite there yet, still in negative territory. NVIDIA and Broadcom offsetting over in this sector so far today, the technology group. Strength from Apple, once again, as the guys were mentioning. But again, a lot of gray, a lot of basically flat names in this group. Meta, Microsoft offsetting Google and Oracle. It's a bit of a coin flip at this point as far as those are concerned. Worth noting, Coke and Pepsi up more than 1.5% each so far today, guys.
Yeah, we were talking about that. They got an upgrade, right? So KO got that upgrade there, but I think it was already up. Yeah, so it was kind of already up a little bit there today. We talked about that with Nimrod and talking about how, where could we possibly diversify a little bit, and maybe Coke on an upgrade right there today, up 1.5%. So yeah, good name there. Thanks, Brendo, for bringing that to our attention right there. Okay, so the only trade that I'm working with 3 trades here, but the only trade that I'm like super excited about really would just be SMCI, only because it's actually moving around a little bit. We've already exited a lot of our position here on advanced micro devices. It just did bounce off the 200 period. This could be another area to look short there. Another name that we don't cover that much here because it hasn't split yet. And when will it split is the question, I guess. And that's going to be Netflix. Netflix almost at $1,000. You do have a split name reporting tonight that I think they will announce a split. And that's going to be Costco. Costco up at $1,000 right now.
It's about time.
I mean, you guys want to talk about a break of 1,000. I mean, that could be a key level, but it doesn't look like it for Costco today. It got up to, wow, it took 4 digits, man. The very, I don't know. Happy birthday to Costco. It looks like maybe it did it yesterday. I don't know if that was in the pre-market or not. I guess we could just do this and find out. Yeah, so it did have 4 digits yesterday, but it had it again at one point there today. Watch out for Costco. I mean, again, obviously we love the stock, we love Walmart, we love all of these names, but at the end of the day, it is really heated to the upside right there. I like Costco, and I think that they can continue to perform well. It's always a risk taking shares into earnings. I mean, Adobe has the great quarter and loses, right? And I don't know what it's at 480 right now. I can see your position. So yeah, and that's part of the problem. So no matter what you think or what you know about a company, you don't know the CEO, and if you do, then you got to watch out that he doesn't tell you too many things. So watch out there for.
Well, if he tells you, that's his fault.
Well, you can't act on it, though, right? Yeah.
No, you can
slow down there, Neil.
You can be told anything. You just
here.
can't. Yeah, you just can't act.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. So
this guy wants to run his mouth. You can just. Sit there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, the CEO of Costco wants to come on and leak earnings, or CFO or something. We're down for that. But what I was getting at is like they could have a great quarter. I don't know what's in the pipeline for them. Obviously, with Christmas just around the corner, my family was at Costco yesterday, and I believe the bill was easily north of $700-800. So that is what it is right there at Costco. Just a normal day, like a normal Friday, is $500 or whatever day it is. So
yeah, you remember, you have a big family. Like
not really. I mean, we have 2 kids, but at the end of the day, Costco continues to win. And that's the whole point. I'm saying you pay more because there's some fee. Oh yeah, and we actually did get some super chats.
I wanted to we got a few super chats. I want to shout out Marty. I'm in a second SSR bounce here on Adobe. So it made the hold of the 4. The first one was holding in front of 480. This one's a trend break in front of 478. But if it loses 478, I'm out. Jackson McBride, just thank you for the super chat in general. We appreciate you. And then the Corleone family. Shout out to the Corleone family. Is there a chance Palantir can reach 76 today? So that one, I mean, the obvious answer is, hey, there's a chance anything could happen. Look, Palantir is holding higher lows. Oh, that's right. We're only going to be able to see Palantir. You can zoom out your chart if you want. Ours is since it went to the NASDAQ. But you can see what's going on with Palantir. I love lit grab reversions. So this is a liquidity grab underneath 71 happened yesterday. I wasn't here to see it. And then if it breaks out 75, if it breaks out here, 76 is easy. But the market's literally curling right now as we speak. So you're getting the market curl, and unfortunately, you've got the 75 resistance on it. So if I was not biased on this, and the market rolling at this level, I'd be looking for a mean reversion. And if it breaks it, get out. If it holds trend, longs into 76. But you can sort of see the trend line that's starting to form there on PLTR. If it holds that trend, then of course it can get to 176. But you're running into some market resistance here, as we can't seem to get above and break away from this open. That's an open top, 21.72. If you're consolidating there, I like that. Anything that's holding VWAP, I think you look for longs. That's why I like longs on Tesla. But I feel at the same time, Palantir, it's bamboozled before. The setup looks great, but I think you got to be patient with it. Let the market decide. We're into the 137.5 hold on Tesla. So if it breaks away from here, I jump out. Tesla, NVIDIA. If it breaks away from here, get out. If it breaks down, I want 136.5 into the lows. And I just heard ARM again, which we keep not pulling the chart up.
Well, I called it up. It's under that 150.
The annoying thing about ARM is, I was telling Sean, it's kind of a weird, sick joke. Every time I put stink bids on ARM, it's like the day after it goes. Like just yesterday, I was like, oh, look at ARM holding the 200 period moving average. I like ARM. I like the 200 period moving average. Look at it just holding the 50 to the 200, the 50 and the 200. I'm like, I'm just going to throw a stink bid in here. And if it gets down to 136, I'm just going to add to it because I keep never adding to this position of mine in my long term. So I put that in when I see it. And what does it do? It breaks out to 50 and goes running today. So that stink bid is absolutely not going to happen for me on our. But look at the consolidation. Like, why wouldn't it break out? Technically, this looks fantastic. Right in between both moving averages for a week, you could have been buying this, the 200-period moving average. You wait late, and then it goes. And I waited late.
Oh, show. Okay. Yeah. There's so many names to go in there and dip by. We did just get out some more AMD as it just came back in. So again, now we have 3% on that one. IBIT now, IBIT's almost $1 over there. So Options Joe is very, very excited about that one, Joey Options, because we've talked about IBIT and holding on to crypto. It's really nice to see 102 coming into play right now. So let's go, man. This is right here. It's an easy peasy play. We took it off the sticky note. It gave us the exact price right there, 57.25. So we'll see. It just wicked that. I just put it at 06. You see? So there's another example there of chasing the bid ask. Like, we could have just punched out right there. We only have a small piece left. All right, SMCI, let's go, man. Ring the register now for that one. It just got super excited again, and we had fallen out one more time of our trade. And what I mean by that is we should not, this short right here, if we're going to try to teach everybody, this short was unnecessary. Right. If you come over to the screen, I'll show you guys. This short right there, unnecessary. So this one, fine. We didn't get a full, I tried to punch short there, admittedly, but because it was SSR, it didn't. It hung on the offer. I was able to cancel. We didn't get it. Then when it ripped back up, I was like, oh yeah, this level looks okay. So we wanted the short, so we took it there, only to get blown out once it finally took that level. I was like, we're wrong. But then look what happens. Like, we become patient again, as we talked about this. It's why Tesla worked today. It's why IBIT worked, because it just came right into our position. But being patient, AMD was a perfect example. We waited for that 132 to come in. And so there it is. There's the 200 period and the 50 period. We wait for it, and it just falls right there like no problem down to the downside there, as if it didn't even go up, right? And so anyways, that was the mistake. I'm fine with that one. Glad we didn't get it all, because it would have made this even worse of a trade. But right back in there for SMCI, putting it roughly flat on the day. We are waiting for more. We just got a 20 fill. I'm in the teens, and then I still think it breaks lower through 38. So, I mean, I like SMCI to the short today for sure. IBIT is great back up. I'm pretty sure we'll get this. You know what? I'm just going to put in here. You know what? Let me just put in 02. I'm doing it again, by the way, right there on IBIT. So now I'm going to wait at 02 and probably miss it again. Do not. Oh my God, I could have punched. Same mistake again. Okay, good thing it's not on a lot of shares. All right, hopefully we get this IBIT fill, but right now, you got to spend your money somewhere. Let's go find out what's going on with the exchange rates.
Dollar strength all week, guys. Back in action once again today. If you missed it, pre-market, we brought it to you at 8:30. Make sure you're with us every single day. Producer prices coming in hotter than expected. Remember yesterday, CPI basically flat across the board, no change whatsoever. Producer prices, PPI this morning comes in a slight uptick, 0.4 versus 0.3 on the month over month overall. Was expected to be 3% in November, a slight uptick. So guess what? We're hearing from Jerome Powell coming up next week, the 18th, the next interest rate decision. So we'll get a read from the Fed on what they think. But a lot of opinions, I was reading this morning after that PPI print, a little bit more cautious coming on the back of what is expected to be two in a row there. I mean, CPI didn't follow through, but what was expected to be two in a row back to the upside. There's the dollar, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 5 days in a row, straight back to the upside. Basically anything against the dollar going to be down on the day. We did touch 108, if you remember, and change going back to the end of November. So 106.9, 107 coming into play right now for the DXY, guys. So multi-week lows, basically, for anything but the dollar right now.
We were just sort of saying the banks here in Canada are like, recommend everybody, recommend to everybody that you make sure you renew. Rates are going rates aren't going to get cut. Then they do a double pump. The Bank of Canada, it is what it is when everyone knows you're in a rate hiking cycle, or rate cutting cycle, not hiking cycle, I should say. So here we are, NVIDIA, every single time it breaks out resistance, we get out and we look for that reversion back in. It's like for every one win you get a stop out, and it's now trending higher lows into a flat top break on NVIDIA. So either it breaks back underneath the trend or we just don't trade it. Tesla wants no part of a VWAP bounce. Again, like it did it for you once. It doesn't want to do it for you twice. It's now headed for, it just looks like it's headed for a break at that 428. So I don't know if we're going to get the reload on Tesla. Like for me, a frustrating morning, Adobe can't hold the bottoms. It's been the Tesla long that's worked, and it's a Tesla long I'm not getting back into. I was patient for it to hold the 420. We got it the one time it held the 420, and now we're trying to get some kind of a breakout the top or a play back into VWAP. Long NVIDIA, well, I never came in looking for a long NVIDIA, so I didn't want to change plan. And it's still red and at VWAP. So it's not really giving me a long setup on NVIDIA. That's why I'm not going long into it yet. And the market is still consolidating up here. So overall, like you can still lose the bid, shorts become valid again. Like you're in a decision point where I'm not going to take this and go long a stock that I had a short idea on or that I think is relatively weak. To me, that just doesn't make any sense. And we're still in a zone where I want to be looking only for my long setups that I like long in the first place. If they're showing strength, then I want to continue to work with those. Like Tesla still looks like a long to me. NVIDIA, it has to prove it, and I'm not at that point just yet. And then the other one, which I've been patient on, I haven't made a trade on Alphabet. Alphabet's now holding VWAP. Suddenly this looks much better. You know, Alphabet wicks the bottom. It never got to 191. I thought that would have been the low today. Never gets there, holds the higher low, and you're working back toward this breakout still valid. Like, it's still very valid now that we're holding VWAP to be able to go red to green over on Alphabet. So it's either this or Tesla for the long, for myself at least. And Tesla doesn't seem to want to give us VWAP again. And if it doesn't, my order is set for the breakout of the high of the day.
All right. Yeah, so just back over here, just real quick. So IBIT, haha, funny guy there. We got out at 57.90. We actually wind up losing. We don't lose anything, but we could have gotten out up there at 58, and we were being stubborn and trying to get the offer, which
can't be right.
Was not good there. So we just punched out anyways at the end of the day.
This is ridiculous.
So, all good on that one there for IBIT. I mean, IBIT, so right now, we're just kind of have done really well there. I mean, Tesla is going to be big for us. IBIT's going to be big for us. And then the other trade that is going to be, well, P&L number one will be, they'll all be very, very equal right now. As far as AMD, IBIT, and Tesla are all concerned. SMCI, we're just waiting for this. I mean, we just got a bunch of we got 18s, we got 20s, we got 22s off of this push. So we're short 55. So that was a nice little move to the downside, but it's not over yet for sure. Let's check out Riot.
Don't look.
Yeah.
What do you think the tap is on TTAN?
Oh, man. Titan. Okay, it was 144, so I'm going to say it's higher. So I'm going to go with 154.50.
$200.
No.
This is.
Are you sure I didn't look there, Ramin? Are you sure I didn't?
No,
look
this
there?
is actually ridiculous. Like, come on, and it's a factor of there's still only 250,000 shares into the open, which is an infinitesimally small number.
$200.
It's a $71 issue. The tap, it just went from 200 to 268. It's now gone full, okay, I can't see. It's gone full nonsense. Tesla just broke and is probably going to be a fail break. It's absolutely ridiculous there. So Tesla just broke to 28 and we'll see what happens. But no, if I wasn't taking it before, I am obviously wanting zero part of that opening on Titan or whatever the heck it's called. Tesla broke to 28, but if it's not going right away, what the heck? Oh, sticky keys? No. Okay. No, I thought I disabled that.
I know, that's the worst
that's
when
fine.
they show up.
Yeah,
Like
I got to double check
too much, and all of a sudden it's like you want,
No, like that's the sticky key thing is one of those features. Like I swear I got that. It happened the other day, and I thought I got rid of it again. So Tesla broke the 428. I'm getting some out the $0.50 because it's not really going that fast, and that's where my out is. So if you go here's 427.5. I'm taking this break with a stop underneath that local high for 50 pennies. So when it gets to 50 cents, we're going to take some out. When it gets to $1, we're going to take some out. And then if it gets to 430, we're definitely taking some. I don't know about when.
You don't think so?
I'm trying to put into context how ridiculous that Titan tap is, but I can't actually think of an IPO that was this ridiculous in a very long time.
Hopefully it slows down.
Yeah, like if it opens up closer to like 100.
What did you say it was?
It was
Well,
no, it was 200.
Now. It's 250 now.
It's 250 now. So I mean, this is ridiculous.
It's not going to open up at that.
That is
price.
ridiculous.
It's not. If you come over here right now, I mean, Neil just showed it again anyway.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I don't think it's opening at that price. That's...
I'm kind of...
We can't do anything about it. You can't short it right now. You just have to sit there and wait, right? And I mean, I think that's unfortunately something that
Right, Tesla's retesting. This might be a fail break.
Okay, yeah, so I'm still on Tesla here looking at this as well. 428 move upside there, just gets as high as 429 and change. But this is what happened to us yesterday, man. A lot of this is like you got to
it's back under the 50.
Yeah.
I'm out. The break, I think it wicked the high of 429.44. I took out less than half.
Damn you, Tesla.
So it's kind of more of like a flattish trade. But again, if you're trying to hold, for me, if I'm trying to hold for 430s and a bigger win there, then I don't mind just getting out of that one. If it holds a consolidation above, great. But the other day, and I'm just going to show you, the other day, this is the 400 break. It ends up down at like a 380. And if you fought this, you got absolutely shellacked. So the breakout trade initially works for you. You scalp it out. If we end up holding above and consolidating above, that's a different trade. I don't mind. My style of trading is always going to be, don't get rinsed on this. If it pulls back into 420, if it pulls back here, that's a different trade than taking a breakout up here. Make sure you're not holding breakouts forever. It might end up working, great. We'll find our way back into it. If we're going to 430, there's going to be plenty of opportunities to get it back in to the upside. I don't like getting caught in traps, and if that's going to be the case, we can patiently wait for another entry. Google's not holding VWAP, even though the market's strong. The market's holding up here, so I'm going to keep looking at Tesla because it's the one that's trending up. I don't see what else is giving you that trend trade. It's certainly not Alphabet. It wasn't Apple, although that could definitely be changing. Okay, Apple's actually holding out pretty nicely here, although it's got a bit of a, I don't know what you want to call that formation. Maybe a chartered market technician will tell me what this looks like. It's kind of a bull flag, but you're making lower highs into it. So Apple could still make its run, but Tesla, still the one that I want to look for that long. And even if 28 didn't quite work out the way I would have liked it.
Yeah, Tesla, it's still there, right? It's still there right now. So, all righty then. Thank you for another great show, of course, here today. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, how many do we wind up getting there at the end of the day? 1.4K. So thank you so much for all of that. We're just going to wait, man. And we've been doing our own damn thing right here as well. Our style so far today has been to be very, very focused. Only 4 names today for us. That's very, very similar to what we've been doing. And it's been working out. So there's SMCI. We're going to hold out for this one. I don't have any more bids now until the floor. So hopefully we get to 38 and then we'll just view it from there. That's going to be my next play there for SMCI. As far as IBIT is concerned, we've already rang the register on this one. This will be PNL number 1 for me today. No more offers on that one either. We're going to go hit the pool and see if we can get some little laps in there. It's 11 o'clock. Maybe it's a little bit late today to take any new positions on IBIT, but we're going to throw it over to the guys. I just want to show you that 58.25 was a spot right there, just because we're still in it, looking for areas to possibly get something out, but IBIT right there at 58.25. That was the level of concern. So if it breaks through there, I think you can probably hold that for that nice little long, but until then, good luck. What are you guys doing today? Options, more. All right. Trading options, selling, buying, all of that. Plus, they're taking questions throughout the whole midday. So, all right, man. There goes Tesla again, back through 428. AMD trying to go back up to the upside. IBIT now $1. SMCI. It's going to be a fun one. All right. It's 11:01. All right. Good day trading there today. We'll throw it back over to the side, and we'll see you guys again at 2 p.m.
Tesla's trying again, guys.
We'll chat then.
Oh, where's our intro, Ram? I'm not doing the whole thing unless you do the intro. There we go. There we go. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade. That is your boy Joey Options right there in the glasses, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to shout out a proper dang paradox. What's up to you, my man? Hope everything is well. Shout out to Drama Queen. Okay, Ram. We got Jameson. We got Bears versus Bulls and Rob EV. Shout out to Yannick and Mateus Lane, Scott H. Juan, Dang Padilla. Shout out to T Money and Mr. Longshorts. Yoel Reyna joining us, as well as the Milky Way, as opposed to the Andromeda Galaxy, of course. All my space nerds know what I'm talking about. Sebastian. We got Black Sheep Trades. We got what? Imperial Music fan. I like that. H. Davis and Bilbo Bagholder. Marcos joining us as well, and Random Oddities. Shout out to JZ. Holla at you, boy. JJJ, what's going on? Rogelio Concepcion. We got Stock Census and Fiddlebeck. I like that name, Stock Census. Daniel Vargas, Joseph, and Day Trader Cut. Let's go, Yako. We got Bovin. We got Water Lover and Blue Arrow. Shout out to Jamo and Pranaya. We got Pran, we got David, Big Bob Dub. He's flexing up a storm, bro. El Sol, we got Blue Arrow and Go Hoos. We got Dad, shout out. It's not Friday yet, bro. Calm down, Dad. We got my man, Adam DeLuca. Sharif's mom's in the house. No. Mom, go home. Who else do we have? PC and NFJ. One more, Joseph. Dealer's choice. Oh, you're not loading up the chat. Come on, Joseph.
I'm in the chat, Bigums. Baby. I'm in the chat.
Dale Bigums, Tyrone Bigums. Yeah, come on now.
Tyrone.
You know Tyrone Bigums? There you go.
He doesn't know Tyrone, man.
Yeah. Just joking. All right, guys. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic trading day. Joseph.
Clayton Bigsby is
Clayton Bigsby. Oh, I can't even get to that on YouTube. But that's a hell of a show. What we're talking about, Chappelle Show, guys. If you're a fan, you're a fan. If you don't, YouTube is there to search up these clips. Hilarious, back from like 20 years ago. But you were like what, 8 at the time? 10?
Oh, man, I don't even know. I don't even know, my guy. But hey, I mean, a little bit of a choppy start this morning, Sharif, no doubt about it. Things are starting to pick up a little bit of steam here. We do have Bitcoin on the rise, which is absolutely fantastic. We're enjoying that one here, breaking out on some volume, which we like. So I was hoping that NVIDIA traded a little bit better this morning, but that hasn't been the case. But Tesla continuing with that strength, so that's something that we like to see, absolutely.
All right, we're going to weasel on over to the small caps because you have a banger of a lesson for us today, Ram. So we're just going to show them what we're looking at over here. There's a plethora of small cap gappers that I've got on my side chart. All are tradable right now. You'll notice that all of them are above the white line. The white line is the volume weighted average price on my black charts, and every single one I'm looking at right now above VWAP. So it's a matter about which one's setting up better and which one I decide to get into. CELH, not up that much, but great looking chart, up 5 and change. We got HIMX up about 23.5%. CADL doing its thing above $10, also up 31.25. You don't have many triple digit winners today, but a lot are setting up and a lot are at highs. ARQQ, quantum computing, remains hot right now. Triple D up to that 390 area, looking to weasel up above $4, and so is BTDR, breaking through that $24 area. It's well above the volume weighted average price. GOSS kind of looks like it's the ugly third cousin over here. It's just hanging out at a sub $1. It's trying to do its best to break above that buck. We'll keep an eye on it. INVZ as well, at the volume weighted average price, sub $1 name. So likely I won't have eyes on it, but Riot, Neil brought this to us earlier in the day. It's not a small cap gapper, obviously, but a great V-shaped recovery above VWAP. We'll keep an eye on HUT as well. And last but certainly not least, AMPG, a holdover from yesterday above 28%, and DXYZ every single day. We're talking about this name, up another 13.5 today, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there as always, Sharif. Guys, let's hop into this lesson. It is a little labor intensive. Not so much hands-on what we usually get into, but it's really important when you're constructing these types of trades to just have like a more thorough understanding of what's going on. So this is a little bit deeper in explanation on how to construct these credit spreads and how to write options and sell options via credit spreads, all right? So just keep that in mind, guys. A little labor intensive, a lot of information, so maybe we'll break it up into a couple parts more than what we have here. But we do have the part 2, but again, as I mentioned, there's a lot of information that we need to take in. So let's get started, all right? So this is the basic stuff, just what are credit spreads, benefits, and trade types. That's pretty much the first 2 parts that we're going to get into. And then the second half, which we can do on Friday, is the Greeks, technical analysis and stock selection. But let's just start with the first 2 sections first, all right, guys, because there is a lot of information. So credit spreads are a type of trading strategy that involves simultaneously buying and selling options contracts of the same class, either puts or calls with different strike prices. Very simplistic. They are They are an intermediate options trade that utilize a fairly simple structure and have the potential to yield consistent returns, okay? They are the opposite of options debit spreads, and unlike directional trading, buying and selling stock and your account being debited, credit spreads are the inverse. Your account is credited and puts cash flow into your account. So this is how you can construct, that's it. This is how you can create some passive income with some cash flow being put into your account. And this is why I like them so much. So let's keep in mind option spreads, either debit or credit, or a fixed/capped profit trading strategy, okay? So just keep that in mind, guys. When trading equities or flat out buying options, puts or calls, we need the asset to move in a specific direction. And in the case of simple options contracts, close significantly above or below your strike price in order for us to make a profit. The key thing, all right? So now this is the benefit of credit spreads. Credit spreads do not need one specific outcome in order for us to profit. There can be multiple scenarios that happen, and we can still produce a profitable trade. So let's compare some common scenarios, all right? So how, as I just mentioned, is that we don't necessarily need the stock to go up or down or the underlying to go up or down. We can have a little bit of leeway from that sense, okay? So bullish case, we buy 100 shares of stock. In order for this trade to be profitable, we need that underlying asset to appreciate, all right? So if it goes down, we lose our risk on the trade. There's only one scenario that allows us to be profitable when we are buying stock. Same thing with a bearish case, all right? We sell 100 shares. We need that underlying asset to depreciate in order for us to be profitable. If it trades sideways, then then you're going to sit in this trade for a little bit longer, get a little bit stressed out. And if it goes higher, you lose on that situation, okay, on that scenario. So trading credit spreads, we have multiple scenarios where the outcome can end with positive cash flow. The underlying asset can go up in a bearish trade, and we can collect the premium received from selling contracts. All right, keep that in mind. The underlying asset can go down with a bullish trade, and we can still collect the premium we received. So most importantly, the asset can move sideways, and we can still collect the full premium received for the contracts that we have traded. The only scenario where we don't collect the full premium is if the stock goes above our short call strike price in a bear call spread, or the stock goes below our short put strike price in a bull put spread. All right, so this is a really key point here. Credit spreads give you 3 times the numbers of ways to be profitable opposed to just buying or selling stock or simple legged options, okay? So you have the multiple scenarios using credit spreads to become profitable, and that's what really drew me to this style of trading, is that I don't need to be as accurate on my entry, even though accuracy does matter. But again, over time, if you're doing weeklies, you don't need the underlying to appreciate or depreciate as if you were just to be buying single-legged options or just outright a common stock, okay? So you have 3 times the number of ways to be profitable, okay? So keep that in mind. There are multiple ways to create a credit-based trade using options. In this presentation, we will focus on 2 credit spreads trading strategies that form the basis of credit spread trading, and that is the out-the-money bull put spread, a bullish trade via puts, and an out-the-money bear call spread, a bearish trade via calls, okay? So keep that in mind. So these 2 types of credit spreads are built from a combination of 2 simultaneous options contracts, as previously stated, constructing a multi-leg trade. The initial leg of the trade will always consist of selling or writing an out-the-money call. So when I talk to you guys about credit spreads, just keep in mind why I always focus on the delta, because that can give you that percentage metric of probability of profit. Keep that in mind, okay? So this is one of the key metrics that we will touch on in the latter half of this presentation, okay? So simultaneously, we buy a call or put above or below the initial strike price, depending on which strategy we are employing. This forms the second leg of our trade, resulting in a net credit into our account. So I always emphasize on, I like to do $5 credit spreads. So what I do is I'll find my support and resistance zones. I'll then go to my delta strike that I like to have my probability, which is about a 10 delta strike, telling us that this contract has the probability of 90% of expiring worthless. And that is the aim of credit spread trading. You want those contracts to expire worthless, all right? So that's time in our favor that we want to use, okay? So keep that in mind. In these basic credit spread trades, the goal is for our options to expire worthless, as I just stated. We do not want to sell naked puts or calls. Always keep that in mind. So that is why we always buy that second leg, the protective puts or calls, okay? So just keep that in mind. In order to protect our capital and not leave ourselves at risk of assignment, we must buy those protective calls and puts. So keep in mind that will, if that contract, that short contract does finish in the money, then your broker will automatically exercise that long option for you. But keep in mind, you do not want to hold on to these credit spreads so that the short contract finishes in the money. Okay, you want to get rid of that, rid of the contract before. You want to close that contract before it has the chance to finish in the money, or just set your stop loss so that you have a fixed set. So, also known as protective puts and calls, this second leg of our trade creates the spread for us. This is the style of trading we are focused on. So now I just want to emphasize here, guys, pulling up the options chain, this is not the delta that we're looking for, but I just want you to look at the max loss that is potentially there when you write an option, okay? So you're writing this 478 put on the Qs, you have a max loss of 47,000. That's quite hefty, okay? You don't want to be opening contracts when you have that type of risk on. I personally don't. But now let's see what happens when we buy those protective puts, okay? So we go from a loss of 47,000 to a max loss of $301. That's a significant decrease in the loss. So this is why you always want to buy those protective puts in credit spread trading. I get it if you're running the wheel, that's a different scenario. But in this scenario, we want to buy those protective puts, okay? Keep that in mind. So again, same with the calls. Infinite loss when you just short a call. We don't want this. We always want to buy those protective calls. And sure enough, look what happens when we do buy that protective call on a $5 spread. That reduces the loss to a max of $259. Yes, okay, that's fair. Your max return is cut in half, but I would rather have my max return cut in half and not have an infinite loss opposed to just having that naked call or put. Okay, guys, so keep that in mind. So key takeaways here about the credit spread. Multiple scenarios to create income. Spread-based trading is fixed profits. The difference between strikes is classified as the spread. Very simplistic stuff. Focus on selling that out the money leg initially. I always go for that delta strike. I select the negative one first, and then always buy protection, because you just seen if you sell naked options, the potential loss, and those can lead to account blowups, and that is not what we want to do there. But guys, that is it for now. We are going to send it off to Sharif.
Got a question for you, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's about the lesson. So
Yeah.
Paul Williams, asks as follows. Can Joseph explain, if you have a spread and the price closes between the long and the short parts of the spread at expiry, and you are assigned the item assigned in the money part? You are assigned the in the money part.
Yeah, so if your short option expires in the money, you will get assigned. But then the intention of the long option is so that your broker, once you get assigned, will automatically exercise that long put. So therefore, when you own those options, you therefore have the right to at said strike price. But when you have a short, you're obligated with the in the money now short option. You're obligated to that price at that strike price. But then that's why you have the protective call or put, is that you have the right to that option at said price. So that's why you want to always have those in place.
Sense.
Yeah, right. So that's that. And guys, if you have any more questions about this one, just put it in the chat. I'll do my best to answer as many of them as I can. But again, just totally avoid allowing that short option to expire in the money in credit spread trading. If you're running the options wheel, it's a different story. But in this case, we do not want that to expire in the money or get close to expiring in the money. That's why we set stop losses and why we buy protective puts and calls.
Tisha, I see you, Tisha. Tisha's always trading up a storm in these small cap cappers. I appreciate you, Tisha. I'm in a couple of positions right now. We're in CADL, very bull flag-ish, bull flag continuation, respect for the 10 exponential. Looks like there might be support here at 10 bucks. I'm seeing higher lows as well. I built my position. We're long 15s. I just wet my beak there at 33s, and I'm layering my orders, my profit takers above and near the high of the day. The high of the day currently on CADL is 1048. So we've been dancing here. There we go. Now we're taking out some levels. Let's see if we can take out more levels here. I'm waiting at 45 next. We got that 35 print. Now I'm long 13s because I had 3 entries on this planned, all planned DCAs. You'll see one over here that's still outstanding to defend the higher end of the trough on CADL at around 980. But guys, these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. Take your profits, set out beak wetters, right? Where's that thing at, bro? Man, I don't use it.
Oh, you don't have it here?
I have it, but I don't use it enough, Joseph. You're quick with it. I'm slow with it. Size here at 1040, about a 200 lots. I'll submit to you that there's likely a big boy hidden order in and around there. There's just not enough size here to prevent more ascension. There we go. Now we're taking out levels. Let's see if we can cross at 45s. I'm waiting at, there it is. Now we're up nicely on this one. This was a bigger position for me too. And I don't usually take bigger positions on the show, but we're going to do it for, I'm just feeling in that mood today. So we're going to set up now more orders. First of all, let me see how many shares I have left. Yeah, we got some shareage up in this, you know what? So we're going to sit at 62s. Give no. We're going to sit at 69s, Joseph, because I'm not changing that little, let's call it a habit. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I'm in another one over here.
Slappers already, eh?
I wouldn't call them that, but I appreciate you, Joseph.
Slappers.
850 here. I'm in HIMX as well. Also another one that's very respectful of the 10 exponential, looking like it's encountering selling at the $0.50, which is fine. We're long at 30s, I believe, and we're having trouble with 50. I'm waiting at 55s for the next little beak wetter there. We'll see what comes. I've got a couple of more outs on this one. Let me tell you, though, I won't be DCAing into HIMX. I don't like the look of this one's jib as much as I do CADL. So anything below that 8 1/4 area trough that we've got over here that we developed between like in the last 10 minutes of the big boy show, I will be getting out if it does breach. Okay, here we go. CADL coming down aggressively here into 10 bucks. So let me watch what this one does. Okay, I've taken out quite a bit. We've printed on it. Now let's see if this one wants to weasel on down and print that planned DCA that I have in the low 90s. Reason I got it there is it's above the 10 exponential moving average. But I'll submit to you guys that's the 10 exponential is not the line in the sand here. I would have to say that it's that 975 area that to me looks like it's a better level of possible support, formerly resistance, 975 to 9 2/3. There's a topping tail candle at 10:20 a.m. that popped into there, rejected. We dropped big to 874. So it was a big move down on that level. So I'll believe that that will be the level I'll base my stop off. So there we go. We got filled at that 992. So now I'm going to set up a beak wetter over here in at around 15s, give or take. Let's see if we can get printed. Yeah, the spread on this one is not really to my liking. So it's a $10 name. It seems to have about 7-8 penny spread. Bang. There we go. Now we're taking it out. So we're going to layer more orders here. We just took out some off that dip trade. Appreciate you again, Joseph.
Yes, my guy.
We're going to sit over here now at 23. Shout out to Jordan. See what we can get. But anything below this area right here, I am gone. Okay, this is an area crest for me. And if that's the area that we rejected off, that's the area I expect us to bounce. We don't, I'm out. Simple. Okay, so we'll keep our eye on that. And we're going to keep an eye out on HIMX. It's coming back down. Anything below 8 1/4, gone Zeno on that one as well. There's others. Triple D is weaseling on into that $4 area. I don't have it up on a trading screen, but it's this one right here. Very directional, up into 394. We'll see what we get with this one. I'll be looking to take some, I'll be looking to get in at the volume weighted average price on Triple D, which currently is around that 972. So we're going to set up another profit taker here on CADL. Bang, man, there we go, bro. Here we go. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joseph. What do you got, man?
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I'm in here on some NVDA. I'm not loving this stock too much, to be honest with you. So if we break this 136.80 level, I'm going to get out of this position. I just don't think, I mentioned this multiple times before, I just don't think semis are extremely in play right now. There's other things that are hot, but I'm just looking to see if we can get that continuation from that strength yesterday in NVDA. We had a massive gap down on this, so I don't think it's going to, and it looks like we're going to kind of curl over. We're putting in that turtle shell pattern and slowly rolling over, looking to move back down to the downside. So, yeah, we'll see. 136.60 is going to be my out on this, and then after that, I'm not going to give it too many tries. I just don't think it's in play. But officially, Burden, do you guys go for a profit take order, or are you looking for 100% every time? That's a really good question. I mean, when you get a couple days into the credit spread, I think when you're trading credit spreads officially, is that those first 2 days is what really matters, because after that, time has really deteriorated those the values of those contracts. So you're usually good. But again, if you're in around like 90% of that profit, so say you collect $40 per contract, and then by day 2 you're at $30 per contract, there's no point in holding on to those contracts for another 3 days to collect $10. So you can just close those contracts, roll them over, and repeat. But again, yeah, I don't. It's either I have my stop loss or I look for them to expire worthless. I don't really have profit targets set because the objective is to allow those to expire worthless, collecting the full premium. But I just mentioned, if you're at day 2 of holding those contracts and you've collected 70 to 80% of that premium, there's no point in holding on for those other 3 days for another 20%. So you can just close those out by just monitoring what's going on. But yeah, that's it. That's my answer for you. Officially, NVDA isn't working, but what are you cooking up there, my guy?
I'm just answering Yannick Nesbitt in the chat. He wants to know what the theoretical auction price tap for short guys is on this one, Ram. This is the what's it called? The IPO that we're still waiting for to open. The theoretical auction right now, Yannick, is about $120. I know Neil was talking about this earlier. It's much higher. Neil, what was your print? 250 at 250 at
Titan?
Yeah, I got the 120 right here. But Neil, when he was talking about it, it was at 250. It's currently at 120.
What time is it going to open?
We don't know.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah, that's one of
crazy.
those things that kind of we'll see. Here's the deal. Neil was bringing up a really good point about the paired value. So far, it was quite anemic. So it looks like there isn't that much participation. We're going to have to wait and see how this all happens or how this all unfolds. It's always very exciting when we have, what's it called? An IPO, at least, one that is, look, they're only about selling 8 million shares. So it's kind of like the same look we've been seeing with these IPOs like ARM, for example. SoftBank only put 10% of the actual company's the actual company up for trading or for the public markets, 10%. And that's kind of, I don't know what the percentage is here, but 8 million shares is light. So the whole point to say is usually they become quite volatile. Like, I mean, look at how ARM trades. When ARM moves up, it can move on big, more aggressively, I would submit to you, than some of its counterparts. So by virtue of the fact of having only a small percentage of the company up for trading or for the public markets, it becomes a bit more volatile. So keep your eye out on that. Okay, guys? All right, well, let's see what else we've got over here. CADL could do an offering. It has an active S3. Shout out to Tisha. That's always something you need to be on the lookout for if you're trading these small cap gappers, because once they pop up, they just love to do an offering. You have to look, as she mentioned, at the S3 to see, number one, have they filed? Do they have the right? Can they issue it? You got to be on alert for that, especially if you're trading big size. If you've got a lot invested in this, it behooves you to cross your T's and dot your I's. So keep that in mind. That's a great look there, Tisha. Now, I believe you got to go on the NASDAQ's website. I'm not 100% sure where to get S3s. I usually get them from my platform because I have a Fundamentals Explorer that I can go see all the documents for that specific company that would be otherwise on the exchange. But yeah, make sure you're doing your homework there. All right, guys. ARQQ was one of the ones that we were looking at earlier. And I'm still highly, highly interested in this because it is now at VWAP. And VWAP and the price action resistance at around 27.5 are almost very close to the same level. So VWAP on my chart's around that $0.75. The price action resistance that we topped out at there at around 9.45 is around 27.25. So a bit of a 25 penny buffer between both. But as I'm watching how this is trading with VWAP, look at these bottoming tails. So there are people buying it. There's a buyer here, exuberant, buying it at around 28, high 27s. The only issue with ARQQ is I can just tell by how it's trading. The spread is trash. So you're going to have to be very careful getting in, getting out. That's the cost of doing business with this one. So let's load it up on a trading screen here so we can get a better look of what the actual spread is rather than trying to make educated guesses. Here it is. Okay, yeah, 17 pennies, quick as you like, on a $28 name. That doesn't please me one bit. That's a tough spread to deal with if you're trying to trade a small cap gapper. I would personally try to get it off the $0.50. I would have to risk 50 pennies given the spread, so I would have to give it to 27. And also you can kind of see that the price action resistance, or previously a resistance area, now I gauge as support, is very close to 27. So if you're going to get in, you got to give it room. But it's also giving you a good risk to reward ratio. So for example, if you were to get in at 27.5 and you theorize that we could reach the high day again, well, that high day is around 31. So that's plenty if you're risking 50 pennies there to justify a risk to reward ratio of more than 2 to 1 there. So keep your eye out on that one. ARQQ is in play, but again, very spready at the moment. What else we got over here? INVZ, you know, this is a sub $1 name. We're trying to work its way up to $1. It's not my favorite setup, trading these sub $1 names, but you know, you take what you can get. It's up 28.5%. Looks like it's awfully respectful of the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, with aggressive dips in and around there. Like, look at this. Over here, 10 o'clock, we dip. Bounce right off the 20. You get another dip at around 11:15, right off the 20. In addition to that, you've got a compression pattern right now. This is a big boy bull flag. What do I mean by that? Well, we've got lower highs, but we also simultaneously have higher lows with this big move up. That's the pole of the flag, and that's the pennant. So look for a continuation. That continuation could come vis-a-vis a $1 break. We'll have to see. It's in play, it's doing volume, and I'm keeping an eye on it, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there as always. Officially, yeah, you can't really. You like officially, eh?
I love him, bro.
Yeah, you love him.
He knows I like him.
Yeah,
He
we like
knows
officially.
I like
officially too, because he's always asking good questions.
Yes, sir.
But just keep in mind, the credit spreads aren't really a 4 to 1. You can't look for those 4 to 1 risk to reward. I mean, you can, but then that means your stop is going to be significantly tighter, and options fluctuate a lot. Okay, so especially when volatility is kind of up there, so it doesn't work like that. It'll always be skewed because you're using your delta metric as a guideline, right? So the options market is pricing in whether or not that options contract will expire in the money or out the money. So when you're using your delta and you have a probability of profit of higher 90%, the market's not going to give you that 2 to 1 risk to reward. So what your job is to always try to keep that at a 1 to 1, because you will win the majority of your trades. But again, they're not going to be like significant wins, right? So they're not going to be massive. So the goal is whatever you collect, would it be $50, $80, $100, a couple $100, you always want to keep that RVR to 1 to 1. So whatever you collect, equal your stop loss to that exact same amount, okay? So Nick W. Joe, would you mind comparing Microsoft to Google? I bought Microsoft calls for a breakout trade up quite a bit. Don't want to take profit until 470. Thoughts? Call expire on the 20th. Okay, so yeah, let's pull up some. I'll pull up some Microsoft here for you. I like Microsoft. I mentioned that it was going to break out not too long ago. I mean, it's put in some pretty stellar days, right? So expect a pullback. And Sharif and I were talking about this off camera. It's like, yeah, we're trading really well. The overall market is, but unfortunately, we can't just go up all the time like this, especially parabolic. So expect for the market to breathe. I'm not saying that it's going to right now. With Microsoft, we are just about under 4% off the all-time highs. So take that into consideration. We broke some key resistance levels. The thing is, Nick, you don't have much time on those contracts. So don't allow, because I think you said, would you say you have the 470? But again, like you only have until the 20th of this month. Oh, Jan and calls expire 12/20 Jan and March. Okay, so yeah, you spread those out. But again, don't let time value chew up the ones that are closer dated. Maybe look to hold those ones that are further dated out a little bit longer. I do think we can continue, but just look at the price action. And you know what I mean? We have some history of this before, but expect a pullback, and the pullbacks become a little bit deeper as more extended we get. So just keep that in mind. You can manage the position, but I think you're sitting in a good position with the later dated ones. If they are only extrinsically value, so only holding time value, look to take a little bit off before that time value really starts to get chewed up. And same thing with Google. I really like Google as well too. It's my second largest holding. But this is one of the largest days it's ever put in, and I don't know in how long. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Feeling it. You must have been.
Yeah,
buzzing
yo,
yesterday.
dude. Honestly, man. Honestly, it was a pretty good day in all accounts yesterday. So we were happy about that. That's kind of what we're looking for, and I think a lot of it comes to positioning as well too, Sharif. So I've been in some of these for a while now, but again, we're in a good position and we're continuing to appreciate. So when you put in these monster days, it's good, and I'm not going to look to take any off the top because I am going to be bullish on equities for the foreseeable
you've got
futures.
quantum computing now. Looks like they've taken the lead in that regard. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I don't understand it. But she's melody.
Yeah.
She's melody. Ram's asking for it today.
Yeah, but yeah, Nick W., I think you're sitting in a good spot there, my friend. Especially if you bought those out the money calls, but maybe offload a couple of those earlier dated ones because you do have only until next week, and then time value is going to start to get chewed up on those. So yeah, good look on those. I really like that, Nick. I know you're always killing the options, so congratulations to you. I'm going to look to get into some 550 strike on Microsoft. Yeah, sorry, let me pull up Microsoft one more time here. 550. Oh wow, whoa. 550 or 450, but yeah, because those are really out the money. So yeah, but I mean, hey, if you're collecting some time value, then by all means, look to hold the longer dated ones, but get rid of some of those earlier dated ones so you don't get chewed up by.
We better answer this super chat, otherwise it may not end well for us. You want to know why? Why? Because it's coming from the Corleone family.
Oh yeah, we don't want to cause any troubles over there.
No, bro.
Sorry, man.
We're good. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Guys, thoughts on Tesla and Palantir. So I'm in Tesla right now. I'm not in TSLA. I'm in TSLL.
Hey, my guy.
Yeah, well, I'm taking after you, my guy. You're the one that brought it to my attention.
Remember I told you to use it the other day?
I was like, no.
no.
I was like all angry and like foaming at the mouth and everything. No, I'm kidding. Nothing like that happened. But here's what I'm looking at, Ram. Oh, it's the Chilean nightmare. Oh, it's Andre. Hey, Andre. Nah, here's a deal. We've been bouncing off VWAP. 3 bottoming tail candles right now off the volume weighted average price on TSLA. That's around 423.5. So we've got a 3 candle hold up. It's not a glowing endorsement that we've got bottoming tail candles because we're still putting in successively lower highs on each 5-minute candle. And the thing is about this, you're kind of caught within a tight range. VWAP 423.5. Yesterday's closing print on Tesla 420.475. So you're caught in a dollar range, but it's $1.50 range, excuse me. It's a $400 name. It's no longer that $165 stock. So we have to understand that the dollar now, it doesn't mean as much on Tesla as it did when it was 160, 200. You guys get it. So I'm looking for this one to hold up at the volume weighted average price and then give me some higher highs. We don't have the higher highs quite yet, and this is how it's setting up on TSLL. So I'm waiting here in the high 70s and I'm waiting in the high 80s for prints. Otherwise, I get stopped out through the break of that 3140. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. I'll let Joseph cover Palantir for you, but this one I'm looking at CADL. We just took out the $0.25. We're long 92s. Now we just printed 1040s. I'm waiting at the lofty area of 1069 because I want to take out the top end of this bull flag, okay? So to me, it looks like a bull flag. You may not see it that way. I do. It's a bull flag continuation, hence why I'm getting in and building my position towards the bottom end of the range. I don't have that many outs left, so if I get stopped out through the break of 75, we'll still stay profitable on it. The other one I'm looking at, HIMX, just took out the top. Again, took out 55s. Now I'm waiting. You guys know where I'm waiting. I'm waiting at 69s. Okay? And I'm going to wait there. If I get printed, fantastic. If I don't, I'll get stopped out. I won't move my order. So that's what we're waiting for here. It's a symphony of higher lows and higher highs. It's been a good look. This is the 1 minute on HIMX. You can kind of see every successive trough higher than its predecessor. So trying to put the odds in my favor, that's what we do. Nothing guaranteed up in this, you know what. All right? So keeping my eye as well simultaneously on ARQQ. It's at VWAP. It's breaching it technically, but it's not breaching it by that much. Again, I'm going to be hesitant to trade this only because of the spread. That's my concern with ARQQ. So we'll have to pack our patience and see whether we get the print or not. Back to TSLL. We're still zigging. We're still zagging at around that $0.50 area at 31.5. It's technically the volume weighted average price on TSLA. I'm waiting for a print in the high 30s, come what may. You want to have a look at Palantir for our man, the Corleone family?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
absolutely.
It could be bad.
Yeah, it could be bad. We don't want to go down that road at all. So they'll find where we're at real quick. So we don't want we don't want to cause any problems on that front. Yeah, I mean with Palantir, it's been on this epic run. I expect this type of pullback. You can't go parabolic like this all the time. So as you can see, this can be expressed as some exhaustion volume here with that massive engulfing session. I do think that Palantir continues to the northeast eventually, but again, this underlying needs to breathe a little bit. Expect some pullback, expect some choppiness up here before you take that additional leg higher. But again, for the longer term, I'm not saying immediately, but within probably by next year, we do see a one in front of this underlying stock here. But again, right now we went on this monstrous run up over 100% since early November. So expect it to breathe, expect it to chop around a little bit before we make any new highs. Expect for a pullback. I don't know where you're sitting. If you want to sell some cash secured, collect some premiums, you could sell the 60s, and if you get filled around there, I think you're sitting in a pretty good spot. Again, 65s even as well too. But again, when stocks are this extended, expect them to pull back a little bit, and I think that's going to be the case with Tesla, even though we are slowly starting to grind higher. But again, we can only gap up so many times and continue on this like 45-degree angle for so long before the stock decides it wants to pull back. But yeah, I think the boys think we see a 5 in front of this by next year, and I agree with them on that front. So yeah, again, let it breathe, let it pull back, let it chop around a little bit, and then be precise with your entry when it does decide that it wants to break out some more. All right, guys. But yeah, the poll's looking good, guys. We got 800 votes so far. Continue to vote on what you want to look at. What did you vote for?
I voted for Softy because it got a nice little bump there, up 1%. It's weaseling on down to VWAP too, so I could absolutely be persuaded to get into Softy. What do we got in the poll? I totally forgot what I put on. Adobe. We got Microsoft. We got HUT and DXYZ. DXYZ doing better, Andre, than I thought it would be over here. 17.
I voted for DXY.
You did, eh? Yeah, it makes sense because we all love SpaceX. Yeah. Adobe getting some love as well. The earnings, I don't want to call it a loser because I don't think it was a bad report. The guide was light. But as Sean brought to my attention in the morning, he's like, sometimes when it's a light guide, it's kind of like that old adage, under promise and overperform. What is the old adage? Like you under promise, but you outperform.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
I think that's what you're getting at. Yeah.
So that's kind of the look. Maybe that's what the modus operandi is. In any event, let's talk about BBAI because I was asked about it, and then I'm going to cover Go EV for black sheep trades. I told you where I want to get in there, but we're going to look at BBAI. I believe our man Gomez in the morning was looking at BBAI. He was looking at a whole bunch of AI names. This one's red on the day. Looks like we closed in and around that $3 area, guys. Look, this is not my type of trade because it's trading below VWAP. It's in my opinion, or under my system, this is a short. I'm not taking it long here. It seems to have resistance at the 50 exponential at that 285. If it does take out that 285 and wants to go green, it's a different story here on BBAI. But to me, on the day, not really to my liking. Let's look at Go EV. This is a sub $1 name. I was telling Black Sheep Trades, I like it at 21. In fact, he's the one that was telling me, Weasel, what do you think about weaseling in at 21? I said it's a good look because at the time when he was asking me, it was right here. It was at the volume weighted average price. So I said, that's a fantastic look. It rocketed up off that level. It went up 38% from when you asked me to that top at 28 pennies. Sure, it's 7 pennies, but everything is relative. I like it again, possibly at 24 pennies, because look at that area top over here at this candle at 1040. We kind of weaseled on up, came back, held VWAP. So maybe look for the 10 exponential retracement or that 24 penny area. Shout out to Black Sheep Trades. BBAI, it's up and to the right. Not parabolic or anything, but it's a good look. We're still waiting on any print here on TSLL. It's coming right back into our entry, but that was the whole idea. I'm waiting at VWAP, and I'm not really going to take it out unless I get stopped out or it dips in. All right, CADL, what a trade. We took out 69s just like that. We are long on CA, where we're done. That's the last, that's the, yeah.
That was the, all right, well, that's bang. Well, you want that. You got it right at the nick of time there.
I'm not going to complain about that.
At the nick of time, baby.
So what we're going to do is we're going to clean up our orders so that we don't get printed on the way down. So really happy with how I executed, guys, on CADL over here. Guys, chart, yeah. 1069, technically we took it out. It's still in play. To be fair to CADL, it's above VWAP. It's above the 20 exponential. And, it's fighting with 10 right now. So this could be another entry right now on CADL. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to take my profits and run. But this is an interesting move right now on CADL. Breaking through the top at around 10.5. It looked like the top was. You get, and this is kind of totally typical for these small cap gappers. You get a breach and then a big huadunk rejects all the way back down. But you got to love that it holds up at that $10 area CADL. We're going to keep an eye on that. HIMX coming back down, so it doesn't look like it crossed that 60 penny area on HIMX. I'm waiting at 69s, back down to 42s. Packing my patience. We're going to keep an eye out on that one, and we're going to keep an eye out on TSLL as well, Joseph. All right, here is ARQQ. So that 75 penny area, there was a buyer of note that won't be convinced otherwise. Why? Look how many times we weasel on down and we hold up at 75. Now, mind you, I was not watching the book while this was trading at 75s, bro, 50s, excuse me, 2750s. And now it's almost at 2820. So this is holding up. Again, the only beef I have with ARQQ is the ridiculous spread that it has on 17 pennies right now, 2 on the bid, 19s on the ask. I don't like that. Decisions, Joseph. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my rules. I don't like it. I'm just gonna let it cook, do whatever it wants to do there. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm in here on some Riot, Sharif. We're looking to, well, my good buddy Greg V pointed it out, and I'm like, yeah, good point on the opening drive there, Greg. We're up about 10%, over 10%, just under 11 on Riot as Bitcoin continues to move a little bit higher here. So let's see if we can continue on this trend. We're going to go for the high day. That 5-minute orb is really strong, but unfortunately there was no continuation on that. It pulled back really deep and then tested the bottom of that 5-minute opening range, which is totally fine, but has since recovered. I don't know if it sticks out like a sore thumb, but to me it absolutely does, and I'm going to point it out. But I would like to see you guys in the chat. Like, what am I talking about when I say something is sticking out like a sore thumb? And I talk about this day in and day out. So if you guys want to point out what I'm talking about, that would be absolutely fantastic. But I'll mention it right now. And it's this, all right? It's this candle print right here. It's an absolute beautiful reversal signal. We like it. We have that heightened volume with that closed hammer candle. This is the stuff that I look for when I am looking to trade reversals. This can give me some more conviction within the setup, especially when you have a strong opening drive like that and then you sell off on lower volume. I don't say expected, but just look for those eventual turnaround signals, okay? You may have been like, oh, that's a deep pullback and got faked out by that one. Once it breaks the low, the thesis is invalid. That's totally fine. Sit on your hands, wait a little bit, because the chances of another one of those prints showing up relatively soon is there, okay? So just keep that in mind. Give yourself enough risk and time to allow yourself to get into those other entries, and those signals will turn up if the stock is going to turn around, okay? So you can look on it from multiple time frames. 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, etc., and just get comfortable with those reversal signals. I only use the 5 and the 1. I'll use the 3 minute kind of later in the day sometimes, but that's something that I really focus on. So I had conviction within this trade. We moved, we pulled back, started to trade higher again, and then we pulled back into the volume weighted average price, and now continuing that trend, looking to break these key pivot levels, which I really like. So if we can break that, then I think we can go and test the high day on Riot. Unfortunately, I don't have too much size on this one, but that's okay. Let's see if we can continue to appreciate on Riot. But I just want to point something out on the encrypted one, Bitcoin itself, the underlying asset. I'm going to be frank, I don't know how much I like this pattern right here. I mean, it's really nice that we're sitting on top of kind of that resistance zone that we pointed out the other day. But I want to see a little bit more momentum and volume in this breakout, which hasn't been the case right now. I'm not saying that it can't step in, right? But again, at this point on that breakout, I would like to see kind of those after hours when those secondary markets are starting to kick in, like the Euro and Asia, that we push really strong and then continue that northeast trajectory. But as of right now, it's kind of been a little bit of a choppy mess on Bitcoin, but we are sitting on top of a key range, which I do think is a positive, but I would like to see a little bit more momentum on that breakout there. Sharif, what are you cooking up?
We got stopped at a Tesla, Joseph. It broke VWAP as the future took a bit of a downturn there. So we're breaching right now key areas on the NQ December contract. That's that 700-point area, 21,700. Also of importance, the volume weighted average price, which was a little bit low, that 700-point area, 21,693. Very similar, and we've talked about this before on the show, where you have key areas of support and resistance that are awfully close to one another. Which one do you use, or do you account, so say you're long, you just put your stop below the lower of the two. If you're short, you put your stop above the higher of the two. That would be my submission to you, given that they're awfully close. But this is sending the futures now in negative territory. On the day, we're breaching 21,675, so we're coming into that 75-point area. It looks as if we did have price action support in and around that 50-point area. The what's it called, 8:30 a.m. candle found support there after we got PPI. The PPI print at 8:30. We also, the closing prints after the opening range also held up at about 21,650, despite the fact that the wicks go all the way to the quarter point area. Look where the closing prints are on all three of these candles, all in and around that 50-point area. So we could realistically find support at 21,650. We're at 75. We're fighting with 75 right now. Let's see what we get with the future, because it seems to be, obviously leading the way to the downside for some of these Mag 7. Case in point, you have the breakdown of Tesla. You're also getting a lot of blood today on NVIDIA, 2.25. You can rest assured NVIDIA will be on the 1 p.m. poll, because now it has got a decent down day that we can speak about here, 2.25%. As we come into that 136 area, Joseph. We should point out, though, that the local area low for NVDA takes us back, I believe, on the 10th, which was Tuesday. We weaseled all the way down into that 134 area. So we do, number one, we have a couple of things here. What you can have a price target, a profit target, I should say, for the short, in and around 134 if you're really feeling lucky. You also have these areas over here at around 135. That is yesterday's low. So you got 134 for Tuesday's low, 135 for yesterday's low. Currently, you could say technically it's below 136 right now for today's low. But again, all the closing prints on NVIDIA north of 136. So
there's a good question in the chat for you. So it's by KGP. Sharif. Yes, AKA with price action going so quickly. Did you?
Yeah,
okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't really pay attention. Yeah, it is a really good question.
Are going to be worried about that. So I said to KGP, if you're worried about the price action moving too aggressively, identify an area that you like for a long or short, throw out a resting order. Here's what I mean. Let's show them, Andre. So, for example, my platform allows me to do this. Some others don't. That's fine. You can do it a different way. So let's just say I want to buy NVIDIA at 136. So I go ahead and I weasel on over and I put my buy order right there at 136. So you see that light blue line right there? That's a buy order, and I can drag that buy order. Oh, I don't like 136 anymore. I want 136 and a quarter. Put it there. The point is to find that key area of support or resistance that you want to get into. For that name at that area, in case it's just moving way too quickly. Old man hands can't hang. I always say that about myself. So get around that by throwing out resting orders. That works both ways though, my man, KGP. You can put your profit takers out in the same way. So for example, if you were to get long 136 on NVIDIA and it moves up to 137, you don't necessarily have to be staring at the screen the entire time. Put out those resting profit takers at the level that you've identified, and then come what may. Same thing goes for your stop loss as well, to prevent excessive losses. Throw out your stop there, a hard stop. It's a resting stop. You don't need to be there for it to trigger. The computer will do that obviously for you. Now, having said that, is that always the safe thing to do? Not always, because as you've seen on the show, sometimes your stops get blown through because there's a lack of liquidity. And so the price that you've told the computer, hey, get out here, well, there's no shares, there's no liquidity in that area. So it ends up getting blown through, and then you're actually still in the position despite the fact that you put a stop. So you need to be careful with that. And you need to know your system and your style, your platform. You need to know all the nuances about that before you really feel comfortable throwing out orders and not being at your computer, okay? But hey, a lot of people do it. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's talk about the dead one, Apple, because it's very much, I don't want to say it's an inside day, because we did technically make a lower low than we did yesterday, but it kind of feels like an inside day because the low is just so superficially, it's superficially lower than yesterday's low. So 246 yesterday, technically the low. Today we got to 245.68. We're right back up near the high of the day on AAPL. It's been putting in higher highs, higher lows, but there is a seller of note, it seems like here, at least for the moment, at 248.60. So the high 248s, maybe 248.5. It looks like the closing prints. So we'll keep an eye on Apple to see if it can continue ascending. But yeah, good day yesterday, breaching that all-time high. And we'll definitely keep an eye on it because it's in play, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone at RamG in the chat asked me to do some Broadcom technicals for them. They are reporting after the bell, guys, so keep that in mind. We do have these, look, I didn't even mark this. This must have been marked from before. So we have those really key resistant levels sitting around $186 there. It is a red day as is the overall market. So that's nothing to be overly alarmed about. But again, we do have that report. I don't know if you want to be holding any equity going into this report, just in case the street doesn't perceive it very well. But as of right now, I would wait. If this report is taken well by the street, and we break those key resistance levels around 186, then look for some continuation. But again, the boys were talking about not Broadcom. Well, what just reported there?
Adobe.
Adobe, right? They had a fantastic earnings, but then the street didn't like the guide. So if the guidance is lowered, then just keep that in mind. That can give some negative sentiment to that underlying asset. So just keep in mind, wait, be patient. If you're looking to play the straddle, that's totally fine. I'll pull up the options chain. Actually, I'll do it right now, now that we're talking about it, because I like doing this for options trade. So let's take a look at some of the open interest and where we got high levels of it, folks, for the session. So yeah, the highest level of open OI seems to be around that 190 mark. Okay, so that's reasonable. And then let's see to the put side. That's on the call side, folks. So let's take a look at the put side. So 167, there's some open interest along those lines too. So just keep those two price targets in mind. We do have open contracts around those levels, which is good to see. But again, there's a little bit more to the call side, which is a positive note. 185, 190 is those options. The most open interest on the call side. So yeah, again, just wait unless you're playing a straddle or you're really in the money. I've been holding this for a long time. Don't try to anticipate anything. If you have an earning style of play, then yeah, sure enough, go ahead and execute, but make sure all those criteria are met. But again, it's just basic technicals. That's all I can give you right now as we are chopping around in this range. Is it going to break out on earnings to the northeast? Possibly, but is it going to go and test these other potential support levels? There's also a chance of that. So just be prepared. Let that print settle. Let's see how the street takes it, and then you can readjust and reassess from that standpoint. Okay, guys? We got a super chat here. $5 one. This one's for you, Sharif. Google making stair-step pattern. You like and sound making bull flag. Nick W. Thanks for the super chat, my guy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Nick. I see you, Yoel. I'm going to answer your question in a second, Yoel. I appreciate you. Let's talk first about goggles. Here it is. Goggles, very inside day, guys. Well, very subdued day. And it is an inside day, actually, too. Okay. Very subdued day, but that's okay because this thing's rocketing up the last couple of days on quantum computing headlines. So it's kind of caught in a bit of a range. If I really whip into my head, I feel like we're putting in higher lows with a flat top through 195. That's just my perception that there is resistance at 195, despite the fact that we closed out at 195.40. Today, 195 seems to be a bit of an issue. Multiple topping tail candles through that level. I'd say, with the higher lows and that flat top, this may end up going green. We're only down 1/3% right now. If you're looking at building your position on Google and you're bullish on it like I am on the day, I would say get in on a trough area, like you had this area trough, this area trough, this area trough before you make new highs. So put a dip trade, for example, maybe at VWAP right now, which is 194.25. That would be my suggestion to you for goggles. But you also asked about SOUN. So let's have a look at SOUN here. I don't have it up on the what's it called? The side charts, but we're going to throw it up for you. SOUN having itself, I don't know, what is it doing today? Let's take off the CLH, and we're going to put SOUN over here. SOUN, what do we got? We're up 2% on the day, though. Yeah, look, we're holding VWAP on SoundHound, and I also like the fact that there's price action support. We're the same area where VWAP is, around that 13 2/3, 1366. Generally, that area, look, you 4-candle hold up at VWAP, which also shadows price action support. So I would, if you're going to get long, I would put my stop through the break of yesterday's close, which is 1355. So it's a good move up, but you're definitely getting some selling in that high 13 or 13 mid 80s, high 1380s. So not a bad look there. I'm going to keep it up on the side chart. It's one that we always watch anyway. Shout out to Yoel Reyna, $5 super chat. Super chat's coming in fast and furious. You saved me, I'm assuming, from Adobe. Also, I thought we were going to show off videos of Joe knocking out people in the ring. My man, you missed it. We did show it. The dude got clapped. And we could show it again. I'm sure Joe would be more than happy to enjoy that. Yeah, we'll show it a little bit later on.
Who said that?
Yoel Reyna.
Oh, I thought you seen it. Yoel, you weren't here.
So.
Yeah. I mean, and that was a while ago. So surprised that you remember that. Yeah, it was a hot minute ago. We're on to the hockey highlights now, so maybe we'll get some of those rolling. But yeah, we can play that knockout any day of the week. I can watch that for hours probably.
Send it to Ram.
Okay, we can watch that for hours.
Andre's on the ones and twos right now, but yeah, I'm going to send it to him soon. All right, guys, I got into a new position here, Go EV. Shout out to Black Sheep Trades. I'm already wetting my beak there, but I've got a planned dollar cost average. This thing is up 110%. Okay, it's a 25 penny name, 25 penny name. Let's talk about this because there's two. There's EV Go and there's Go EV. They're not the same thing. One's an EV company, they make EVs. One's an EV charging company. This is Canoe.com. So Go EV's .com. Canoe Incorporated. It's a mobility technology company with a proprietary modular electric vehicle EV platform and connected services initially focused on commercial fleet, government and military customers. Doesn't matter, they make EV platforms. So why are they up on the day? That's a great question. I don't know, because I don't see anything in my blotter to account for that. And I'm looking at yesterday's entries as well. Nothing from yesterday. I'm looking at the 10th. Nothing from the 10th. How about the 9th? Well, they got this from the NASDAQ on the 9th. Canoe Incorporated received notice from NASDAQ that they're not in compliance with the minimum bid requirement. Well, why is that? Because they're trading sub $1. And the NASDAQ gets very upset when any of their stocks trade sub $1. So in other words, they got to weasel on up above $1. Well, how do they do that? Well, they can buy back shares, you can have insider buying, or they can split. They can reverse split. So for example, if you hold, say 100 shares of Go EV at 25 pennies, they'll split it. They'll do a 10-to-1, and then they'll bring your shares down to 10 shares, but you're also trading at $1.25 rather than 25 pennies. So there's no effect to you in that sense. In any event, it seems to me like maybe they're working their stock a little bit higher to gain compliance, because I don't personally see anything here to account for they're up 107%. Doesn't matter though, we're going to trade the technicals on this. So if it breaks down below 24 pennies, I'm out. Why is that though? Because there's support here at 24.5 pennies. That's an area trough, but it also shadows this area, which is an area crest, which is at 24 pennies. So we know from technical analysis lessons that support becomes resistance and resistance becomes support. So that's my level for an out. I'm keeping with that idea. I put a planned dollar cost average at 25.5 pennies to get a bit more size, because I'm sized lightly here. I'm only in it for you, Black Sheep Trades. You made me feel bad for not being involved in this one. And I see it's up 110%. I feel really bad about myself. No, I'm kidding, of course. So we're in this. We're in with small size. So we're going to look to plan our DCA, plain dollar cost average, in the 25.5. Joseph, we wet our beak already at 28, and now we're sitting at 30s. Come what may, sir.
Yeah, that's it. The people want to see the video again, so
it's
all right. It's all right. But I think
people ask and they get,
and they receive. But hold on, should we let the anticipation build up, because it is 12 o'clock, and we have Neil with the lesson of the day.
Get it, sir.
Thank you very much. Your lesson of the day is going to be brought to you by WorkSport, ticker WKSP, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. They're a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growth revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP. So discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Oh, I see that cold winter. And apparently, I don't love the cold winter, but we want to shout out to WorkSport. And look, this lesson is when is a strong setup weak? When is an uptrend a fade? When is what you're looking at deceiving your eyes, because even in a strong stock, there is a seller and a wall of sellers, and how do you identify them? Now, NVIDIA is catching a bid right now, but I want to talk NVIDIA and I want to talk Google. Because obviously I didn't get back into NVIDIA. It's funny things happen when we finish the morning show. Sometimes, I get it, we're sitting down for a while, you get up, you go to the bathroom, move on to something else, you got emails to answer. I don't have a good excuse for getting out of NVIDIA, but the reason why we were short at this level is you just want to look at sometimes what happens at a particular price, right? So NVIDIA double bottomed 3 days ago, right about 137.5. Then you had the big down day where I was in this mean reversion where it tried to bounce here at 137.5, rejected that level. Then yesterday at the open, what happens? Twice it rejects that level for a sell. Eventually, the breakout past this level is where you get the continuation. You gap under that at the open today, and that same level where it's been running out of steam and struggling for a couple of days in a row ends up being the short zone. And what you end up happening here is it's easier to be short in here in a reload. But you get a double bottom. And when you get a double bottom, a lot of people are looking for that blowout long. But what ends up happening is you get a double bottom into the same chop resistance zone. So even though it's making higher lows going into it, the sellers are still here at this particular price. And suddenly you've got a level which turns into something I call like an over-under. Well, if it ain't over it, then you better be long the bottom, because longs in here have not been good. They just haven't. So a lot of times if you hear like an over-under or this stock is above VWAP, but I still would want to short it, that's because it's underneath the sell zone. And you've been observing that price action. At the end of the day, VWAP's a line on a chart and higher lows and all that kind of good stuff. It's fun, but if you run into a place where there are large wasps of sellers or buyers, if you're going the other direction, it just isn't going to matter. And when you're in one of those zones, you want to open your mind up to the fact that the risk to reward trade at those prices was to go short. And there's nothing you can do about it. The more extreme example of that, which I'm saving for now, is Alphabet. This is the one where you're still even seeing it happen now. Don't get me wrong. I still have eyeballs on Alphabet for a break above this zone. But you cannot ignore the fact that a stock breaking a 52-week high yesterday runs right into a 195 and a third, closes right at that price, loses that price when we have PPI and jobs data this morning, and then look at the selling underneath that fresh high. You get an all-time high close, and then look at the sellers right underneath it. This is the more egregious example of an over-under. My unwillingness to short this level when I kept seeing it over and over again is a huge fail. I was only ever willing to let's go long if it breaks away from it. I'm still waiting to go long if it breaks away from it. But you can see, sell, sell. Look at the wicks and confirmations. If you're a day trader, you can be selling just underneath the 95 here with a tight stop. You're getting into 94, you're getting into 93. Even when it's winning small, you're getting in the 70s, you're getting out at the evens. In here, you're getting in at the 80s and 90s. You're getting out at VWAP, 50 to 60 cents, maybe even 70 cents of a winning trade. It is obvious at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times you could have had the short underneath the previous close. It doesn't matter. Everything else about this is a bullish chart. The daily chart's a bullish chart. You pull this out, you whip this out and zoom it out further. You're like, my goodness, look at how good of an upward trend that is. I get it. But unless you're long here off of this low or you're breaking away, the money made as a day trader was just scalping the short side of that trade. Because there's a supply zone at that price. Somebody is selling in front of the newly made 52-week high on Alphabet. And I'm sitting here wanting it not to be true because I think we see 200 if we can break this out. But if it never breaks out, then you've missed a golden opportunity to simply observe that there is a seller here. And joining a big seller or joining a big buyer is the better way to trade if you can do it. So your lesson of the day is, regardless of what you want to happen, if you see an obvious buy or sell zone a couple of days in a row, you've got to listen to it because it'll give you that low-hanging fruit trade. Instead of waiting for that seller to lift for a long trade, you can just be taking advantage of it when you notice it. Of course, that's going to be limited to day trading, where you're taking multiple trades and multiple ins and outs scalp trading. But if that's your cup of tea, you couldn't do worse. You couldn't do that much better than that Google seller, than that seller that was clean the entire way on NVIDIA, 137, 137 to 137.5. Sometimes you can want a breakout to happen, but the market doesn't care what you want. That's the simple way to put it. If a seller's chewing it up, then you got to join it, or you can be patient, wait all day for the long. That's great, but you could have made some money short along the way. So don't ignore those big buyers and sellers when they present themselves, and when they do it for multiple days, all the more reason you should just join. It's so much easier to join the big boys than it is to wait for them to break or try to fight them. There's your lesson.
Well said, Neil. Thank you very much. Great lesson of the day. Neil Roberts every day around that noon hour, dropping hot knowledge.
As always, guys. But hey, the trade of the day poll is up. So get those votes. Did you vote? Did you?
I clicked long. I know, I'm trying to be contrarian.
Yeah. I'm going long too on that one, guys. So get your votes in there and okay.
All right, are we able to zoom in a little bit on that, or what's the situation?
Boom, night. Good night. We'll see you later. We'll see you next week. We'll see you next year. Yeah, we'll see you next week.
He's asking. What year is this? Oh, hold on. Let me try to get up. Oh, I can't.
Coach needs help here. Yeah, coach needs help here. Yeah. I told you guys. His name was Joe too. Unfortunately, I told you. Yeah.
Come on now. Boom. Look how he just sets his back foot. And then just popped him.
Yeah.
Look at the coach walk right in
there. He's like,
We're bullying
one more time. It's all right. It's all right. He was one more time for the people. Yeah.
Great. I love boxing. Look at
Yeah.
So, Joe, explain to everybody why that happened, though. Because there's a whole backstory.
Yeah, there's a whole backstory. So what happens is that you go around and you spar other gyms, right? And I was going through a lot of rounds. I was doing like Shark Tank rounds, as they call them. So like fresh guys come in all the time. And then he's from my gym. And he's like, yeah, let's do some rounds. I'm like, okay, I'll do a couple more rounds. I'm pretty tired. So anyways, we do some more rounds, and he's hitting me hard, and he's starting to frustrate me, and I'm like, I'm pretty tired, and he's like, no, one more round, and this was the third round, and before that, he hit me like some clean shots before that, and he really got under my nerves, and I said, you know what, I'm going to set you up, and I'm going to actually put some force into this next punch once I line you up, and sure enough, it landed perfectly, and we put him on the canvas there.
And
so
can I say something?
Yeah, for sure.
You're not usually a sinister person. You're quite kind. You're a very like straightforward type person. The fact that you set him up there, that must have deviated a little from your personality. He must have really aggravated you.
No, he really did aggravate me, and I mean, like that was in my earlier 20s too. So like I had the blood flowing. So again, anybody who has any fighting background, I think a lot of the fighters are chill people, even though it is kind of the tough guy business and whatever. But what's this? Play it back, baby. We got some hockey highlights here. Let's go. Play this one back. Look at this here.
Ram, you got to go back here.
Yeah, here we're here. Yeah, no, this isn't a fight. This is look at this. Boom, grabs the puck here.
Who are you here, Joe?
I'm the guy with the puck. Bam, snipe. All right, play it back one more time here. What a beautiful pass by my guy.
This is a Joe highlight.
Yeah. This is a highlight reel. Play it back one more time. So I'm this guy over here. I'm about to go creep. I'm creeping behind the D. Boom! I grab the puck off the blue line here. Boom! Top cheese right there. Let's go. This is what we do. And I dab up the D. Nice pass for the boys there. Is the D. Yeah. So hey man, walking highlight reel sometimes, but yeah, that's what we love to do, man.
I love it, man.
It's fun stuff, man.
You're getting love from the chat. Yo, Alrega dropping another $5 super chat.
Oh, whoa! Let's go. Bang.
Deserves super chat. Y'all know how to deliver. I love it.
Yeah.
Blue cheese, you don't want none of that smoke, man. Just sit on that side of the screen and all right.
That's it. But yeah, it's all fun stuff, man. We like playing sports, and that's what we do. But we like trading stocks more most importantly. So yeah, just having a little fun with that one, guys. Make sure you get your votes in on the trade of the day as well too. But again, we're putting pucks in the back of the net and we're putting people on the canvas. So yeah, we like to have fun with it. But yeah, as you said, I'm a calm, cool guy.
Yeah.
No need to.
You guys know who he is. You see him on a date. I'm sure a lot of the viewers now getting to know you.
I am prepared for if anything goes down on the TTC. Because we know how it gets on the TTC.
Wild.
So, it gets wild there,
these
my
days
friend.
up on the TTC.
Yeah. But I mean, let's talk about some of these Mag 7 because some of them are starting to pull back a little bit here. But one that is extremely strong on the session so far is Microsoft, continuing to move higher, holding VWAP really strong, really beautiful 5-minute opening drives here, guys. So yeah, again, we mentioned Microsoft. Nick W's in some Microsoft calls as well too. So that's a really good look on that front. My friend, I think you're looking pretty there on this Microsoft trade. I'm still holding. Actually, I don't know why it says I'm in Riot on the board there, but because I'm not, I'm all out of that position. I did get stopped out break even, and I didn't punch back in, which I should have. But that's okay. Let's see if we can break this resistance zone. Bitcoin is starting to pull back in a little bit here, putting kind of that indecision day on the session, just hovering around that 101K price target. So on the encrypted one, I mentioned this before. I don't know if it's going to happen now, but we need volume to step in order for us to break these key resistant levels. As you can see, we had this indecision day on BTC, and it had that outlying volume. So I think this is a really key inflection point on Bitcoin. If we break that, then the thesis to the downside is invalid, and I do think that we can squeeze to the top side. But again, it's only a matter of time. One thing I will point out, guys, is that the stair-stepping volume is dwindling. And we're not breaking it. Oh, Katina man missed the highlight. He missed the highlight reel, man. You missed it, but that's okay. He'll see it in my highlights, boxing and hockey highlights. We threw up on there. We'll wind them there. We'll see. So we'll see from there. And actually, the team that we're supposed to play tonight, Sharif, forfeited. So we got the W.
Okay. Why'd they forfeit?
It's a 10-15 start. So sometimes the boys barely speak.
Black blades for my daughter.
The tape, right? Yeah. Oh, the steel one's nice.
Is that why you guys dropped 7 hundos yesterday at Costco?
No, that's plus.
In addition to that?
In addition to those.
Man's spending a storm lately,
So
bro.
Tina Man's daughter plays hockey. She's quite good. So he's telling us. So yeah. So that's good stuff there, guys. But yeah, let's stick to the stock talk. Sharif, what do you got going on there,
I've got a couple of positions on, Joseph. I'm back in HIMX. I'd like the way that this held up at the 20 exponential, which was also the quarter dollar, and I've gotten back in. So we did really well on this initially, got stopped out for a break even for the last remaining amount. I'm back in and I'm layering my orders to see exactly what the situation here is on HIMX. Tight stop on this one, smaller size than before. I don't want to give back the move. So that's the situation on HIMX. We're also working our way in right now. We're 1 penny out of the money, less than 1 penny out of the money right now on Go EV. I still like the look of this one's jib. It's got that good price action support at around 25, 24 and a half pennies. This is the level I'm talking about right here. VWAP also south of that region at around 23. I've accounted for VWAP. I've accounted for price action support with my stop, and we'll see if this one wants to continue bull flagging it. It was a nice bull flag initially. We got another subsequent kind of bull flag pattern. We're caught right now in the range of what I perceive to be a bull flag. We'll have to wait and see whether that's true or not. 28 and 3/4 pennies is the high of the day. It's up 90%. It's off the highs, certainly though. Multiple topping tail candles when it was at the highs. We're trying to set up at key areas of support, or what I perceive to be support. So we're going to give this one the old community college try. The one I'm lamenting not having taken is Triple D. Yeah, what are you doing over there? You're wetting your beak on
No, well, you said, I thought that's what the community college try is.
Oh,
no?
yeah. No.
Is that not a little beat?
The expression is the old college try.
Yeah.
So I'm like trying to belittle myself even more.
With the community college there.
Well, I don't mean to belittle anybody.
But I mean, JUCO football is it's good football. JUCO, junior college football.
Okay, yeah, well, that's true. Yeah,
college,
a lot of people in the States say go into junior college and get into college.
Yeah.
We don't really have that here. You go to college and then you get, whatever. The point is, Triple D right now, doing its thing above $4, and this one I really wanted to work my way in. I didn't feel there was enough volume on the day or movement. I was wrong, and it's continuing to move up. 408, it's up 21%. Very respectful of the 10 exponential. Even when it did its little pullback over here, all the closing prints finish north of that 10 exponential. So we're going to keep our eye out on this one. Lastly here, CADL. We did really well on this one. Now it's back at a predictable area. The volume weighted average price around 9.5 or 9 mid-50s. There's also price action resistance initially at that same area where we find VWAP at. So this could be a pretty good area to work into your a CADL long right now. It's seeing like, I don't want to say it's bouncing off VWAP, but there are buyers, it looks like right now, at the volume weighted average price. So I'm keeping my eye here on CADL. I can certainly be persuaded to get back into this. It's a good look for it. Let's look at the other small cap gappers, because we've got 2 tabs today for small cap gappers. AMPG giving up the ghost. Riot continuing to do well, higher highs and higher lows. HUT 8 gave up the ghost. DXYZ below VWAP, so I don't really want to trade that at the moment. Not really my cup of tea. Let's flip back over here to Big Tech. Oh, wow. Tesla zigging and zagging.
Yeah,
look,
selling.
Happy I didn't get back into TSLL. I was really looking at getting back into TSLL once this reclaimed VWAP. But look at this ugly inverted hammer candle that printed on the 5-minute chart at 12:10. That is not what you want to see. This is the candle I'm talking about right here. It moves in, Joseph, into that 424.75. Yeah, it's lower highs, lower lows. Joseph, absolutely right. The trend is to the downside. But with respect to actual price action resistance, look at this. This white line over here, I know sometimes it's hard for you to see, but this white line I'm looking at, a horizontal white line, that is yesterday's closing print, 424 3/4. It goes right up to it and then quick as you like, down we go. Just like Joseph dropped that other Joe guy, it went down and it's continuing to make lower lows, Joseph. It's coming into that 420 area. We did have, some price action support in and around 420 earlier that imply, or not that implied balance, the reaction after we got the PPI print. It dipped down from 427.5. It did find support at 420. Obviously, we ended up breaching 420 in the opening range, but that's fine because that's a more volatile time of day. I'll submit to you that there could be price action support at 420 given what Tesla did in the pre-market. Careful with that, though. Obviously, Tesla very volatile these days because of obviously Elon and his $400 billion of net worth. No, I mean, really, it is moving up. It's moving up quite aggressively. So by definition, it is going to be a little bit volatile. So in Go EV, in HIMX, and really thinking about getting back into CADL here, if appropriate. Going to watch this one for a little bit longer, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff. Shreve, I'm just looking for things on my scanner as well, too. So I like to go over kind of the top volume stocks of the session. So we'll go up the top four. And NVIDIA usually sitting in first place there with about 82 million shares traded on the session. And then Riot sitting in second place with 77 million shares traded on the session. And then Tesla in third. And then, someone did in the chat mention Warner Bros. And I forgot to bring it up because it gapped up like 15% or something along the lines.
WBD?
They said this one. Yeah. So, look at that.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, it was moving. So let's see if we can find something on WBD. What is that? I'm assuming
I got it right here.
Yeah? It is. Thank you.
I got the B of A upgrade, maintains coverage, $14 price target. Oh, here it is.
There we go.
Warner Discovery to restructure, setting up potential strategic opportunities. They're restructuring, Joseph, into two operating divisions, one focused on the legacy cable business, the other on streaming. It looks like it could be setting up for a deal making where they divest likely the cable stuff because cable is bleeding. I mean, it's down and to the right in terms of users, not up and to the right, whereas streaming is the other way around. Warner said Thursday it will merge the unit that concurrently houses HBO Max and Discovery Plus streaming services, as well as HBO, with another division that includes its Warner Brothers movies and TV production. Good call out there, Joseph. Didn't have eyes on this.
Yeah. Now we got some eyes on it, though, Sharif. So let's see if we can get some continuation in this trend. We're up about 14.75% there. On this one, so I'm very in my long term. I'm very active UFC in Chicago and do come over to the camp and I do teach. Yeah, NT5. Yeah, man, I like that. So I'm glad that you train as well too. It is a beautiful sport. We enjoy that. But yeah, Warner Bros. Guys, we're going to continue to see if we pull back to VWAP. This primary trend is extremely strong. So I don't expect these pullbacks to be overly deep unless we're looking for a reversal in this trend, but I don't think that's going to be the case. We have Riot starting to pull back in a little bit as well too, but still putting in those higher lows. So that primary trend is also still intact with that good reversal candle that I mentioned earlier. So we're just going to sit on our hands a little bit here, wait to see if we can get a good price on Warner Bros. And then see if we can get that continuation in the trend. But guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. It was Warner Bros. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you for the Warner Bros. Call out there. Much appreciated. And continue to let us know in the chat. If you have any questions about the lesson today as well, put that in the chat. We're going to do our best that we can to answer that. But again, 475 votes on the trade of the day poll. Fantastic. We're not even halfway through it. So, we're going to look for that 1K target as well, guys. I'll pull up the equity curve. We're on a little bit of a losing streak here, guys. So we need to pick it up. Hopefully we get the right direction again today, and then we can get back on the winning side of things and start moving in that northeast trajectory because we do want to become positive. But yeah, good stuff there. Having fun with that. Hopefully you guys are having as much fun as I am on that one. So, but again, AMD, Advanced Money Destroyer, starting to kind of pull back here as well too. So let's see if we can continue to trade that way. The Qs in the SPY were ripping not too long ago above VWAP, but now we're chopping around a little bit. All right, so this has been a choppy day. We had a really stellar session yesterday, so I kind of expect this. it's better than a down day, right? So a little bit of sideways price action. So we'll take this into consideration. Don't look for those specific breakouts, maybe of the highs of days. Maybe we trade within the range on the session, and that's totally fine because then maybe tomorrow we get a little bit of some bullish price action, though. What do you got cooking?
I sent something to Ram, just waiting for her to throw it up there. Hilarious. Found it on X yesterday. I just want to share it. I'm gonna have like these like mini segments during the How to Trade show where if there's something funny and market related, we're gonna throw it on, and I would invite you to do the same thing as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not everything has to be knockouts, though, Joseph.
Yeah, we'll keep it. Yeah. We don't want to be violent all the time, and some hockey highlighghts maybe, and no, but we'll get
ready.
Yeah.
Okay, Ram, don't worry. It's PG. You don't have to worry. But let me know when it's ready, because I'm gonna read it off my phone, but we can put it up for everyone on the screen. It's quite hilarious. So it's a Wall Street Bets entry on Reddit. I got it off X, but it's quite funny. We'll wait for a second while the team sets it up. While we're doing that, I should let you know that I'm still involved in HIMX and GoEV. GoEV still above the volume weighted average price. All right, it's ready, says Ram. I like it. So here it is. Here's the title. Looking to marry someone with $1 million plus of short-term capital gains in either LA or California for tax savings. I have, the person goes on to say, 1 million plus in losses and split the savings. Now here's the body of the entry. Looking to marry someone with $1 million plus of short-term capital gains in the LA or California area for tax savings. And then he goes on to say the same thing. I unfortunately lost a bunch of money this year with some risky gambles and have about $1.2 million of context capital losses. I would like to marry somebody with very large, 1 million plus, short-term capital gains and split the difference on the tax savings. I'm proposing keeping 40 cents for every $1 of capital losses I provide for myself and offering you the remainder 10 cents or so, about $120,000 context if you are at the highest tax bracket. The formal agreement can be formalized with a lawyer in relation to the marriage. Slight preference for females, but open to males too. Preference is just to avoid having to explain why a straight male married a man in the future. I prefer if you are in LA, SoCal area, as that's where I'm located. Marriage would need to occur before the end of the calendar year for clarity. Despite having heavy losses, I'm not a total loser. Make several $100,000 a year. I got a good job, etc. I'm not that risky. If you're a serious suitor, we can discuss more. Please DM or chat me with serious inquiries. And here's what I chuckled about this, because I've never seen it come from that angle. But we often hear about marriages for immigration purposes. You want to get that green card, you want to get that landed resident, whatever.
But here you get married to reduce losses.
Now you're doing it for tax purposes on a short-term basis. What is happening, bro? Anyway, man, I thought that was hilarious.
It is absolutely hilarious.
I'm going to share that with you guys. Anytime I find something funny like that, you guys can take it off the screen now. But yeah, people out there doing the absolute most. But it's not a bad deal. It's not a bad deal. I mean, like, if you're okay with that whole thing and having to go through possible investigation, this, that, and the other, it's interesting.
NT5, message me back in the chat there. I'm interested on what you got going on there with the UFC. So, yeah. Sharif, what do you got? You got anything going on? What trades do you have going on? Because it says I'm in Riot. I'm not in Riot. I'm waiting for Warner Brothers to turn around a little bit here. So let's see if we get that kind of turnaround price action that we're looking for on Warner Brothers.
Yeah, you guys can reset the position board anytime you're ready, so that Joseph's position can get reflected. We're still waiting here for a possible print, Joseph, at around 8:45 on HIMX. Looking for this one to continue holding the 10 exponential. The volume's really dropped off, so I have to be careful with this one, because I think on Monday, I got caught in a downhaul in a very similar looking chart. It was near highs, and then somebody of note, a seller of note, I should say, came in, really tanked this one down. So I'm accounting for that whole thing with my stop placement now. Now, here's the situation. Go EVs at VWAP, but it's awfully close to my exit. I mean, it's going to have to hold above the volume-weighted average price. I'm talking about Go EV. It's been holding up here for about 15 minutes, bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. So we'll see if this one wants to hold up. We're only 2 pennies out of the money, but that's not really the look here. We're looking for not just to limit losses, but to actually make profits. So keeping my eye out on that one. ARQQ, I'm not going to trade this one, so I'm going to take it off the trading screen over here and put on Triple D. Where does this one trade? The New York. Okay. I like Triple D because it's been awfully directional, up 18.5% more, 18.84%, almost 19% on the day. Took 4, and now it's right at the 10 exponential moving average and that $4 area. Right at both. So if you were looking for possible whole dollar support, this is it right here. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. I could certainly be persuaded to weasel into this with a tight stop below 395, for example, but I don't think that that's the right move, especially with VWAP being at around 380 here on Triple D. So yeah, I haven't watched it trade for all that much. It's been quite directional. I think we're in line for probably a deeper pullback. If we do, maybe I'll pick it up off the 20. Packing my patience with this one as well. What are you guys trading there in the chat? Tag, Joe, or I? Triple Ds. I like Triple D. Bob Curran. Bob, I haven't seen you drop anything in the chat in a hot minute, and when you drop, you make me chuckle. Shout out to Big Bob Curran. What else you guys got in the chat there? Yikes on the dude with a marriage proposal, says Other Zinc. Yeah, it's a long shot, bro. I don't know if it's even... It looks like more tongue-in-cheek, but you never really know with these guys. All right, COO7KIX2. Sharif, can you review SENS? I think I got the wrong one yesterday because I reviewed one. You guys were like, no, I think you reviewed the wrong one. SENS. Here it is, guys. A good look. Okay, SENS. It's a sub $1 name trading at 44 pennies, but a great looking chart pattern. Let me throw out the ticker for you guys on that one. SENS. And yeah, this one is putting in a hell of a day today. It's up 22.33%. Very directional, closed out 36 pennies. The high of the day, 46, so 10 penny move. Looking to hold up at the 20 exponential, so it seems you got a bit of a 2-candle hold up there. But yeah, we're still dropping down. We haven't made any necessarily higher highs. I like it possibly at 42 pennies, 42.5 pennies for that VWAP area. We'll have to wait and see if it weasels on down there. But I'm seeing Go EV break VWAP, and that's my entry. That's my invitation to get the hell out of there because I don't want any smoke with this one. Why is my stop for the second time this week not triggering? That's really frustrating, and it keeps saying script failed. All right, so I'm gonna keep my eye on this one. If it breaks below 22, I'm gonna get out of this one. What are you doing, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm about to hop in some Warner Bros here because I do like this signal. On the 1 minute, we have that doji candle, so this could signal a potential turnaround on this one. I think this is going to be a little bit more of a slow burner, which is totally fine. We just have to sit in it a little bit longer, and we'll use VWAP as our stop there. So we'll tap in a little bit here, guys, on this one. So let's see if we can get that continuation in this trend because it is trending to the top side, and we like that. But someone in the chat mentioned Palisade Bio. Yeah, let's take a look at what this is. I'm not too familiar with this stock, PALI. Okay, so, whoa, about a $2 million market cap? Okay, that's interesting, and I don't think I see that too often. Is a biopharmaceutical company focused on developing novel therapeutics for serious chronic gastro disease. It is engaged in advancing palate. Okay, so let's take a look at it from a technical standpoint. You do see that volume start to kick in on it. Nice big engulfing candles here. This is definitely around Sharif's ballpark on this one, but I don't think we got the percentage metric that he's looking for. He likes to see those high percentage gap ups and movement on the day. But let's take a look at it from a daily perspective. Zoom out a little bit for you here. Tough. Whoa, okay. I don't know if there's been any splits, but this is not something that I would look to get involved with. That volume is kicking in. That's the only thing it really has going for. But other than that, we're going to have to move on from that one because we're not going to pay too much time or attention to that. But okay, guys, excuse me. Why am I in Warner Bros? and now it's moving to the top side. Beautiful. We like that. Again, it's the same signals. I pointed this signal out on Riot. It's essentially the same signal here on WBD. Again, you have that indecision on the primary trend. We're starting to move a little bit higher, but that's something that we like. So we might look to take a little bit off at 1250. So what I will do is I'll post Sharif there at 1250. I'm not a big poster guy, but we'll post a little bit here. Just for I added. Okay, all right. Never mind. This is why. But let's see what I can do. Why did it do that? That's okay though. We'll change this up a little bit here, Sharif. No worries about that one. And then we'll just have that post. So let's see if we can continue. There we go. 1250. We're gonna look to take our first out on WBD. Good job on the vote so far, guys. 622. I didn't even look, but I already assume which way the market is gonna want to go, or the group is gonna want to go. So let's see if the SPY can turn things around on the session and start moving. But it is time for the spiled one. The big piled one. He's in. He's making a presence, as always. Let me read it first before we say it out loud.
Yeah, it looks okay.
It looks okay. So Sharif, paint vendor just told me 6% increase January 1st. YouTube TV just sent out a 13% price increase. Further bleeding of topped out middle class.
Yeah, you don't like to hear that. You don't like to hear that, obviously. Squeezing... yeah, that's a bit of a tough look, but big spile. They got shareholders that want more and more and more profits and more revenue. It's kind of the capitalist dilemma. If you're not growing, you're going back. And that's kind of the way the whole system works, brother. I feel you. Especially, I know that I completely understand, but we get rinsed, I think, way more than you guys get rinsed down south. That's just the nature of living up in this country. Whether it's because of Forex, whether it's because of a smaller market or higher taxes, we're constantly getting rinsed, whether through taxation or higher prices. So I totally feel you, brother. I totally feel you. It's a bit of a... I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to say.
Tough go up here north of the border for sure.
God, yeah.
Definitely.
Let's have a look at Tesla. Guys, well, let's look at the MAG right here because the volume weighted average price coming in right now on the NQ December contract, which again, we keep talking about this level because VWAP and that 700-point level awfully close together right now. And so here we go again with that lower high on the future, but again, a higher low. Bit of a compression pattern with really no discernible trend. It could be a sideways day. That's fine. We made all-time highs yesterday on the NQ, so it stands to reason we have a day of indecision. We'll have to wait and see. Not basing any trades right now on this 700-point level or VWAP, but I'm keeping my eye on Tesla. And the reason I'm keeping my eye on Tesla is it's been very strong, and it again found support generally at that 420 area. Like it did wick obviously below. It's above right now going into 421, 421.50. It's had a lot of resistance, I would say, at that 425 level, which is in and around yesterday's closing print. I tried my hand at this one with TSLA. We did get stopped out. So I don't know if I want to give this one another opportunity if I don't feel like I've got a read on it. So I'm going to keep watching that one. Meta also coming into an interesting area. Meta found support at VWAP last time. And VWAP and the closing print on Meta at 632 2/3, kind of one in the same, very close. VWAP's south of 633 by a skosh. And the closing print, as I mentioned, 632 2/3. So Meta's right there again. Last time it did find a big move up from that, not like big spot, but that 62 1/3. It weaseled all the way up to almost 60. 632 1/3. It weaseled up all the way almost to 636. So you could have got dollars on that VWAP bounce on Meta. It's right back there again, but most notably this time with a lower high. So yeah, those are the situation. That's the situation right now. On the future, I don't really have anything other than HIMX. Nothing's really to my liking at these levels. Keeping my eye on Triple D because it's still holding up at $4. Could try my hand at that one. CADL did find support at VWAP, so that's a mistrade by me. That was going to be a 40-penny winner. Great 2-candle hold up there as it moves to the high side. So going to keep my eye out on those ones. Joseph, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at someone's name in the chat. It is God Emperor Almighty Forefather Trump, which is absolutely,
Wow. That's intense.
Yeah, that's really intense. And then what they said was a little comical as well too. So I like those types of jokes. But we're sitting here in Warner Bros. Let's see if we can break this 1245 level and head up to that 1250. We added accidentally on that, so that's okay. We're going to continue to hold. We still have that definitive out. So 1230, we're going to pop out of this trade, and therefore the thesis is invalid if it does go to the south side. The overall markets are kind of just chopping around right now, hovering above VWAP, which is totally fine. So let's take a look at the Qs actually and just see where we stand from a percentage metric on the session, because why? Okay. Yeah, so let's let it load up here. So we're negative on the session, but nothing crazy. Down about 0.4% on the session. So that's nothing to worry about. Again, after a really strong session with a lot of the Mag 7 making all-time highs. I believe Amazon touched all-time highs. Google did, as well as Tesla. So totally healthy in the market. Real subtle pullback as of right now, guys. Only down about 0.4% on the session. So nothing to be alarmed about right now. Totally healthy for the market. Yeah, beautiful. Thanks, Forex AU. I appreciate that. And guys, continue to let me know in the chat. Meta is a digital defense contractor. They'll be fine. Yeah, let's take a look at Meta. I haven't seen Meta. Did they make all-time highs yesterday as well, too? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah, I think it did. We're going to find out right. Yeah, we're going to find out right now. Yeah, it did. So, again, all-time high. So, a lot of these Mag 7, the mega capitalization stocks are starting to push higher. And sure enough, it's reflecting in the overall market. So again, guys, totally healthy on the pullback. Nothing to be alarmed about. We can't be mega green every day. That's unfortunate. Otherwise, this game would be significantly easier. Which market is it that you can't short? Is it the Japanese or the Korean market? There's no short.
Actually, I don't know.
I think it might be the Korean market, guys. Fact check me in the chat, but there's no shorting in one of the Eastern Asian markets. So yeah,
Is it the Japanese? Is it the Nikkei or the Kospi that you can't short on?
They're not worried about this, so we'll figure it out. Or the chat will fact check us.
Will let us know. Yeah, good call.
Yeah, chat will let us know. So let us know which one there's no shorting. But again, we're just sitting in WBD. Nothing really going on. The momentum has started to slow down on the session with Bitcoin just hovering around 101,000, sitting on top of that range. I don't think it's China. Tesla's green every day though. Yeah, on random oddities it's not, but I mean, for the past little bit, it has been, and sure enough, if you can participate in that, then by all means continue to do so, because just keep milking something that works over and over again until it doesn't. So yeah, that's the good luck.
Asking, hold on.
Yeah, for sure.
Japanese market.
Yeah, so it will figure out right now which one there is no. Yeah, pretty sure it's the South Korean market. Yeah, Wayner would know. I heard it from him. We're getting a lot of different answers. It is both of them.
Both Japan and South Korea have restrictions on short selling, but specifics depend on the market and current regulations. So Japanese market, it is allowed, but subject to strict regulations. South Korea has been more restrictive. Short selling has been banned or suspended temporarily in the past due to volatile market conditions, such as during COVID in 2020. Even when it's allowed, only certain stocks, like large cap stocks, may be eligible for short selling. South Korea often enforces stricter controls compared to Japan, reflecting sensitivity to retail investor sentiment and market stability. That's good to know, man. Thanks for letting me know that.
Yeah. Sure, Wayner told me that. Wayner told me that one a while ago. Yeah, he told me that. Yeah, he's a smart kid. Guys, 700 votes. Let's get 300 more there. We got 18 minutes before we document. I think it's the fifth trade as a collective unit. The equity curve is starting to slope down a little bit, but I'm sure we're going to turn it around today, that's for sure.
Ostentatious Productions asking a great question. When are we going to be able to trade 24 hours? Well, we're currently able to in a technical sense. I'll just tell you how. So on my platform here, which I'm not vouching for, I don't think it's the only one that does it either, I have access to a gateway called Blue Ocean. And Blue Ocean allows you to trade after 8 p.m. and before 4 a.m. For pretty much every equity. I don't know if the small cappers are included in that, but literally every name on my watch list, my personal watch list that I have here in different sectors, I've been able to see trade after the bell. Now, that's not a glowing endorsement for Blue Ocean in general, because the liquidity is kind of suspect, right? The spreads are large. It really depends. I personally would only save my trades on Blue Ocean for things like anything that happened after hours. That would be great arbitrage opportunities to weasel into. That's what I would do it for. But now, to answer directly your question, when is the market at large with all the gateways, Arca, Edge, all bats, all of them going to be available 24 hours? There was talk, I did hear about, I want to say a month or two ago, fact check me chat, you guys probably know this more than I do, that there was a possibility we would have 24/5, right? So 24 hours a day, 5 days a week of trading on all the gateways. But again, we'll have to wait and see when that happens, if it happens. But if you really want to be able to trade 24 hours a day, you do have that option through Blue Ocean. I know that I have it. And by extension, obviously, you have it as well. We're on the same,
yeah, I mean, if you really want to scratch that itch, then just go and trade some crypto or something along
and there you
those
go.
lines. Yeah,
there you go. You got the future, you got the crypto, you got currencies, Forex is 24 hours.
If you're really nicking to put on a trade and some risk, then just go dabble in some Ethereum or some Bitcoin, because that never stops. It's never ending. So you can trade that whenever you please, opposed to kind of some e-liquid stocks, I guess, on Blue Ocean. So
Sacred One asking a great question. Texas Stock Exchange coming soon. It's not really a question. It's more of a statement. Yeah, we were hearing about the possible, competitor of a third major exchange to rival the NYSE and the NASDAQ. I believe they were saying Austin. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know it's definitely Texas, but I thought it was going to be Austin. A lot of that really had to come down to some of the new requirements that were put in by the NASDAQ and the NYSE during that 2020 to 2022 period, with respect to minorities being on boards and with respect to I guess, having more women on the boards of listed companies. I think the NASDAQ is walking back some of those because they did lose a court decision, I believe, in the Court of Appeal of Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. Fact check me again. They lost by a small margin, 9-8. I don't know why there's so many judges on the Court of Appeal there. Must have been court packing. But anyway, they did lose an appeal, so I don't think the NASDAQ is actually going to appeal that decision. So it was challenged, I don't know by who, but they did lose in the Court of Appeal, which is obviously an appellate court. I don't think they're going to challenge to the Supreme Court. We'll have to wait and see. If that is the case, then it makes the argument or the basis for another exchange out in Texas maybe a little bit weaker. Who knows? That's just my little 2 cents there. I'd love to hear some of the thoughts that you guys have on there about that other exchange and whatever else. All right, let's keep an eye out on Meta. I'm liking how many times it's been bouncing off VWAP here, with the future also holding above VWAP and holding above that 700-point area. Meta finding some support at 633 bucks, I believe, or so, in and around there, Joseph. So I might weasel into a Meta.
We need a weasel here, because it's the beak wetter. It's either we're wetting our beaks or weaseling our way into something. But I just want to take a look at Mara. I know some of the miners were moving. Riot was moving earlier this morning, but this thing has been the polar opposite of what's going on with kind of Bitcoin and some of these other miners. Tough game. I mentioned why I think that the miners are in a little bit more of a tougher ride than just the underlying asset itself. Just the competition is too tough. The computers are getting better and better, and you have to keep upgrading them. It's excuse me. It's a really expensive game to get in. So again, the price is reflective in Mara here. So just keep an eye out. It's a little disappointing. I was thinking about getting into Mara, but just kind of doing a little bit of research, I decided to pass on that and just go with the underlying asset itself, Bitcoin. So yeah, we'll stick with Bitcoin. Mara just chopping around. I don't even know if they offered a dividend. I don't think they do, or anything along those lines. So again, slightly speculative, but just moving sideways. So tough look on Mara. Meta kind of having a mixed day too, around 632. I know someone mentioned Costco as well too, and I heard the boys over on the desk talking about Costco as well too, looking for that split. Yeah, so we tapped on that $1,000 mark, I think today or yesterday even as well too, just a little bit above $1,000 on this one. So yeah, I mean, okay, you got it, cool. So yeah, are we ready for that now? All right, yeah, let's fire it up.
Guys, imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool, and this is how it works. First, you complete the evaluation program by meeting your profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade with Trade the Pool's capital, which allows you to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. It's literally the best part is, you keep up to 80% of the profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go on, guys. Check out tradethepool.com. You can weasel on over to the bottom right corner of your screen and scan that QR code, or you can go to the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. And I'm a big fan of Mitch's. I think he's a good trader. And he's also quite charismatic.
Look at this Michael E. kid here.
Oh,
you
he's
see him in
killing it,
10K?
bro.
Yeah, attaboy Michael E.
Attaboy. Okay, I see
Attaboy
that.
Michael E.
All right,
yeah.
TTAN is open.
TTAN
Branko's
is
just
open,
yelled
yeah,
about
there's
it, and
a lot
here
of
it is.
people.
I've got it here. All right, here
That
we
is
go. So it's
insane.
the opening print, guys, on TTAN. I'm going to tell you in 1 second. 101 exactly. It's at 102 right now. Zigging and zagging. The spread large. About 60 pennies as I'm seeing it right now on the level 1. 99s showing up on the level 2 with the bid at 01. So it's about almost $1 spread from what I can see here. The level 2 is malfunctioning, so you got to keep your eye on the level 1, which are the top two right here. So that's your bid on the level 1, and that's your ask on the level 1. So it looks like there is a seller of note here at 103, unable to break through that quite yet. This is very volatile right now, so I should let you know this company, what is it called again? I'll tell you in 1 second. I've got all the information on it in a hot second. Yes, so it's called Service Titan. It's technically the IPO was $71 per share. They raised approximately $625 million, selling only 8.8 million shares. That is the float. Okay, so it's like almost a small cap gapper right now with a very, very small float, 8.8 million shares, raising 625 million. The valuation is about 6.3 billion. Obviously, it's trading under TTAN on the NASDAQ. What they do is they're cloud-based software for contractors, and they assist with marketing, sales, scheduling, customer service, and they're looking at helping family-run contracting business. Brendo gave the great example earlier when he was doing the renos at his place. His contractor would give him access to the plans and whatever so that he could see everything that was happening in real time. Or here we go. New high of day. It took out that 103, 104.95 now. The new high of day took out that seller at 103. It is now up 47%. That 47% is from the 70. That can't be right. Yeah, that is right. What am I saying? From that $71 area. That's where we're technically the open. Obviously, that is not what we had access to. That's if you participated in the IPO by invitation, obviously. So right now we're trading at 104.50. Looks like there is a bit of a seller there at the $0.50. I'm not going to get involved in this. That's not my cup of tea to trade these with no areas of support or resistance.
I was just about to ask you that. Do you dabble? Like, how do you look at it? There's no candles.
One IPO.
IPO,
yeah. That's not my thing. But good look right now for whoever wants it. Obviously, you're going to get volatility in spades right now, but it is a bit of a pricier open over here, so hard to manage risk, and there's obviously no equity derivatives that we can trade in exchange of it. So we'll keep tabs on that. It looks like I am getting some print here, hit prints on HIMX, HIMX, as that one just took out the top there. Now I'm waiting at the $0.50. We'll see if this one wants to curl back up. Joseph, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm looking at TTAN as well too. I don't think I'm going to look to participate in this one. It's just not my realm. There's no data to go off of. So we're just starting the prints, and I think this is just complete speculative trading at this point, even though I guess it all is. But this is not down my alleyway either, Sharif. So we'll go back to our Warner Bros. Trade that is kind of just chopping around here, which is totally fine. So let's see if we can get that 1250 fill. If not, if we break those lows, that's totally fine. Kyle, let's take a look at Tesla. I don't disagree with you on the fact that we are slightly toppy, but I don't think that there's going to be this massive pullback on Tesla just because of how strong this stock is. I'm on a daily chart here, but you asked me to break it down to the 60-minute. I don't see anything that is like, hey, we're in for a deep reversal up here. This is totally reasonable and orderly price action, other than sitting up here at the top, which is fine. It's just consolidating in this range, which is, again, with the stock that's moved up as much as it has in the past month or so, it's totally fine. So again, I don't think there's going to be a massive short on Tesla, especially because I'm bullish on Tesla, Kyle. So I added to my position before this breakout, which was really nice. So that's working out as well too on that. But again, I can't be bearish on this market, Kyle, because we're just moving higher. I think the sentiment in the overall market is bullish on equities for a little bit here, especially with the new administration coming in. So again, I like the longs. I'm going to stick long, especially because I'm long WBD as well too. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents. You could be right. I know you're printing on $20 isn't worth it. Well, you're trying to bet me now. Okay. Yeah, $20. If you want to put $20 on it, by all means, for some short-term moves. But again, I think for the long-term, Tesla is going to appreciate. Again, Bitcoin, guys, just trading around that 101,000 and change. Just hovering on the potential inside day, I think. But let's see what Warner Bros. Can do for us here if we can get that 1250 fill, Sharif.
I see you, Benton. I see you. Did we talk Arsenal already? Great win yesterday in the Champions League. Obviously, he's talking about that. Arsenal playing Monaco at home in the Champions League. Look, we beat them. We beat them handily, but let me tell you, I did not like our performance in the second half, man. I thought we gave them way too many opportunities. In addition to that, the opportunities that we did have in the first half, we didn't capitalize on any of them, man. And so that was a little bit of a bit of a Debbie Downer. Can't argue with the dub. A dub's a dub. We're now in third place in the Champions League with the new format. So there's no groups now. It's just one big table. 36, I believe, teams. 38. 36. Fact check me, chat. You guys know better. And we did quite well. Liverpool in first. I believe Barca is second. But it's been an outlying year, man. You've got like people like Man City is near the relegation zone in 22nd. Real Madrid is sucking up a storm as well. So it's been a kind of a bamboozling year in the traditional sense in the Champions League. But I do love the new format. I happen to be a big fan of it. So we'll see how that all kind of plays out. But I am happy with how we played yesterday for the most part. But there were definitely some parts there I was none too plussed with. So that's the situation right now. But shout out to Benton. Good look for Arsenal yesterday. Guys, interesting look right here with NVDA. I got short like a crazy person at generally 138 to account for that 138 area. We did have lots of price action resistance in and around this area in the pre-market, so I'm giving it a try here. I already wet my beak on some profits, but I have a feeling that this one's going to go because the future is now breaking out, and it may be NVIDIA related here. We're above the area we rejected last time at 21,725. We're at that 30-point area. So if that keeps going, well, then that's no good for me. So I'm going to keep my eye on that 138 level. Already have my stop in place here on NVDA. I see, though, some other names are curling up to the top side right now. I'm seeing Apple knock on the door of that 248 and a third again. You also, what's up? You also got Microsoft curling back up above 454 and a quarter. So good strength coming from Softy there. I was looking at getting in on Meta at VWAP, but it's been doing a 5-candle nothing. A 5-candle nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, it's holding there, so it could certainly curl up. I don't want to take my chances with these lower highs, but Meta anyway at an interesting level, no doubt about it, at that volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can get some more blood to the downside here on NVIDIA. I think I'm waiting at 65, zigging and zagging right now with that 75 penny area, but the future headed to the high side. Sharif, let you fanboy Tesla without jumping to jiggle Musk Christmas bell. What are you talking about, bro? I'm short right now. I'm short NVIDIA. Let me concentrate.
With Trader TV Live fanboy?
Yeah, I told him I liked his name.
Yeah, I like his name.
So that's a look there. So keeping my eye still on NVIDIA right now, looking for that 65 print. Here we go with the low 70s. There does seem to be some buying in and around this low 70s area. So packing my patience, seeing if we kind of reject that area and weasel on down. Oh, wow. We'll see exactly when we get there. Apple to the high side, though, taking out that third of a dollar, could be on its way into that $0.50, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure, guys. We got 850 votes on this one. We only got a couple minutes left before we start docking up the next trade. Let's get that to 1,000, folks, and then we're going to close that poll. So 150 likes. You guys can do it. Fantastic. So, because then we're going to put up the next poll as well, too. So 852. Let's get an next 150 in 2 minutes. That would be a record. I don't think we've done that before, but that's what we do. We get better and better every day. So pump up those votes, another 150, and then we will be singing our merry way onto the next trade. I want to get that in because it's looking like we're going to go. Oh, whoa, this might be the closest one of all time, to be honest with you, with a 55% to the long side and 45% to the short side. So this is as close as it gets. I think it's been mid-70s for the rest of the polls. So this is a neck-and-neck race. So, Kyle, did you vote today? It's that time. It's time to start partying. What are you in, Katina, man?
I got Titan off 101.
Titan off 101. Let's pull up TTAN. For the Katina man to see what he's at. Are you long or short this one here? Short? Short. I can't see. Another dollar club. Oh, so sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so he's long on that one. Neil was giving me a hard time too. He said short. Okay, simple quick maths on that one. Well, sorry. But yeah, I mean, hey, there you go.
We're long 101.
We're long 101s. Perfect. That's all we need to hear. So he's starting to move to that top side on TTA. And guys, what do you got going on,
just
Sharif?
getting the
you're getting this second poll ready? Okay, so Sharif's working away on that. We're kind of lagging 881 with only a minute left, less than, and then we're going to close that poll, guys. 1,000 votes would be fantastic. And what's going on with WBD? Because it just keeps tapping on this 1250. We're not getting it. But yeah, Sharif, what do you got going on, buddy?
Yeah, we're still in the short, Joseph.
There we go.
Now it's looking like it's going to weasel back on up above 138. We almost got that print at 136, 137.60s, but right back up into the 90s we go. There's not much room between my entry and my stop on this one, so kind of feeling, I don't feel confident about it, but I'm happy with where I entered because the risk that I have to put on, not going to cause too much of a loss if we do get stopped out. So going to keep my eye out on that one, but I see Apple all the way up back into that $0.50 again. Now, here's the deal. Apple's been rejecting off this same area for basically all day. Here's the area that we've been into on Apple. It's really that 248.60 to 248.50. The closing prints all look like they're around that 50 area, but the wicks do weasel on up to 60. That's exactly where we're at right now. So this could be a hell of a short on Apple right now. Now, you don't necessarily have higher lows to say, oh, well, you know what? It's an ascending wedge, Sharif. Watch out for that flat top break. Well, not really. Because look at this area trough over here. This took us to 247.73, but on this occasion, we dipped down to 247.63, so technically not a higher high. Here we go with NVIDIA. Looks like we will get stopped out as there is a buyer, or there's buying aggressively at 138. Yeah, so we do get stopped out for the remaining amount there. Sucks to be me. So we're going to just flatten out, take out all those orders. And if this one wants to reject 138 and come back down, I'll get back in. But it looks like really that the best trade, the best short right now for the Mag 7 could be this Apple short, as it is at a predictable area, 248.5, and looking to bleed some more over here. Also, Tesla back at the volume weighted average price. It's been zigging and zagging with that VWAP all morning, looking like a good double bottom if it really takes out that level. What I'd be on the lookout for is that 425 break and take. It's been rejecting that 425 level all morning on TSLA. But yeah, NVIDIA continuing to head to the high side over here. Meta did find support at the volume weighted average price, but not by that much. We're talking 50 pennies, if that at the most. So we'll keep tabs on Meta, and we'll keep tabs on the rest of the Mag 7 here, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, Sharif. Are you ready to start to document our fifth trade here? Yeah, it's that time, baby. So you know what we're going to do? Sharif's going to pull up the SPY chart.
Sir.
We're going to get our entry prices, our target price exit, and stop loss. All right, brother? So let's document this, guys. You can see our equity curve. We'll pull up Sharif's chart quick here on the screen. Ram, if you guys don't mind. Yeah, there we go. We got my man Sharif's chart up there, and then we'll pull up our documentation. All right, entry price.
606.67.
606.67?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
So we're going 6. Okay, so we got TT. Okay,
we'll go with Titan. It's popping. Yeah, we'll come back to
Here
this.
it is. So now it's
there
bouncing.
We go.
A huge buyer, the Katina man says. There's a 984 lots at 90. That's big. Okay. So that's what he's talking about there. So you have to also look, in addition to the size, rejecting your order or preventing you from ascending, you have to look at what could backstop you. There's a big buyer at 102.90, about 1,800 lots, a little bit more, and that's getting eaten away over here. We're not by much. Keep your eye out on that, guys, because this could drop off. Now, look. This could be, I would say this is not spoofing because the size is getting eaten up. So it's not like he was posting at a far away level and then taking off the order as we got closer to that level. So here we go, moving away from that, what was it, 102? I don't even remember, 102 and change that level was at. Anyway, moving up over here into that 103.50. Okay, so Joseph, we said 606.67?
606.67.
You've got all the data.
Yeah, our target price being 608.67, and then our stop loss being at 605.67. If we can pull up my chart real quick, Ram, there it is, folks. This is the type of documentation you want to do, whether it's your day-to-day, just keeping kind of this kind of information documented is really good. And you can go back and check that data, all right? So we've been long this whole way, guys. You can see the equity curve from that standpoint. So let's see what we got going on. We were at 102. Beautiful stuff. Thank you, Ram. And we can send it back off to Sharif there, my guy.
Yeah, well, call me crazy, Joseph.
Crazy.
I'm, yeah.
Crazy.
I shouldn't say that anymore because there's way too many participants up on the stage, whether it's Joseph, Ram, the Katina man. Everybody's like, yo, bro, you're crazy. I love it. So shout out to the boys. And
asking you shall receive.
Yeah, good point. So we're short again. Joseph, I see a topping tail on NVIDIA, and I'm short again over here. 138. I'm looking for this one to bleed. We're waiting for the print at 82s. That's going to be, there we go. We get the first print. Now I'm waiting at 69s. So if NVIDIA wants to bleed over here with this topping tail candle, let's not put too much stock into one measly candle. But 138 was a level of importance for me anyway, right? Because there was that whole wiffle and waffle area that we had during the pre. So we're going to post a couple of more, possible outs over here on this bad boy as it continues to bleed. Waiting at 75s. Let's see if this one wants to descend. You don't hear me often say descend because I'm usually long. Down into that $0.75 area on NVIDIA. There we go. We got the print. So let's see if this one wants to weasel on more. Come on now, NVIDIA. Let's go. Don't make me look like a fool. All right, we're waiting at 69s, but up it goes quickly as you like. We did get a new candle make a newer low. So now I'm going to put my stop on this one at 138.09, 138.10. I'm going to put it at 138.11 because that is technically the high of day is 138.09. So if we make a new high, I want no smoke. And so that's going to be the situation there. We will look to get out if it breaks above that. Otherwise, we're going to post orders and see if we can take NVIDIA short. Day trader cut. Sharif, Joseph, 30-year bond bit to cover actually 2.390. The forecast was the forecast, we don't know what the forecast, the previous was 2.640. So it looks like it was met with more exuberance, right? Because if it's got a lower yield, then there was more buying. That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Man, NVIDIA is just zigging and zagging as the future's moving up here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to keep my eye out on that. TTAN, everybody's yelling about that. Let's have a look at what TTAN is doing. Right back above that 103. Well, it's trying to break above 103.5 right now. Looks like it's being prevented by a bit of a seller in the low 40s here, Joseph. Let's keep an eye out on this one.
Yep, dude, I don't know, man. It's freezing in here. I don't know if anybody else thinks the same, but I feel like the AC is on for some. Yeah, like the AC is on, which is madness because it's minus 18 out, and so I don't know. But yeah, guys, what happened there? Did you get stuck? Yeah, what is it? No, but what does it feel like? What does it feel like? It's like minus 18. It's chaotic. But anyway, I'm warm, people, man. We need the warmth. But yeah, guys. All right. So let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at. NVDA is stopping. Bad idea. Shorting is not stopping. Yeah, I agree. I mentioned this yesterday. I do think that we have a potential bounce on NVDA. That's why I created that trade. I'll post it on Twitter later. But again, I do have that trade going on right now, the bull put spread for a little passive, $20 a contract. So that's good. We could collect that. So a nice little passive by the end of next week. So leading into the holidays. So let's see if we can continue this bounce. We did gap down on NVDA, which is totally fine. slowly starting to recover on the session. Let's see if we can hold these definitive support levels around 132, which I think that's going to be a big inflection point. I don't think there's going to be that much more downside to NVDA. I could be totally wrong, but if we open up below that, what is that, the $4 club there? Katina Man, that he's in on TTAN, so he's partying up a storm over there. So let's see if we can continue to hold 131. That's a key level. I think if it breaks, there can be some more potential downside. I mentioned this on Uber the other day as well too. Once those levels broke, you have that head and shoulders pattern, and then you have that kind of the shoulder line breaking, and then some more downside with volume stepping in as well too. So always keep an eye out on the volume in correlation to price. Even though it is an inside day today on Uber, it is still to the downside. So let's see if we can hold these levels. There is another key support level around 62.88 on Uber. So let's see if it holds. Other than that, we do go and test these potential isolated pivots on this one here. But I think it's overdone. I mean, I don't know how much reflection to the earnings Florida has into Uber, but again, it's just a little small market share being chewed up by Waymo going over there in Florida.
Yeah, it's really interesting because they're like the only actual functional what is it called? Autonomous AV taxi, right? So let's see how they all
one
do.
that's in operation, right? Like we don't have robo taxis out, obviously.
No,
yet,
no.
So exactly.
Well, not in Toronto, but they've got them. Waymo's got them everywhere.
Well, so like Elon's robo. Elon's robo. Yeah, we don't have those yet. Yeah.
All right, so we're long Apple over here. We're taking out some levels. We took out the top on Apple, so the future kind of headed its own way, but we're long on Apple. At the 54 penny area, I just took out some there at 73s, and I posted at 77s. Let's see if Apple wants to run. It was a great holdup of the 10 exponential, so I put my stop through the bottom of here. So we're long Apple right now. Let's see if we can continue to ascend up on Apple. NVIDIA is certainly flying up a storm right now, so I'm done trying to short these bigger names. We're just going to go with the trend right now. Doing really well on HIMX. Again, we got back into this at 40s, and now it's printing 56s. I'm still going to wait at 64s. We also took out some outs here on Triple D. Where's that at? Where is it? That's Apple. There it is. So we took out some. We got back in on Triple D at around the 10 exponential, but it is finding a lot of trouble breaking through 10s. So that is the high of the day. It's showing 10s right now on the ask. It looks like there is size of no. Let's see if we can break above 10. Look at all those orders at 10 come in. Can't break above it though. I'm waiting at 12s. Let's see if this one wants to curl back up there. Keeping my eye out on that. Here comes Apple in at around 75. I'm still waiting at 77. So it looks like the future possibly catching a bid here. Apple up 0.9. Not really many headlines today for Apple. There was the AVGO headline yesterday, not really benefiting it that much. Oh, nice. There was also the, what's it called? Thank you, Joseph. That was what's the headline? Yeah, the Apple Intelligence headline as well. Looks like we're going to get that hopefully soon to fix Siri, because Siri's hot trash right now, still is. But we shall see. Yeah, looks like we rejected 410 again here on Triple D, so there is a seller of note in and around there, Joseph. And look at this. We're coming right back into that 58 penny area on HIMX, the same area we rejected last time. I was able to take out some there at 56. Let's see if this one can break that level this time.
Yes, sir.
We'll keep an eye on that. Paul Sharif, Apple's homegrown wireless chip to come to iPhone later in 2025. I thought they were already putting in the M chips into iPhones. Maybe that's iPads. Maybe I'm wrong. Fact check me, Paul. I thought that they did. Oh, no, they're still using Qualcomm's chips. You're right. I did know that. That's interesting. Thanks for that, Paul. I'll have to look more into that. But yeah, good information to read for later. Yeah, keeping an eye on Apple here. It looks like it's rejecting that $0.75 level. Keep my eye on it, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure. I'm probably going to hop out of AMD here. It does nothing but live up to its name for the past little bit. So again, if we break this key support level around 130, I'm going to have to pop out of this one. We don't want to hold on to this. We can always get back in as well, too. So that one living up to his name. Warner Bros. Is actually trading really well right now. So I like that. Yeah, see, and I added some more there. The volume started to kick in as you can see, relative to what was going on in this consolidation phase, a nice turnaround on Warner Bros. And this is what you want to look out for. Things that are moving really well, look to join and participate in them. There's no point in fighting things that aren't necessarily working. So yeah, we're out of AMD here, folks. It's just not working out, and that's it. I'm done trading semis for the next little bit. There's no need for me to trade something that's not in play. I want to find things that are in play, and that's Warner Bros. For today's session. That's Bitcoin. That's some of the other Meg 7s like Apple, Meta, Amazon, Google. Those are all in play as of right now. So we're going to look at those. We're going to avoid the semis. And unfortunately, what do you got going on there? Titan, are you?
105,
okay,
guys.
105. Yeah, so pull
there's
it up.
obviously a hidden seller, guys, at 105. There's no size posted at 105. There was like single digits on all the gateways, guys, and I have almost every single gateway thanks to Brenkels. Yeah, it looks like there was definitely a seller of note at 105. Be careful with this one, but the thing is, if 105 breaks, it's going to squeeze big because I don't know if there's going to be too much size north of that. You can't, well, we'll see, obviously. Keep your eye at 105 here on TTAN, the new IPO, up 47.5%. Great look for TTAN. Here's 105 again, and this is what I'm talking about. Look at single digits all the way through. Look at the amount of shareage coming in. Look, keep your eye on this column, SZ. That's the size per order. So big boy shares coming in, can't break it, or can't move past it is what I'm trying to say. So 105 still right now HOD on TTAN. Very interesting trade today. I don't have too many experience trading IPOs, so anything I can get in terms of exposure to me is a plus. Big spot.
Big spot.
$5. Check. So buy $425 name because a robo-taxi and other promises, while a $200 name gives you exposure to functioning robo-taxis and much more. Muskie in here. Tell us how you really feel, though, Big Spot, because I don't think you've really made that. You've really made your opinion clear about how you feel about Elon Musk. No, case in point, understood. You're looking to go where it's proven rather than what could theoretically be. You're absolutely right in that regard. My response to you is bet against him at your own risk. He seems to make his doubters really regret doubting him. So we'll see. We'll see. Only time will tell, but your point well taken, Big Spal. And yeah, always dropping hot lines, letting us know exactly
Didn't you guys say today that the robo-taxi can potentially add about $1 trillion to market cap on Tesla?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, the endless.
You guys were talking about it.
Certainly, yeah.
And Danny Ives being the
Danny
the
Ives
bulls,
pounded the desk.
the bull of all bulls.
The bull of all bulls. The best styled man on Wall Street. I won't be convinced otherwise.
No,
who's dressing this guy, bro?
Who is dressing this guy? The flower blazers coming in.
And the thing is, it's not even the blazers. I saw him in a hoodie, and it was like floral pink and green and neon green. It's not even just the suits, Joseph.
I love his sports analogies as well too. He always managed to throw like a sports pun in there as well. Yeah. I like Danny Ives too, and Tom Lee. You know that we like those guys.
I like Tom Lee a lot, man.
He's bullish on equities as well too for the first half of 25, and then sees a little bit of a pullback. Says the S&P potential 6,000, I believe. Is that right? 6,000 on the S&P, and then I think coming in around 5,500 in the latter half of the year. It's either 7,000 or 6,000. He has a price target, so he is bullish on that front, guys. So I always keep an eye on what the bigger boys have to say, especially, I know you don't like CMBS, you would like to refer to, but I have to listen to it. Yeah, I know you're obviously just kidding.
I just don't like it when they have an agenda that they're trying to push. It just leave that out of. This is business. I don't need to hear about that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's why I like Wapner, right? He's straight to the point. He's straight. And JB, obviously with Josh Brown, I like those guys. So yeah, thanks for the super chat, Kyle. Only 325 votes so far, guys.
That's it?
Yeah, I know. So we got to get that up a little. Yeah.
I don't think we're going to do the afternoon show then.
Oh, that's it. It's done, guys. You don't get it. You heard the man himself. It's over. If we don't get that, it's over. Vince Carter style. But again, guys, get those votes up. Joe and Shreve, get me in a room with Tom Lee and Danny Ives, and I can change their mind. Okay, I see you.
He's going to terrorize them.
Yeah, he's going to terrorize them.
Terrorize them, big smile.
With some puts.
Yeah, I know,
he's
right?
Gonna put game, yeah, and those guys are going to be, they're going to be selling you those puts essentially, and then profiting off of them probably.
A lot of people, they talk mad smack about Danny Ives, but the thing is, look, if you're going to talk smack about him, at least be on his level. I saw this, okay, I'm not trying to say I'm anybody, but there was this nobody on BNN Bloomberg, which is our version of Bloomberg up in Canada.
Yeah.
We call it BNN, Business News Network, right? And this guy's just like, she was, one of the anchors was putting to him what Danny Ives had said about a stock, and he's like, I'm not going to comment about Daniel Ives and all his predictions, but yeah, it's like you're pooping on Danny Ives, and you can't hold a candle to Danny Ives, though, man.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? It's just like
Stephanie Link I'm pretty sure Stephanie Link from Hightower, it was like, yeah, people are putting up record numbers. And Tom Lee and Danny Ives have been bullish for probably the past year and a half. So those guys are putting up ridiculous numbers, and pretty much everything they said has come to fruition. They've been bullish on tech for how long, and look at tech. It's that simple. So how are you going to degrade what Danny Ives has to say when he's been right for the past 2 years? And probably past that.
There you go. There you go. All right, what do you got over here? Let's talk about this trade. Okay, we're doing well here on HIMX. This one's working up into 60. So the reason I'm excited about that is it did take out that 58 top. So if there was a seller at 58 of note, looks like for the moment we've taken them out. We'll have to see if this one continues to ascend. I did put in a dip trade on Apple to add more over here in this consolidation area range, just below the $0.50. Looks like that was a mistake. I should have had it above the $0.50. Here we go. Apple's got a bottoming tail candle right now. It's got a 74 high, and I'm waiting at 77s. So we're going to have to wait and see if this one wants to ascend, but I don't mind getting printed on this level over here if it is to hold the 10 exponential. I put it there. I put my order at 46s or whatever it was to shadow the 10 exponential, or actually, not even shadow, I was front running it, quite frankly. So it did dip 1 penny below my DCA, my planned DCA there, but it did not fill. So I'm keeping my eye on Apple over here. It's towards the high end of the range. I'm not putting too much in the way of faith into this because it's got a bit of a top at 60s, even though we're above it right now. You don't really know if if Apple ends up finding a bit of a sell here. Guys, the future is about to break through local highs. So 21,740-ish. That is the local high there. We're about to break above that right now on the NQ December contract, which means that there is a good little uptrend over here. So this compression pattern that we've had, no longer valid because we've broken above the top end of the range of this downward channel on the NQ. So here we go. We're still not above the pre-market high or even the IB high. No, the pre-market high, excuse me. The pre-market high takes us to about 21,770. So let's keep our eye out on the future over here. I'm not going to short NVIDIA anymore. Got caught up doing that. But we are trying to take Apple long and see what comes from that. Let's check Triple D. Triple D still doing its thing. We didn't get that 412 print, even though it was working its way up into 411. How's the other one doing? No, we're still zigging and zagging on HIMX. Big smile.
Yeah, another 5. This guy,
man's hitting,
he has to get his voice in, man.
499. When the whole herd is running behind a few leaders, it ain't hard for the leaders to look right. Look, brother, I get all that. I'm just going with the trend. I know you don't like Elon Musk. You don't seem to like Tesla. I respect that, big smile. But the fact of the matter is, he's an achiever, in my opinion. And those who have bet against him, most of the time, they have lost. Right? You can just ask Bill Gates about that 1.2 billion short that he had, or that loss on the short. Now, I'm assuming, the last 4 years during the Biden administration, when there was all sorts of lawfare and every government agency under the sun investigating Tesla and the like, and even SpaceX they were giving problems to. Well, sure, I bet you a lot of people made money on those Tesla shorts. But does that happen now, though, with the new political environment that we're in? It's going to be interesting to see what happens, right? I don't know. I think that I've learned quite a bit from the last 4 years about really, looking at how you're politically aligned and how well your stock does if you take a political alignment. Because I think if you were to look at the last 4 years and the obvious misalignment of Elon Musk with the current administration, you could kind of maybe flip that and look to see how it would do with a administration who is friendly. Some food for thought. Yeah, I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about that in the chat. Tag Joseph or I and see exactly. We'd love to express or to read out your opinions. I love the more opinions, the better. Just keep them, keep them friendly. Keep them friendly. That's all. What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of tagging, Forex AU, my guy. Thanks for the love, tagging us in the chat there, Sharif, on Twitter. So good stuff there. I'm really enjoying that. Thanks for the tag on that one, Forex AU, and especially your inputs on the session. So it's really nice to see that. Makes you feel a little warm inside. But guys, Riot is starting to trade a little bit higher. AMD pulling back a little bit as well too. But I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about Hut and SoundHound. Hut is trading higher as well too. We have now pushed through VWAP on Hut. Really nice momentum. The volume is stepping in on this 5-minute time frame, so this can give us a little bit more conviction within this setup. So really good call out there, and we are trading higher on Hut as well too right now, guys. So really good shout out on that front. A little late to the dance. I would have liked to get this in on VWAP. But that hasn't been the case. I got to punch out of this WBD trade here because it's now at my break even. But we got a nice one. I missed the fill it didn't fill me because I guess it didn't hit the bid there, but that's okay. But yeah, guys, really nice look on Hut, and then we'll pull up Sound as well too because people are mentioning that it's ripping as well on the 5-minute. Yeah, starting to pull back a little bit. There's no real, so relative to the rest of this volume that is stepping in. So good look on the breakout, guys. I like those breakout plays. So keep pointing those out. If you see stocks breaking VWAP with volume, tag me because those are the stocks that I'm going to look to participate in. That is my style of trading. I like seeing volume support my thesis. I like seeing the breakouts of key resistance and support levels, especially with that volume joining in as well too. This can give us more conviction within the setup. So every time you see those guys, keep pointing them out because those are the trades that we're looking to join in. Again, we mentioned this before. We look to participate and not necessarily anticipate. All right. So keep sending them out, guys. Let's see what else we got here. I don't have anything going right now. The position board is down. Titan is trading. I was watching this 1-minute candle. It went from 105 to 102 in a matter of seconds and is now kind of trading sideways. So let's see what's going on with this one. A little more data here, but I don't think I'm going to play this one. Riot is breaking higher. So let's see if we can continue to the outside, break this key resistance level. Volume is kicking in there on the crypto. Sharif, what do you got going on?
Yes, sir. A couple of comments over here. Big smiles like politics means nothing. Policy means everything. Let's see what the policy actually changes to. Couldn't agree more, but usually with political alignment comes friendly policy. Let's see what else we got here. Drop trades. Along with political factor, Elon Musk has funded most of his ventures with government money, so expect the factor to increase in the next 4 years. Okay, that's interesting as well. Shout out to Drops Trades. Ian Rispetto. 499 superchart. Are there any quantum stocks you were investing in or like for the long term? Seems to be the next big thing. I have looked at IONQ and QBTS. You're absolutely right. Those are some of the most talked about ones. I'm sure though, Ian, you've heard about Google and their Willow chip. So they're involved in that as well. Obviously, when you buy Google, you're buying more than just exposure to quantum computing. So keep that in mind. I don't have any specific ones that I'm looking at yet. There's also QUBT. Qubit is a big there as well. So keep your eye on that one. If I come across any, I know you're always in the chat, I'll definitely tag you with that. I haven't been weaseled my way into that. I've been looking to get into a couple things. Specifically, I want to get into an energy play for the AI data center build out. I know I'm late to the party there. I also want to get into quantum computing. So this is something definitely will be looking at that with you. Positions board is down temporarily. The production team is getting that fixed right now. So shout out to them. Amma Hamada, Joe, Sharif. I really dislike Elon Musk and don't want him to waste our tax money further. If Trump does tariff Tesla will fall hard with the rest of the economy. Thank you for your opinion. Amma Hamada, I respect everything you have to say. I humbly disagree with you, but that's what the beautiful thing about free speech is. Let's keep going on with some of these other comments. Love the comments that are coming in right now, man. I love how you guys are chiming in about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Daryl Finch, Michael Burry started shorting Tesla in 2021. Technically, he has had 2 good years to cover in massive profits. I agree with you 100%. And that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, I've learned a lot by watching the political alignment or misalignment with someone who makes, like a Fortune 500 company, who makes their political alignment very well known and as vocal as Elon Musk is about that kind of thing and how that could affect your company. What I've seen over the last 4 years, and that's what I'm thinking, maybe it changes in the next 4 years. That's why he was so gung-ho trying to endorse Donald Trump or back him up. What else we got over here? Amma Hamada goes on to say that is only if he does the tariffs, though. He might be full of hot air. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of people saying it could be negotiating tactics by our friend, our friend Donald. I know that he's peeved off the politicians in this country to no end. That's their problem. Let's see what else people are saying. Day trader cut. Disagree so politely. Yeah, brother. We don't have to hate each other because we disagree. Yeah, that's the thing.
Exactly.
And I think that's what's different about these days is like if you disagree, you are my enemy. No, man. I'm not going to be that way, and I refuse to be that way. All right, we're doing really well here on both Tesla and NVIDIA. We're heavily in the money on, well, not heavily, not Katina man, heavily in the money. We're going to take another beak wetter here on NVIDIA at $0.33. We'll see if it ascends there. Apple also, we're nicely in the money. Disappointed, though, that I didn't get my DCA at that 46 penny area on AAPL. It's working back into that high. 74s HOD on AAPL. Simultaneously, bang, we take out the top there on HIM. Dang X, that is the end of my trade there on that one.
Whoa.
Yeah, we stayed in this one a hot minute. Got in twice, Joseph, on that one. So HIMX continuing to the high side. Let's see, Tesla is breaking above VWAP. Here we go. Tesla taking that VWAP. So we'll pack our patience and keep that one on. Watch, Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah. I just punched into some Riot. It's breaking up, but I was thinking Bitcoin was going to do the same, but no. Riot is starting to pick up a little bit of momentum. I like how you're talking about Tesla, so I want to take a look at Tesla as well too. Right at VWAP, with a potential bottoming signal on Tesla. So we're going to look to get involved in some TSLA on that one, Sharif. But let's pull up the actual underlying itself. Okay, we are hovering. I do like this momentum. The volume is not kicking in really slightly on the lower time frames. If we get a pullback and touch 423, I'm going to punch, or if we ABCD this, then I'm going to go at the break of this level here at 423.92. But as of right now, we're just pulling back. I kind of punched in at the highs on Riot, which is not the best idea. I should have got back in a long time ago. But let's see if this momentum can continue. It had curled over, which is a really interesting pattern. Like, this isn't the right play, but I really like this pattern. I should have been at the break of some of these levels, and then you join that smooth ride up, but that hasn't been the case. Let's see what Tesla's doing. I was keeping my eye on AMD, but I have no faith in the semis right now, so I'm not even going to bother with it. So guys, I'll tell you a little backstory. So when I first started trading in 21, I think, I would trade Apple a lot just because of the volume. I ran a basic high volume scanner, and I would trade Apple a lot. But see, the thing is, the float on Apple is so large, it needs so much money and inflows in order for that stock to move. I just would always get chopped up in it, so I stopped trading it. I actually legitimately for multiple years when I was trading alone at home, just stopped outright trading Apple. I didn't even look at it. I was like, I'd rather own it than trade it, as Jim Cramer would like to say. Own it, don't trade it. And honestly, NVDA is starting to get into that realm for me. I get it that it's in play quite a bit and the volume is there, but the float is starting to get a lot bigger, and it wicks people out a lot, especially in this choppy price action. It's not like it was a year or so ago. The price action is significantly different in my opinion, and from what I've observed. This is totally subjective. But again, I'm starting to sway away from NVDA because as we track our Trader TV live data, as we do here, I also keep notes of my own trading, obviously. Otherwise, what am I doing? So something similar to those, I keep track and note of, and data select, and I lose more on NVDA than I win. So Once you get to that standpoint, once you have stocks and it's like, okay, I'm no good at trading this, I'm better at trading things that are in play than just, I'm not saying forget it exists, but there's other vehicles you can trade. So make sure you guys are collecting data, you guys are journaling, you're doing all these things to see where you have higher success rates in trading. And for me, it's like the more I trade NVDA, the less I don't trade it, the worse I trade it, okay? So yeah, blue cheese, Jim Cramer. A lot of people don't like Cramer, eh?
Oh God, you know,
Yeah,
they
they really don't like him.
Dude,
I
have you
like
seen
him.
the inverse Kramer
Yeah,
ETF?
people were talking about it. Yeah, yeah.
It's like the Pelosi and the inverse Kramer ETF are like as good as one. So it's like if you go the opposite of Kramer or just go with Pelosi, you're doing well, man.
Yeah.
So
What is the ticker? What is the ticker of this inverse Kramer?
Right,
yeah. Tell me what the
on my subversive ETF. So,
yeah.
well, I got to go to my ETFs. Here we go. So. NANC.
NANC.
I don't know the inverse Kramer one. That's the NANC one.
Unusual
so
subverse. That is insane
I
name.
told you. NANC. And then I have Ted Cruz as well. KRUZ or Z, as our American friends like to say.
Zero liquidity.
Yeah, you're not going to be trading this, Joseph. You're going to have to
like,
weasel in. Yeah.
Like what? But hey, look, no way. This is insane, dude.
That's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nancy Pelosi is the best trader, and I won't
There
look at
is.
this. Otherwise, she's not doing anything wrong, Joseph.
That's crazy.
I don't want you to think that there's any insider trading or anything going on, or she's acting on or non-public information. That would not be nice of us to think or say, Joseph.
No. We would never ever accuse anybody. We can't do that. No, we would never.
Totally. You can't regulate. Oh, I'm not saying that out loud. Wow, Fabian.
I would have said
that. That's deep, Fabian. Why? Because of the implications. The yeah. You want me to say that out loud, don't you? You want me to say it out loud. The Chilean Nightmare is he's an interesting guy, bro.
Crap stock. You're not wrong, and I get that. You're not wrong. But being a momentum trader and having to wait for those multiple wicks, opposed to someone, when I look for a breakout, like if I were to show you my journaling, then you would notice that everything is identical, and I can't get that going on with NVDA. I get adapt, you're not wrong, the quicker you can adapt to things, but what I'm getting at, there's also another, in the NASDAQ 100, there's other 99 stocks that I can trade opposed to focusing on just NVDA. I get it has the volume, you're not wrong, but I'm not going to continue to try something when I'm not in sync with it. If I can trade something that I'm more in sync with and something that it fits my playbook, I'm going to stick to that. And NVIDIA, as of right now, is not sticking to my playbook. I'm not saying that it won't ever be in play, but again, it is not working for me, so therefore I avoid it. There's no reason for me to continue to try working on something when it is not working. When I have data on other things, I can go and focus on those more. So you're not wrong, adapt, but I am not going to focus on that. That is for sure. It's true. I'm not. Wait, bro, I'm not going to focus on that stuff,
No,
man.
I'm reading the chat.
Oh, okay,
bro, I'm not laughing at what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at some of the comments in the chat. Guys, like we got 3 hours to fill, obviously. So I personally don't have any personal animosity to Nancy Pelosi. I don't. But we make observations, we see things, and we can comment on them, and that's kind of what I see there. I think she's got hell of timing. She's an excellent trader. But then you gotta wonder: is she the one pulling the strings, or is it Paul Pelosi? Because I'm assuming because people are saying that he's the one with the excellent timing and the like. So see that capital E. Oh my God, Canada. $2 Canadian. Shout out to Capital E. Appreciate you guys. Thoughts on P10? Say less, my man. We will look at that for you in a hot second. P10. PTEN is the ticker, guys. Chart. And here we go. Let's have a look at this one. We're gonna throw up the ticker for it. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off with the daily. See what the situation is with the daily. So very ugly daily chart, right? Very down and to the right. All right. So let's see here. $20 resistance, no question about it. Downtrend, you had a bit of a double top. Over here, you had several double tops. Look, this is ugly. It's continuing to make lower highs. You're not really getting a whole lot of lower lows lately. You found a bit of a bottom since September, late September. Seems like that 7.5 has been support. The issue is, if you look at the actual highs, we're definitely making lower highs. We're below the 50, we're below the 200. It's still a downward slope. Now let's look at the hourly. Is there a discernible trend? Yeah, so 7.5, definitely support. Looks as if, maybe that 8 3/4 is acting as resistance, if that's the range, but the longer term trend, it's down and to the right. What does this company do? Patterson UTI Energy, provider of drilling and completion services to oil and natural gas exploration and production companies in the U.S. and other select countries, including contract drilling services, integrated well completion. Okay, so this could actually get a bit of a tailwind if Donald Trump changes exactly how the U.S. fossil fuel energy operates. We've seen lately, obviously, that it's been a bit of a different story with the current administration, Joseph, but we got to pay some bills.
Hey, we got to pay some bills, guys. It's that time. eSignal, trade smarter, not harder, all right? Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, then capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading, know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Better backtesting and scanning, predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Bang, bang, bang. We know Tina Man's been with eSignal for a couple decades now. He said since he started essentially trading, he was with eSignal, no?
Oh yeah, he's been using eSignal for years. Years, yeah, he loves it.
He was using eSignal before eSignal was even before it was even made. Yeah, stock. Yeah, you know what I mean. That's what I am. I've been doing this. So again, I'm not going to try to force something that I'm just not working with. So yeah, thank you guys. Kerry, do you have to learn? Do you have to learn what they are doing, and then you go by what they're doing? You have to learn their system. Are you referring to, Kerry Weaver, are you referring to NVDA, like the buy programs and how the underlying asset moves? Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. LBM, thanks for this. The inverse Kramer is SJIM. Okay, let's take a look at
nice. I'm going to throw that on. Thank you.
SJIM, yeah. Thanks, LBM. Yeah. Nice. Oh, it won't even let me on here.
Uh-oh. Yeah. SJIM?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it right here.
No, they want nothing.
What?
They want nothing to do with our guy.
Evaluation. Okay, yeah, you're good. Oh, why wouldn't it show anything? It's on the pink sheets. It's on the value. Pink sheets. That's why we can load it up on our platform.
Okay.
So let's load it up here.
Take a look on it from that one.
SJIM on the MX. No, it's not.
No way.
SJIM? No, I don't know. I'll have to ask Katina when he gets back, but I can't access it here. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll have to look at that for you guys later, but SJIM not available on our system and not available on my platform. Joe and I have the same platform. Okay, so I'm long a couple of stocks, more than a couple. I'm long a few stocks right now, NVIDIA and Apple being one of them. I've been basically buying the dips at 138 on NVIDIA and then printing to the upside. We're going to keep scalping up on this one until it breaks down and stays down below the 10 exponential moving average. Seems that there is a buyer of note here at 138 because we've been hanging out here for a hot minute. So let's see if we can get some prints to the high side. I believe I am waiting at 18s or 17s or something like that, and then waiting at 25s as well. So we'll see if that one wants to curl. Likewise with Apple, for whatever reason, holding above that 248.5, taking out a lot of the position. I still have I still have some left, and I'm waiting to add possibly on the break of that $0.50 because it's still, again, holding above the 10 exponential moving average. However, multiple topping tail candles right now showing up on the 5-minute chart, meaning seller exuberance as opposed to buyer exuberance this time. So keeping that on watch. Starburst, SJIM was liquidated. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no idea what his ETF is. We can definitely look online and find out what that situation is. We don't have to do it right now though, but he does. I believe he does have an ETF. I just saw a picture of it. The price action of it.
There's people fact checking. They say it's closed and it's closed now.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. There's no more.
They closed inverse Kramer ETF a while back. Yeah. Okay, but I swear I just saw it a few days ago on X. It was a comparison between the Nancy Pelosi ETF, NANC, and whatever his his ETF is. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what the situation is there. We got stopped out of our trade on NVIDIA as that one did break below that 90 penny level. So I'm done trading this one for now. Let's see if it wants to reclaim that level. Apple, though, still holding above that $0.50. And by extension of that, the 10 exponential moving average. We'll keep tabs on that one as well. Meta just broke VWAP aggressively, but at a nice area, the $10 area here, Joseph. That's that 630 area. We didn't really have a whole lot of price action support there, but we know the $10 area can sometimes act as an area of psychological support and resistance, so keep your eye out on that. Meta 630. Also, Microsoft putting in 3 lower highs right now with a flat bottom at 453. That is the volume weighted average price. It's found support there a couple of times, but it looks now like a descending wedge with lower highs and a flat bottom. It could be another bounce, though, off the volume weighted average price, 453 or thereabouts. That's where I'm seeing the volume weighted average price on Softy. What else we got going on? The Fuge below, above, that 700 point area, and by extension of that as well, VWAP. So here's the deal with the Fuge. This is interesting here because now we're putting in successively 4 higher lows if this area holds up above this area. So definitely getting a bit of an upward channel today on the Fuge. Seeing this obviously a little bit late to be able to play these ranges, but 21,700 could be an interesting buy area here. VWAP and the 100 point area both at that level, and it's putting in higher lows. So interesting look right now on the Fuge. We'll have to see if that one wants to bounce at the level. Likewise with Softy, kind of both being near the volume weighted average price. Let's see some of the small cap gappers that we've got on. We're still waiting for more outs or a stop out here on Triple D. Only got one out so far. Did work up to 11s. I was waiting at 12, so I've only got one print on that. So only 2 positions left for me, Apple and Triple D. Joseph.
Yes. I'm just looking at our SPY trade here, folks. We're not looking too good. It was the closest race that I've seen yet. About 55% to the long side, 45 to the short side. And you know what? It's looking like the shorts were right on this session. Again, we had the inability to make any new highs, forming lower highs on this. And now we have some key support levels. I think that if the momentum decides that it wants to pick up, or some of these mag stocks decide that they want to sell off as well too, that we're going to break these levels and continue to the southeast that is on this SPY. So guys, and NVDA is absolutely tanking, so sure enough, it's going to drag the rest of the market down. So I don't know if it's going to happen on this session, but if these key support levels do break, then I think I would expect a little bit more downside movement. Riot is trading higher. I'm in some Riot, but Apple is kind of stagnant at the top here, trading around $248 and change, and Tesla is trading below VWAP. A little bit tougher of a game there on Tesla. We'll pull up our darling here that we got everybody riled up about with Elon and Tesla. So yeah, again, this was tough. Sitting in this was tough, little choppy price action, but it then went and hit some key levels. And sure enough, you can just check that, hey, couldn't quite reach that 430 where it reached the highs in the aftermarket. I know I was sitting at my desk around 8 or 9 o'clock watching this thing, 7 o'clock, watching this thing go a little bit higher and higher, trading around that $430 mark, but yet we had the inability to claim that and then proceed higher on Tesla, but that's okay. I think this is just a short-term breath. We had an absolute monster day on this underlying asset, so expect a little bit of choppy price action, and be thankful that we didn't give back most of the move. We're still hovering around that $422 price, so that's good and that's healthy. So we're going to continue to monitor this. Sharif and I believe, are bullish on Tesla for the foreseeable future. There's no doubt about that. But guys, we don't got much time left here. Only 10 minutes, and then we're going to have to dock our trade down. It's looking like we're going to take an L unless we can get some massive rebound here from NVDA and some of the larger big caps there that we got going on.
Well, NVIDIA's at an interesting support level, so I'm giving it a try over here. This was the area.
You're in it. You're in it too right now. Yeah.
This was the area crest that we rejected off last time. So right over here, this was 137.52. So we kind of weaseled on down there, dropped back down. So we cleared it by some distance. My estimation is that we possibly hold up here on NVDA. We'll give it a try. The small share size, we're in it We're gonna look to whether Beak in the high 70s and high 80s. We'll see if we can get a bit of a scalp there. Apple, man, wow, holy, very respectful of the 10, but I was worried here. I still am, because there were so many topping tail candles. You just felt people were shorting up a storm, but it feels like there's a buy program shadowing the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 here on Apple, because you didn't get any breaches of that green line. So interesting look there on Apple. The future also getting a bit of a bounce off that 700-point area. All right, we got a print on NVIDIA, so we scalped out at least a little bit.
Oh, nice.
So we'll see if we can get something in the 80s. Not much to talk about today in terms of small cap gappers. We had a few of them that were going, and then they kind of all died out, right? The HIMX, the one that we're done, is the one that's continuing to go. I believe I missed a really good trade on CADL over here. I had a good one on it earlier, but this one right at the volume weighted average price at 12.15, 12.20 was the one that I really did lament not having had. BDTR, this is interesting. So this is, I don't know too much about this company, but it's straddling VWAP at 22.5 here and has been for the last 20 minutes. So that could be an interesting move back up if the buyer there is legit and remains there. So we'll have to keep an eye on BTDR. Is a great look there. Triple D, I'm still involved in that one, break even in at the moment, as it's holding up at my entry at 403. I've put my stop below 4, and it still hasn't breached. So we'll pack our patience to see if we can get the lofty profit target of 412. I'm keeping my eye out on that. NVIDIA zigging and zagging here in the high 70s. I'll see if this wants to curl back up. I'm waiting at 88s for the next print. Here comes 80s. If we can see some 88s, that'll get me. Beak, weather, Apple, though, coming back. Oh, is that Apple? Yeah, Apple's got a wick here that I've got to fix. So I'm just going to send it to you quickly to fix this.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Have you ever used NVDL?
Sorry, just give me a second.
Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, do your thing. Yeah, do your thing. Okay, guys. So let's see what we got going on with Riot. Again, we're starting to slowly crawl higher and higher. Again, we got some key pivot levels. I shouldn't have took this trade right here. Because I bought the top essentially, so that's not something that you want to be doing. Especially, I mentioned this before, so got to keep that in mind. We did get back in. I don't know how much we're gonna crawl from this standpoint. We are around that 2 o'clock time frame. So let's see what Bitcoin is up to. I think if Bitcoin can get moving, then maybe Riot will start to participate on that front as well too. I'm looking at NVDA as well, but I don't think I'm going to get involved at this point. I would like to see a pullback towards the volume-weighted average price, and then we can reassess from there. But again, we don't got too much time left in the session. We'd have to look for those 2 o'clock time frame or those 2 o'clock buy programs to really step in. Yeah, West. So yeah, most def. Yeah, I like NVDL as well too. Good trade. I hope the NVDA gets back to 142. Yeah, thanks, Jay Lee. I think it will eventually. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow, but one day it will get back to those levels, no doubt about that. So yeah, again, I was looking at actually XLK, and just to kind of go back to see where we can find some relative strength, guys. And that's kind of the consumer staples are leading the way, around only up about 0.5% on the session, a little less. In the communications sector, about 0.4, and then utilities in third place, up only about 0.25% on the session. So let's take a look at some of these sector ETFs because we want to see how they are performing. So communication or staples being number one. Let's see how XLP is trading. Yeah, kind of curling over, but it is still green on the session. Let's see what some of the top holdings in XLP are up to, which would be Walmart. Okay, Walmart having a decent day, trading below VWAP now. So let's see what happens with Walmart. And then we have Costco as well, too. So let's see what Costco is up to, even though we did mention that as well. Do they have earnings today?
Costco, yeah.
Yeah, they have earnings after the bell. So yeah, I was right on that one. Costco has earnings. I think a lot of people are looking forward to that and for the potential split on the horizon as well too. I think there's been some rumors about that going around.
God, yeah, it needs to split, bro.
Yeah, it needs to split. I think Netflix, because we're going to talk about the second leading sector ETF here as well too. So NFLX. Let's see what NFLX. Let's go. There we go. Oh yeah, that's an ugly day. I didn't know how it was that illiquid. Okay. But yeah, again, this thing's been on an absolute monster tear, especially after that Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. The thing hasn't looked back, and as well as the election. So keep that in mind. This thing has been just parabolic So look for a pullback. So Netflix and Costco, we would like to see some pullbacks in those and possibly splits. Shreve.
Yeah, just loading up over here to see exactly what time Costco is going to report any day now. Here we go. So cost gonna report at 4:15. So quarter after there. After the bell today. I don't know if it's Sean or Neil on the afternoon rundown. Here is the expected move, only 3.3% plus or minus. Last time we only dipped down 1.8%, but we all know that it got bought up after, obviously, because it's a little bit higher than it was then. And a little bit, I'm just kind of being tongue-in-cheek about that. So Costco, 4:15 after the bell today. Expected move, a light 3.3%. So the market not expecting too much in the way of volatility. Do we have anything else after the bell today? AVGO's, that's today as well. Broadcom, they're both. Broadcom and Costco today, both at 4:15. So if you're going to trade, I guess you got to choose one or the other. Maybe Costco won't be that volatile. Broadcom, though, the expected move plus or minus 7.3%, with that last move being a bad look there, 10.4% to the downside. So a bit of a tougher look there, Joseph. I'll send it to you because I got to trade.
Deal with that. I'm just looking at the options chain on Costco, guys. The most amount of open, it's not even open, it's just volume already traded. Nothing standout-ish on the chain. Again, it's a higher price stock. Those spreads are a little bit more hefty. Yeah, like that's a $100 spread I'm looking at on Costco, which is crazy at the $1,005 strike price. Wow. Okay, that sucks. It's $100 over $100. No, sorry, not $100. Sick math, kid. It's about 50, 55 bucks, 60 bucks on that. $100. Yeah, really good maths on that one. Let's take a look at Broadcom. I think we talked about that as well too. So we're going to see some high levels of open interest around that 185 strike and that 190 strike, with the higher being the 185. So look for moves going that way, and then to the put side, the highest open interest we have around 165 there, but Riot's starting to pull back. The market is moving down. I wouldn't be surprised if we get stopped out of our trade here shortly, because 605.67 is our stop loss on SPY, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Got it stopped out of NVIDIA, broke through the $0.50. So we're going to go negatory on that one after actually being positive on it initially. So we'll have to focus on the Apple trade now. That's the only one we've got left. And again, I'm seeing support here at the $0.50, but we are getting lower highs. So that's the bad part of the whole situation. It does seem like it is finding support at the closing print in and around that $0.50, but we're not really getting any higher highs either. Like you're not seeing any successive 5-minute candle make higher highs above its preceding candle. This is kind of what I'm talking about over here. Why is this so distorted? All right, there we go. Kind of look there. So you have that 248.73, and then each kind of successive candle lower than the predecessor. But when you zoom in, it's got that hold up at the 10 exponential. So we'll see exactly how this one wants to set up. I've got a tight stop there. Oh my God, the dark pools. The dark pools are going to kill me today. My goodness. Every time they're showing up here on Apple. We got a good VWAP hold right now on Microsoft, right at that 253 area. It's the second time it's done that on the day. The initial was 1140, 1145. It dips in right into that level again, but not really far away from it at the moment. Also, the future at 21,700. Good look there, coming right back into the volume weighted average price. Last time around, we did breach it, but then we did end up moving up off the level. So keep your eye out on that. Let's have a look at some of the small cap gappers. HIMX continues to head to the upside. Triple D got back into 4, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to flatten out break even. I don't want to expend mental capital on this one. Someone was asking me earlier about, I think it was Ian Rispetto, was asking about possible quantum plays. Here's one, ARQQ, having itself a decent day, up 4%, definitely off the highs. Got all the way up into that $31 area, drop and back down all the way to yesterday's closing print at $24. This is another one here, ARQQ. It is a smaller market cap, $350 million, excuse me. Market cap, they're a UK-based company engaged in supplying encryption software services. They make which makes the communication links of network devices. Where's the quantum part of this whole thing over here? Let's see, cloud machine or data at rest secure both current and future forms of attack on encryption, even from quantum computers. Okay, so it looks like they deal with quantum encryption. Interesting. So as opposed to, you know, some quantum plays with respect to chips and the like, these guys are dealing with quantum encryption. Don't know too much about that industry. Maybe you guys can let us know if you do know about it. Computer science backgrounds, computer engineers, whatever. Anybody with information, love to hear about that. Keeping my eye on Apple again, because still holding above the 10 exponential on the 5. We'll see what that one does. Saad Mahmood, NQ broke that uptrend channel on the 5-minute. Yes, it did. Kind of. But it's still at VWAP. That's the thing. So I'm not going to trade the future, obviously, but keeping an eye on the 700-point level and VWAP. But you're right. Yeah, it did definitely break the uptrend. But you know how these lines are. They're malleable, right? So you can kind of keep your eye out on the most prominent troughs. Right now, it looks like for the moment, I should say, holding above that 700-point area, and by extension of that, obviously, the volume-weighted average price. We'll keep an eye out on that. CELH popping, says Drew Stefancic. Let's have a look at CELH. I saw that one earlier, and I did have it up on my side chart, but it kind of was not to my liking. Let's have a look. It takes forever to load. I don't know why on this platform, so we'll wait until this bad boy loads. But as I see it, Apple now breaking above that 60 penny area. Let's see if this one wants to weasel up to some of my beak wetters. That's the only trade we've got on. Yeah, CELH, good call out there, man. The reason I took it off the side chart because it breached VWAP. It broke down below it, so I wasn't gonna deal with that. But there you go, reclaims VWAP, then drops back down to that 31 1/3, holds it, and then makes a new high. So it takes out that $32 high that we had originally. It looks like it's like $32.12 now, the high of the day on CELH. Good recovery from that one, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, guys. We only got a couple minutes left here on the session. NVDA is starting to pull back, go and test those VWAP levels. So again, maybe we'll wait and see if it can continue to the top side. But again, overall sentiment in this thing isn't the best. So I don't think I'm going to trade it. Just don't like the way I'm trading that stock. If I go back into my data, I'm not trading it well right now. So again, I can trade other things that are breaking up, that have momentum and high volume in the early hours when I run my scans on the train. Just look for something else, because NVDA will always usually be there from a volume standpoint. But again, if there's no specific catalyst under it, then it's a little bit tougher of a trade for me personally. So I try to avoid. I'm going to start to avoid that one because I'm just not trading it well. So yeah, okay. Netflix. We talked about this moving really well, not reporting, but Costco and AVGOR. So we'll keep an eye out on those guys. I know there's a lot of open interest around the 1080 level. That's nothing to stand out crazy. It is a little bit of a move than what is expected from what Sharif pointed out, only about 3% on the EM. So keep an eye out on Costco. I wonder if they are going to announce the split, because was there speculation of that? I would think so.
It'd be interesting. We have to wait for, I guess,
we'd
the
have
call,
to,
right?
We'd have to wait for the call, yeah. So if they do something, it's probably around the lines of probably 5 or 10 to 1 if they are going to split, guys. So keep an eye out for that. That'll be an interesting one after the bell. I know I'll be looking to to join that. Yeah, it's like 4:30 usually.
Yeah, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Costco
Yeah,
and both
5 o'clock.
Broadcom and Costco, guys. The conference, the earnings call is going to be 5 o'clock. So that often adds a new layer of volatility. So you get the algos reacting, obviously, to the release of the earnings and the forecast and stuff like that. Then the hot lines that are dropped on the call sometimes have their own little volatility pump there. Joseph, it is 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, my guy.
I will see everybody on Monday. I'm not here tomorrow. I am Gonzino to Calgary. I will see everybody.
Oh, are you? You're going there? Nice.
Yeah,
You got a flight tonight?
Property, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Yeah,
Nice. Downtown?
No, northeast corner by the airport.
Nice.
All right, guys. Big Kahunas, take it over.
Welcome back, everybody. And, you guys haven't gone anywhere. We're back at Calgary. What am I talking about? Calgary for Sharif. All right. I've never been to Calgary myself. I've been to Edmonton, but go Stampede.
Yes.
The Stampede in the market to the upside stopped. So I am not Obi.
Yeah.
But the market was doing it. The market was doing it for a hot minute. Like you were trending up the entirety. I don't want to say the entirety of the day, but it kind of was like off of the open, like the Nasdaq. We kind of wicked the bottom in there, and then you were trending higher. Kind of looked like we're in for one of those flat top breakouts and all bullish. It just didn't happen. So really, like, I'm not even in anything. The last thing I was in was Titan. That's what we're calling it, TTAN. And then some Intel. Titan, which, oddly enough, it was a good IPO. If you took the opening print on Titan, it was absolutely fantastic. It held 101, went to 105, and then every now and then you get blindly lucky that it comes back and does exactly the same thing. So it was successful. It was an issue at $71, and it ends up opening at 101, getting to 105, and now holding those highs on pretty decent volume. So let's see what happens here. And if you're just tuning in, like, the only thing I'm trying to get back into is this ended up being the curl level on Intel eventually at 2075. So I'm looking for, again, another mean revert on this. As the market, we're red today on the NASDAQ, we're red on the ES. You've got some strength. I think coming into NVIDIA specifically that I got my eyeballs on, because where we were shorting on NVIDIA has now turned into support above VWAP. So this is looking like it could show some strength this afternoon. But with the way the market's going, you got to pick your spots, be patient. I wouldn't be surprised if that Titan loses $100. It could be pretty nasty to the downside. So I'll be watching that also this afternoon.
All right. We traded some Titan as well. We can go over that after. I mean, we're going to have Sharif come out here. We're going to talk about some of the names that you guys voted on and so on and so forth. This is the same trade from the open, or from our first show, where SMCI, as soon as we left you guys at about 11 o'clock, started to cascade back in. And these were big trades. Like, remember we got stopped out there. We talked about, or I don't know if we got stopped out, but we got hit right there, and then we shorted that 200 period, and then that gave us this. Like, this is $1 and change. That's $37.50 right there at the bottom. And now we're just starting to get some out because it doesn't seem to want to break too far away from $38. So right now we're getting some more out on SMCI. And then the only other trade, it doesn't show me. I got to get in and out of stuff so you guys can see this. And then we're still in this AMD trade, which looks so crazy. Like, like what goes up comes down, and we got a couple more out. We just got another piece out at the 50-period moving average, waiting to see if this one wants to work a little bit lower. And then the trade that my number one stock is going to be AMD. We wind up still making money on IBIT, but not the number one stock. It does break that 58.20 level there. We got some in, we got some out, and then it dripped back in and broke through 58. So that long still plays off the open. But then we went long again at the top there and I don't think we gave anything back, but it did drip back in there, and we wound up getting out again at 58. So yeah, I mean, that's basically what we've been doing here. Tesla, I have a trade on it today, but nothing since the afternoon. It had that huge move. And that was right when we left you guys at 11 o'clock, where it ran up to that 430 and then just was like, nope, and made its way all the way back down. And now you're hovering around that 420 marker again. No matter what, man, we can't get away from this number, it seems like. So
all roads lead to it.
You know what? I mean, but right there was 418.50. So yeah, Tesla right now, under. I got to go short. I'm going to have to play the short. So someone just said, what's up with UNH? I mean, we already know the story there, but I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, well, I was going to say, I'm not sure when this will come back, because right now, again, just because of, unfortunately, what the incident did was, just shine light on, I guess, how upset and how sort of dysfunctional maybe the healthcare business is. As far as insurance and as far as coverage and all that stuff in the United States. I mean, I can't believe that, and again, it's just bringing it to light. Like, for me, I can't believe that there's actually policies that will say, we only pay for this much anesthetic or something like that. It's like,
if the surgery goes too long.
Right, like I'm in surgery for 3 hours, but unfortunately the medicine only lasts 2.5 hours. So the last half hour is on you. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous.
I'll tell you, so here's the thing. My wife has been in the insurance business, like not medical insurance, and she's worked with several companies in the insurance business that does like auto and some health and
right.
And I'll tell you right now, some of the stuff that is coming out about the U.S. healthcare insurers, like, it's shocking. It's shocking to her, and she works in the insurance industry. It's shocking to me, to the point where, I've held in my personal account UNH shares I've just had them for a while. I bought a couple times in the last couple of years off of some support levels. I mean, I sold some, and I'm probably looking for an exit for the rest of them. It's just like it's off-putting, man.
Yep.
And I'm old enough to not get surprised by a lot of things, but I have to admit that some of that even shocked me. But there was a comment in the chat about like Broadcom reports tonight, and you're gonna have seen in the middle of the day, AVGO, Broadcom did one heck of a dipsy-do.
Oh, I got to get it out of
Right in the middle of the day here. So there was a report, and I'm just going to read it off you. There was a report suggesting Apple's homegrown wireless chip will come to iPhone later in 2025, and it was reported Apple is nearing a switch from Broadcom. So when this happened, AVGO went 180 to 176. It's right back at 180. A lot of times you see something like that, like that's a bullish reversal when they take the news and say, who cares? Let's go. So that's the reason why Broadcom did that little bit of a dump. It's recovered. It's down 1.6%, but it's recovered from that crazy downward move. Apple, on the other hand, is just continuously making highs. It's a matter of where to get into this on Apple. Super strong name today, Apple, but Broadcom, great recovery off that little dump.
Yeah, Broadcom earnings coming tomorrow night?
Tonight.
Oh, tonight with Costco.
Hold on.
I'll have to double check that. I thought I looked and it was Costco, but I must have missed Broadcom. It's both. Okay, yeah. We'll review all that. No Adara tonight. I'll just be myself on the recap show. Adara day off. So
Yeah,
I think we got Sharif off
rest.
tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go back over to let's go to the screen now and start the rundown based on what you guys want.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil and Sean locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as cited by you. So join Joe and I during the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote. We got a poll every hour. Have your say every day. Let's have a look at the major averages to start. Here's a look at the triple Qs, down 1/3%. The ES outperforming the NQ today, down only 1/4% last time I looked. The Russell, the worst of the four major averages, down almost 1%, breaking down below that 2,400 point level. And the Dow down 0.38. The Dow continues to bleed as of late. Let's look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys. Microsoft, great look today, takes that $450 level. Was a big move up to start the day. It had a good afternoon and a good day yesterday. It's been a good couple of days for Microsoft. There is no real headline on it, though. There is this kind of bad headline. They do expect an $800 million impairment charge due to GM Cruise's exit. It's a step in the right direction. This is more specific for GM. But guys, doesn't matter whether they're an $800 million impairment charge. You're still up 0.94% on the day.
So
yeah, go
the
ahead.
headline for Microsoft, I don't know. I'm just going to make up what the headline is for Microsoft. Mag 7 company has yet to make a fresh 52-week high.
Damn it, you stole my.
Is now attempting to do so. So that's why Microsoft, in my estimation, that's why Microsoft is strong, because look at what's been happening since it broke the wedge. So there's your higher lows, and this is a daily chart for everybody. There's your higher lows in the daily chart. Since it made the lower high, there's a series of lower highs. There's it converging on the 50 and 200 period moving averages. And there is your uptrend since, which is unabated to the quarterback at 465. Speaking of which, I have some really crappy choices for which defense to start in the playoffs this week, because the Bills play Detroit. And it's like...
but that's okay, though, because Detroit, they're going to put up a lot of points, but they throw the ball, like there's some sack opportunities. But
Did you see the Bills' defense versus the Rams?
I know.
That was against the Rams. There was literally no defense. And so I might have to start the Bears, and they have a bad matchup, too. The KC's good. I'm starting KC. The Bears play somebody solid. It's not good. But anyways, the defenses I'm starting are kind of like the offer versus a Mag 7 name like Microsoft. But you know what? It's not as strong as Apple today. Like here is, where did I put Apple? Oh, it's this black chart. Usually I have Apple in my top left, and now I have in the bottom right. That's how you're a creature of habit. If I have Apple up, it's in the top left and my screen's up there, and I put it in the bottom right for the first time. No, but this is what Apple looks like on the day. and why I'm looking at this over Microsoft this afternoon. There's your double top from the morning. There's a consolidating off that double top with room, a lot of room to 250 and a lot of room to the high. And this is in a market that's not doing anything. Softy, you're getting the old VWAP bounce play, I suppose, and not really moving much. So, yeah, I like Microsoft to get there. I think we're getting before the end of the year. I think we're getting to the top. You know, you're just going to get to 470. It's a matter of when. And this afternoon, it doesn't feel like one of the stronger names. So as far as like the non-NVIDIA Tesla Mag 7 names, my eyeballs are on Apple in this consolidation. Whether we're getting dips back into prior high, you know, down around here, in the mid 240, 248 range, or if we're breaking out that top, I think Apple's got some good room. So yeah, I like Microsoft. I think it's getting to the all-time high before Christmas, but today it's not doing much.
No, I think you're right about that. Look, I mean, we've talked about it. We like Microsoft. Obviously, it's going to be a good stock moving forward. Neil, I think he didn't bury the lead, but that's exactly what I was going to say, is that it's like we've already talked about all these other names going to all-time highs. We've already seen that. We talked about the 4 that went yesterday. There was more than that, but just the big 4. So Microsoft has to join, and I believe it will. I don't know why it's lagging behind every other name as far as relative underperformance versus the other names, but it's still working, man. I mean, Microsoft's still going to the upside right here. You're, again, percentage points away, probably 1.5% away from a new all-time high. So I don't know. I just think it's breaking out above there. You ask why it's doing this. You had a great base down here at 410. We talk about buying stock at the 200 period moving average. You got a great opportunity to buy, again, a huge American company that should benefit from all of this talk. I mean, if TikTok gets banned and things like that, I don't know, can Microsoft step up and maybe offer, I don't know, some hosting or something like that with Azure? I don't know, but that's true of all of these names. So I just, I like the Mag 7. I don't know. Microsoft has a huge moat around it. Windows, I mean, checks my software. Yep, still running Windows. So I don't know. I think PC is not dead by any stretch of the imagination. Although we all love our Macs and all that kind of stuff, so much is still run on Windows OS. So I like it. I think there's some potential there. We obviously see ChatGPT now going through with Apple iOS 18.2 just launched with ChatGPT. You can talk back and forth with it. Sharif was showing us some cool things you could do yesterday with Chat. So, I mean, if a lot of us will talk about Siri as not being up to par, well, hopefully Microsoft and OpenAI can help them out and get that going. And again, Microsoft, not that it has anything to do necessarily with Apple, but the ecosystem is still alive and well. I mean, I think that we need to continue to support these U.S. tech companies. You guys, I don't want to say you guys, but Americans elected Donald Trump. He's going to be stepping in there. He's very pro-business. He's very pro-USA. I feel like I don't need to say any of this. But at the end of the day, Microsoft, big company, should benefit over the next little while. So I like the stock. Not much else to say about that one. Without any real catalysts, as Sharif said, we just keep on watching it go higher and hope for pullbacks we can get long.
What do you mean, you people?
You people.
I was gonna say it when you said it, but I'm like, I didn't want to interrupt. But what do you mean, you people? I love Tropic Thunder. There's a couple of things.
Americans. That is a good movie. I have to rewatch it.
It's the funniest movie made in the last 20 years. AMD's moving because they're presenting at the Barclays conference. So management is presenting at a conference. It just went to that 132 level where it cratered from earlier. So they're presenting at a conference. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about what is being said or any headlines. Just the presentation started at 2, and apparently it is ongoing right now. So we'll keep our ear to the ground. And speaking of the ground, Adobe is in the ground.
Is it still down?
Oh, yeah, it's still down.
By the way, we just because, what's up, Randy? Look, we just shorted that there. I don't care if they're at a conference or not. Like, it just came up to 132. Now, let's just talk about this real quick. First of all, there it is right now, Randy. It's
another one.
And it's not, we're going to see if it can get into the dollar club right now. But again, what I should talk about is we're using less shares now because there's an uncertainty. If they're going to be at a conference right now, we don't know what they're going to say. So I'm going to use this top as an out, 132.50 or so. But yeah, still could get blown out, but we'll take it. We wrote down 132. We like it. It was a great trade. It's my number one stock today. So we're going to see if we can make some money here.
What? Who's ordering sushi? What?
Oh, at the conference.
Oh.
Look at us excited over
I thought-
here, Randy. Look at this.
I thought we were getting sushi for.
Oh, we got some little karagi chicken
on.
coming. Okay, here we go. AMD. So we just took another bid there at 30. Let's see if it can get to the downside. Man, why does this man have to start talking about sushi now?
I'm getting jealous
I'm
because
like, sushi.
he brought this coffee, which I'm sure is for you.
Here's what to run.
But let's go back and talk some Adobe.
yeah.
I'm gonna ask him for a team.
Before we get in trouble.
Adobe, what a bad day for it today. 13.5, 13 2/3%. It continues to bleed. It's at lows right now, guys. So it did report earnings after the bell yesterday, and they were a mixed results. They did well in the current quarter, beating on the top and bottom line. It was the guide, the Q1 2025 guide, as well as the full year 2025 guide that did not have analysts impressed. In fact, analysts are split about the future of Adobe. Some saying its moat is in trouble. Others saying this is a good opportunity to get in, guys. What do you think?
Great now for AMD because there it is right there. What's up, Joe? There it is, $1 right there. We take it out at 131 right there on that one. Adobe, I didn't realize that it was at the low of the day again for Adobe, but yeah, down 13%. We talked about possibly getting that SSR bounce early. It looks like as soon as we opened up, we did get a little bit of a bounce. I mean, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit better for you guys here. All right, so yeah, okay, wow. I mean, some of these, because it's such an expensive stock, you're obviously going to get these wicks that are a little bit out of control. So, all right, so we open up right here at 493-ish, whatever, give or take. Huge move down, right? 483. That's $10. I guess really it's not that huge based on the moves that we've seen before. And then it just bounces. So it feels like once all these buyers sort of, once it bounced off there, the buyers came in droves. And I think that was probably the SSR bounce. So you get a quick one, and then you can't break the top of the day. So top of the morning to you if you're out there. But at the end of the day, that was the fade. So despite the price, and it's $400, $500, some of these plays, we had Macy's yesterday, Neil wasn't here. It's the same kind of thing. It's like it comes back into the high of the day. If it doesn't break it, you have a definite playbook for that. You know, it couldn't break it in the pre-market. There was definitely enough volume happening here. It opens up, it wicks a couple times. Then on the way back, again, hindsight is 2020, but that's a great spot right there to short it against like 495. Like you can give this name $2 or $3 worth of room, and then you can't predict a $20 move down, but you could definitely have held that, right? I mean, I equate this, and look, AMD is just like a thank you come again. We just said, right? Like this is the same kind of thing here. We're right off the open. It gave us a top. It was worth. We got blown out there. It was worth going back in for this to give up that. And by the way, like there's AMD one more time. Wow, man. Oh my. Neil, man, we are just on one right now. Let's just fire that hot dog cannon off right there because there's another out for us right there on this play. So I like a lot right there. Good trading here. Looks like anyways for AMD. Like what? I'm thankful that you had mentioned or whoever mentioned that there was a conference there.
I just saw it hit the wire and but I got some breaking news for everybody. Breaking news, and I quote, famous trader Sean, also known as the Katina Man, resigns after a global ban of the phrases Riz and Ohio announced. Reporters noted he was visibly upset that he could no longer make fun of Raider for being in Ohio. Shout out to Andrew Raider. What up, brother?
Where was that chat?
Super chat? I mean, I
don't even see it. I must be in the wrong...
There it is. I think you're in the wrong chat. You might be in the old show chat. Thank you, Mr. Raider.
All right.
Always fun.
Let me see what this joke is saying here.
Well, obviously, there's no one banning Riz and Ohio.
As Katina Man, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, no one's banning Riz.
Resigns.
And Ohio.
Yeah, I resigned yesterday, but I just came back. Global ban of the word. Look, I mean, the word Riz is banned and pretty much banned in our house. I mean, I can almost guarantee you that right now. But thank you, Raider. Are you coming on, Raider, or what? Because we'd love to have.
Yeah, you joining us
on
Andrew?
today? I'm assuming that is what it is. But
I know you're joining us in the aftermarket tomorrow.
Ramin's like, great question.
My bad.
So, Neil,
trade the pool.
Smarten up.
Smarten up. Trade the pool allows stock traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive $80,000 in buying power and the chance to become a funded trader. Hit a profit target of just 4% and you'll start trading with the company's capital.
That's dangerous.
That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Get funded faster and easier with new conditions designed for success. And the best part, the profit split's been upgraded to a generous 70%, so you keep more of what you earn. Don't wait. Check it out now and see how Trade the Pool can help you trade bigger and better.
It's such a great opportunity, you can't even get it out.
Well, I mean, I blame you. I blame you for...
I'll take all the blame.
Like, right in the middle, you try to get into that, okay, let's get serious for a split second. Let's crack a joke when you know smiling's going to make me cough, which has been true for the last little bit there. And Rivian Millionaire, you're 100%.
What did he say?
I don't know. We have like our banner photos for... and then we have photos that we do for some of our social media content. I'm smiling in a lot of them. But for whatever reason, in that little Trade the Pool thing, I'm the only person not smiling. And I have pointed it out before. I don't know why it's the case. Sometimes I'll do the serious one. I got the Mr. T, but I took a bunch of photos where I was smiling. And they just decided to use the Neil is not happy, angry black, you know what I mean. No, the Trade the Pool ad, Remain. I'm the only person in that picture, and I have this scowl going on, yeah, it's not my fault. Thank you, Randy, for the tea, which I just got. I appreciate that. Let's go back and talk about a chip name that was strong earlier. I don't know if it still is.
Up almost 5% here, Neil, 4.87. Trading below $150 though is ARM at that 148.94. Decent day for it. Again, no headline for this one, but it is trading at an interesting area, guys. We're coming into that range that we were at previously here on the daily chart. If I can get this thing to switch, well, here we go. All right, so we're right back at this key area of resistance that we were at when this went to an IPO. Still well off the highs though, guys.
All right, just to let people know, we were covering some AMD there. It went right into 130.60, and that was that top. So we're out of more than half of the reload right now as AMD continues one move. So that's ARM. All right, ARM Holdings. So, not every stock is built the same, but if you're in the sector right now, SMH and some of these chip names just haven't really been moving around too much. Lately, obviously yesterday we had that move up for NVIDIA. We had the move up today a little bit before the fade. We're obviously short AMD right now, but ARM seems to be trying to at least break out a little bit. I mean, it's nowhere really near the 190, which is the all-time high. We talk about some of these names. I mean, NVIDIA is $10 away from all-time high. I don't know what it's trading at right now. AMD is $100 away from all-time high. But ARM has work to do, man. I mean, that was a pretty good drop. But look where we dropped right into the 200-period moving average. If you want to play the theme of, cell phones and Internet of Things and all of that kind of stuff, ARM is the right stock for you, for sure. I think that, what was it, in 98% of cell phone chips or something is their technology. So
I think it's like 98.8.
Yeah, so my bad. But 98.8.
I think it is that crazy.
All right, so that's what we're talking about right now, and I just think that you got to be careful shorting this name. That's all. So what is the short float on ARM? I don't know if I like the long because what I was going to say is
it's not a very big short float. It's just
it's 12.
There's not a lot of shares available.
Yeah, so it's 12% right there. And the thing is, I don't even know the story of what's been happening with SoftBank, how many shares they still own. But this is just going to be a pretty simple over-under situation. If you look at the daily chart, that's 150 right there. We topped out on that November 8th, so not too long ago, a month ago. Now we just spend our time underneath, so we're waiting for it to break higher. Then we get 160, and then the route is on higher. So yeah, I mean, I like ARM holding the 200 period. I'd say this is a buy right here, to be honest with you. So I like it. I'm not an investor in this name. And quite frankly, I'm trying to buy less names in the tech space. Most of my chip money is with NVIDIA. So, but I like ARM for other reasons, right? So yeah, ARM Holdings. I know you're still in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm still in. Look, my intention was to get what in my account, what I was considering my, what I should say, in my retirement account, I expected to be like a full position, and it just never happened because I was too stingy, and the valuation was expensive, and I was whining about it. And then even though I was only in a quarter of what I wanted, I ended up selling half when it made a big move. Now I want to try to get back in. I had a stink bid that I put in after seeing what happened yesterday. Like the holding of the 200 period, and then we closed up here at the 50, I was like, if it does it again, I'm just going to sit in front of 135 and see if I can get picked up, which means that's why it broke away. I think the trade now is just if it was holding the 200 period before and just broke this resistance at the 50, the new long is in front of the 50. So if it gets down to that 50 period on the daily, which is in the mid 140s, I think that's where the buy zone is. This afternoon, quadruple top at 150 into a falling market. Yeah, that's a pass for me. Like I'm looking mean reversion, and I don't think I want to look for it at ARM. Like if the market's coming back in, I don't mind things that have stalled out at the top looking for shorts, but Intel's the one I'm kind of working on because that's the one I've been trading, and it's at a level that I like. So I like ARM off that 50 period. Maybe you'll see that tomorrow come in. I think that's reasonable. And look for longs maybe tomorrow. But I'm looking for a mean revert on something else over here in Intel, as that's 3% up, which, I mean, it's been down so much. 3% is nothing for it. Let's talk about Titan.
Ooh.
An IPO that may be signaling that IPOs are back. I don't know. We'll see.
Service Titan, Neil, one of the latest IPOs over here, opened up at 101, but the IPO price for those participating was $71 on 8.8 million shares. That's what the company is putting available for publicly trades. 169 guys, we're still holding above that $100 level, but I believe, Neil, you were talking about that 105 top. Tell us about it.
I was most recently talking about if 100 breaks on this thing. I think it looks like a short. Why did it say? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I went to put a stop in at 100. I have to check the rejection as to why it said no stop order. I've paid for locates, but maybe it's used the wrong key. It doesn't matter. Like it opened at 101, went to 105. I was actually up. I came back and sat down and was like, oh no, Titan opened. I didn't think it was gonna. I didn't think I was going to miss the open, sat down on my desk, and when it had just made the next bounce off 101. So it's blind luck that I happened to sit back down when it was testing 101. Like it is what it is. I was like, oh, it's open. Sean's like, yeah, it's open, and it's right back at the price it opened at. So I just kind of went long at 22, scalped to VWAP, then threes, and then I like this wick here where it got to 105 trailed me out, and then there was a brick wall at 105. So it's not. I'm not telling you anything you shouldn't know if you weren't watching the stock when it got to $105. Absolute brick wall. Eventually came back, broke the 101, and now 100 looks like it could break. Like any IPO, you have to pay for locates, but they were reasonable enough. It was like 7 cents per share here at Real Trading. If it breaks 100, I could see it absolutely. I mean, flush is the wrong word, but I could see a nice little scalp.
That's not the wrong word.
If it breaks 100, I mean, well, what's flush relative? Like the range is only $5 on the stock today. Which is 5%.
I mean, down 5%.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it going to 95. Is that really
I don't know where it's going to go.
Because the issue is at $71. So is going from 100 to 95 is a day trade. That's a flush. But if you're in at 71, you're not exactly crying. So I'm gonna see if we can get the breakdown on that trade.
Yeah, Titan right here. We did fine on it. Again, we were in early. We took a nice little run up into 102.5. Then it tried to break the IPO price. If you ever break the IPO price, I'm out of there. And the IPO price was 101, right? And so we had that. We got it good there. And again, some of our outs is like 103.50 right there. Then we bought it back once it broke and then kept going. So we're like, all right, we'll take that again. So that was a good trade for us. Did I just get filled on something? What just happened there? No, I did not. Okay. All right. So, and then we went long again up to 104.50. It was kind of baselining there at 105. It's too bad we don't have that tick, but we do have one similar to what Neil had, 104.50. And then it was just like, wah, all the way down and it broke 101 again and we got out. So net, good trade. We're up on it. It's like my third or fourth best stock today. Positive expectancies on IPOs by going long off the price. Wait to see what happens. Wait for the level to fail. So no matter where we go right now, I am completely satisfied with the trading that I had done on Titan. I mean, would have rather got them all out here. I think this was probably about 20% or so left. We took a lot out when it went to the upside. I was holding for that dream. Just that we broke 105. There was nobody there. It goes up 107, 108, 109. That's like I had offers up there. So, yeah, I like the break short. I think Titan's a good one. All right, Uber. We've not taken any lately, but we bought some stock yesterday. Let's go find out what's going on with Uber.
Up 1 1/3, Sean. Definitely off the highs, but at least it's not negative on the day. In case you're wondering what's going on, this one had a tough day yesterday. Reason is GM General Motors winding down their autonomous vehicle division Cruise, and that was a partnership that they had with Uber. So Bernstein and many other analysts now saying that autonomous vehicle technology for Uber and Lyft could be a lot harder now that they lost one of their key partners.
Yeah, I mean, is it a potential setback? Sure. That obviously makes some sense, but I can tell you the last two times, I shouldn't be talking about a future that hasn't happened. The last 2 times it traded under 60, this is the beginning of the year. It traded under 60 for all of one morning and then like 3 mornings, essentially, maybe 4. And then look at the ramp job to the upside. And it made that 80 top. And then we had the August lows where it traded down under 60, and that was a panic selling, and then it traded back into the high after that. So you're entering a zone where Uber has had and you know what load of buyers to start the curl. That's kind of what I'm looking for on Uber. Like if it gets underneath $60, look for like any kind of capitulation candle, and then the next day you just go long. I think you just try to keep it simple. If it gets down underneath the $60 level. For today, I mean, I actually had this on my note for a short at 65. I guess I came in way too bullish on the market. I think that's probably a bit of part of the issue. I came in a little too bullish, thinking you were going to retest into this zone, like 64 to 65, when Uber had gapped up, and then it just never did. It just ended up falling very, very slowly. Unfortunately. So yeah, you never really got the chance to short a pop. I thought you could when it was gapping up, but if it gets under 60, just look at the pattern every time it's done it before. And that's been a place where if you get a bottoming tail candle on that daily chart, the next day has been the start of a great long opportunity on Uber.
All right, just looking to make sure we got all the right trades going through here. We still have $1 on AMD. We got 60 cents on SMCI. All right. Yeah, I mean, Neil just went over some levels there. I don't disagree, obviously, with Uber. It's a negative story, right? You're going to have to try to do your best with this name. I recently bought yesterday down there, and we actually got back into those lows today and then bounced right off $60. So we're actually pretty lucky. Actually, that's yesterday right there, that $60 mark. I feel like it's going to have to hold that one more time. We can sit here and talk all about, you know, what we think about Cruise, which was the GM's automated driving that is gone, that Uber had a piece of, which could have helped them for sure. At the end of the day, I like the stock. It's a big piece of society right now, honestly, Uber. Like, I don't know, every time I'm driving around the city, all I see is Ubers everywhere. I like the stock here. I think down 30%. I think it's, I used the word layup before earlier today. You know, you don't want to ever be too confident about it. I don't know, like that August 5th bottom, there's not too many names that I actually think are decent companies that don't have too many tailwinds, or headwinds, sorry, in this situation. Uber is right here, man. I like it. It's trying to turn red for the year. It may even be red for the year. Don't get that opportunity too often. So for me, Uber's a buy. I mean, if you're going to look at Lyft right now as well, that's similar, right? I mean, you're giving it back on a lot of this level, right? I mean, 19 down to 15 is just as dramatic of a drop. And Adair actually pointed this out yesterday on the recap show where someone asked Lyft or Uber, and it was just the fact that at least Lyft is still above the 200 period. So I say technically there's some kind of love down there, at least for Lyft.
I still like Uber better.
Oh, me too. I mean, I would never buy Lyft over Uber, but you know, valuation is one thing. Lyft down 3% today. Uber down, hold on a second. Uber was only down, what, 1% or so, or up 1%, sorry. So, yeah.
But hold on a second. But Lyft doesn't make money yet.
Lyft, they might have just turned profitable. I'm not sure.
Did they? Okay, I could be dead wrong. I could be dead wrong about this. I didn't think Lyft made money yet, and Uber does. That's the distinction. For me, we got a super. I know we're gonna get Andrew in a quick little second. We did get a super chat here, and it was from Mela. Would you take a look at RX? Just look at it. I mean, really? We're only looking at it? And we can look at it. It's down 5.5 points today. But when you look at this on the daily chart, like it's a very reasonable, and a lot of times we'll get like these small caps, hey, have a look at this smaller cap name. But this isn't that bad. Like if you take a long enough zone, you can see the $5, now $6, it has some support, and it's made some rallies off this level. All of them have faded out in the 15 range. I think that's something you should watch. But it's looking like it's doing another, like it's made the little bottom down where you expect it to. It's got the 50 period pulling back into it. The question is, can it make the other leg up? But yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't know what catalyst will get it there. I'm not familiar with the company, but it's done this before off this $5, $6 level. Just, be careful. The last time it stalled at 10, it stalled at 15 before. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad on a dip. Just understand, if it ever loses a bit like that, you could run into a heck of a lot of trouble. But I do believe we are ready. Ooh. We have not, Riz has not been banned, and Ohio has not been banned. And
I don't know, he is the CEO.
Well, but if it was ever going to happen, I'm sure we would find out from the CEO of Ohio himself.
We should.
Andrew Rader, locked and loaded on this fine Thursday. Andrew.
Yo, why are you wearing glasses, man? No, you can wear them if you want.
No, they're gone. They're gone. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was just wondering, because we have Joe over here that wears them for fashion. I was just wondering if that was the new thing that everyone does these days.
No, honestly, since I go to bed extremely late and I wake up sometimes very early, I was on 3 hours of sleep last night, so my eyes were hard.
Hot date or what?
Hard worked because of the white charts that I always have instead of black ones. I punish myself with that, so.
Yeah, we do that as
well. I'll tell you right now, we might show everyone the white charts, but you're better off with I have the dark charts for everything that I can. That said, I mean, you can get away with that when you're young, sir. But yeah, those 3 hours, 3 hours of sleep. So first question is, what charts were you looking at, Andrew, that kept you up till ungodly hours of the night?
Well, that's what we're going to talk about today, because I got some ideas in home builders. We talked about that last time, but also the future direction of the market based off of some data and some timing, of course. I always like to talk about timing. You guys know direction. Everyone knows direction, but the hardest part about trading is always timing.
Correct.
So that's why I'm here.
Correct. We talked about on Friday the max pain, some different levels that had happened. We do get obviously a bump up yesterday in the market, but it's kind of choppy at these levels. For those, I don't know what graphics you have. Obviously, we have screen share open now as well for you. So if there's anything that you want to talk about, because we only had about 3,000 or 4,000 on the show at that time, what are we talking about? What are we looking for as far as seasonality and the max pain talk?
Only 3,000 or 4,000 was a crazy passive flex for you, Sean. But as far as the other stuff, the markets right now, we are in max pain phase. For a lot of you guys that don't know, from my research, the market makers move markets ahead of massive OPEX expirations, aka options expirations. One of the biggest being quad witching. This happens 4 times a year during the third Friday of 4 different months, December being one of them. Right. And what you actually get is trillions of dollars of derivatives expiring. We talk about this all the time. I repeat myself for those that have been watching. It's futures, options, all that stuff expire on the same day. With so much money being lifted off the market, you might be wondering, well, that has no effect really on the equity market, but that's not true, because options have an obligation to equity, and that market makers who are selling options, they have to buy or sell equity depending on what they do with those options. So there is an underlying movement that you can expect with these options expiring, and that's kind of the secret sauce with options in the options market, is understanding that relationship can get you very, very far, and what I was taught by my mentors. But specifically, if you want to share my screen right here, we talked about that 30 days before, you typically get a shakeout phase. This is characterized by a massive fake out. We saw that to the downside, almost to the schedule. It happened on the 20th. Now that we were on 6, I came on here last Friday and I said, today was max pain. It was the start of max pain. And I said, get some downside exposure. That's exactly what happened. You're starting to see that weakness bleed into the markets. And so what we are in right now is called max pain. And the objective of this phase is it's also called the pin move. You often get a very painful move that closes both the bears and the bulls in pain. So exactly what you're seeing now, gap up, flush, gap down, buy up. That kind of action is exactly what you can expect moving here forward into the 20th. But that's kind of been my trading plan. I've been a lot of hands off in the market in general. A lot of the different plays I've been talking about over the last few weeks, IWM, TLT, these really haven't played out. And yet I still haven't taken a major position in any of these yet because, well, we're entering the phase of the market, which I'll discuss in a minute, where it gets very painful.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you just talked about. It's one thing to make calls. It's another thing, like you said, to time them. I mean, the timing is going to be something that sometimes we just got to be patient with and wait for on all of that. We did get a nice move here. We were just talking a little bit about some of the sectors that have been weaker rather than stronger. What is your opinion here? And it's something that we don't talk about too often, you and I for sure, is the semis, right? SMH. Like, it's been pretty, and again, we can come to my screen quickly here, Ramin. It's been pretty sideways, man, for a while. Sure, we've had our ups and our downs. You like this sector or anything right now? I mean, I don't know. Heading into the new year, we could have some tax harvesting here. There's that trade that happens near the end of the year as well. But it's holding the 200 period for me. And I know you and I have talked about XBI and a few different ETFs, XLE as well, that we like. What do you think about SMH here? I know it's very NVIDIA heavy, but any opinions on this?
Sure. So as far as the semiconductors, this was actually a big playbook of mine for the first week of the month, the December. I actually did go long AVGO. That was my biggest trade of the month so far, was longing off outperformance expected in the first week. Now, if you're wondering how I'm getting those expectations, you can just throw up my screen right now. This is the seasonal expectations of the market right now, month to month. So this is the seasonal expectations of December. And you can see the first week we typically get outperformance in the technology names and the IWM. Now, we didn't get that in the IWM, but we certainly were expecting just technology. Now we're entering a phase where we can actually expect somewhat of a, quote, blow off top. Now, I know a lot of bears are rejoicing. They're probably drooling, trying to lick the screen right now. Please get away from your monitor. Stop licking the screen. It doesn't mean that you're going to go and just short. The market's going to crash. Black swan event. Get that out of your mind. That's not happening. Markets at an all-time high. That's not the expectation. But what you can expect is that moving forward around this Friday, you can actually expect more resilience in the Russell 2000 holdings. And we can also see that, of course, in the Dow Jones names. So these right now, as weak as they look, will probably start to be the better upside opportunity moving into the end of this month, where you typically see a lot more weakness into technology. So that's the expectation, is after this week, past the 13th, you should be positioning out of your longs, sell your longs, maybe not in your long-term portfolio, but certainly in your short-term swings, and start to look at the Russell 2000 names and, of course, the Dow Jones Industrials, which I'm currently looking at, several home builders, which we can talk about.
Before we talk about those home builders, I just, from a timing aspect, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on how the witching at the end of next week sort of plays into this, because in any market where all these Mag 7 names, these big cap names are approaching those highs, when you do reweighting of things that have been outpacing the market, there tend to be some down weights on them. So like, is that the kind of thing where, hey, take advantage of that and maybe wait a little closer to the rebalance? Or do you just not really take that into consideration? Obviously, Friday is going to be a big event. I just want to know how that plays into the thesis. Like, do you try to time it to take advantage of maybe some big down weights that'll happen in some of the bigger cap tech names?
Yeah, so generally speaking, the run-up trades are always around a week prior, several days before the quad witching. Of course, we are 2 weeks now away from that. That's the period where you actually want to start positioning out of those big winners. We saw a lot of the tech names just absolutely rocket. We saw AVGO absolutely rocket. A lot of the solar names had big pumps yesterday. That's when you want to start positioning out of those names. And when you go and you short, you start to look at, okay, where is there going to be weakness? Is it actually worth shorting? Well, first of all, you want to stay away from the SPY, QQQ. You want to stay away from the general indices themselves. Because of the kind of mixed bags you often get into the quad witching, because people are selling selective groups, you want to stay away from the broad indices. You want to short individual names. Two names that I actually shorted was ELF today at the open, and then I also took positions in TTD on Monday. So just shorting some overblown, dragged up stocks that started to slow in momentum. And if you look at ELF and you look at TTD, these were really the weaker names. But if you look at a name like Microsoft, that's not something something you want to try to fight into a major expiration, because the expectation is not a drop, but rather just a slowdown. When you have so much momentum, you don't expect a complete V-shaped reversal. You expect a slowdown and then first and then a slowdown after. I think so many people fight momentum when in reality, momentum is king. If a momentum is strong enough into your zone, you no longer think of that zone as a reversal, but rather just a slowdown. Zones are checkpoints. They're not to be thought of as hard walls. That's why we call it liquidity. And think about a basketball dropping into the water. Yep. If it gets thrown hard enough, it can go below the water surface, even though it floats, and then it will start to rise back up. So that's kind of the analogy I would reference with that. But I typically, with timing, next week, definitely be looking at the overblown names, the names that have been slowing down into this week's Friday, because now that the seasonal expectations are no longer bullish as far as the technology, those names will get rug pulled first.
Yeah, I love that. I love that note of you have a key price area, support and resistance, whatever it might be, for a reason, but it doesn't mean you have to blindly, I like this as a resistance only. You have to be short into it. It matters how it gets there and what it's doing when it gets there. We love your insights, and we're going to get to these home builds in a quick sec, but I have to say, a couple of times, my daughter every now and then watches the show, and she's seen you on. She's like, he's smart, and he talks the lingo, the right lingo.
Your daughter says that?
Because the only person that says Riz and all that stuff is Andrew.
Your daughter watches the show and says, "This guy seems smart."
Well, okay. She likes the fact you speak the same language. But I'll tell you right now, Raider, you said you went short ELF. That's over, because now I'll just be able to see this stock that's ELF, because we do ELF on the shelf. See this stock that is ELF. She has no idea what they do, but suddenly that is just a red mark against you. It's it's clearly been a weak stock, and yes, it is pulling back, but it's the wrong time of year to be shorting ELF. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I was getting at, Andrew. But let's talk about these home builders, because I know you're interested specifically.
I just want to interrupt just real quickly here. I mean, that was great segment there. ELF on a shelf. Snoop on a stoop as well, you could grab. But right now, just quickly here, look at Bitcoin right now. It's dropping. So I just want to interrupt here, because we just broke through 100,000. There it goes right now to the downside. 99.3 right now for BTC. So it is a little bit of a fail there. We were looking at IBIT all day today. There it is right now. Bitcoin on a 5-minute chart. It's dropping down just a little bit. I mean, I think we do have some support in this 97 area. So let's wait to see if Bitcoin continues its ride to the south side. But all right, Neil, you want to talk to Mr. Raider.
Suspiciously timed, by the way. Suspiciously timed drop.
Did you
what do you say?
did
you fat finger that, or what? What happened over there? You're a crypto bull, aren't you there, Andrew? Or
well, I was in October, but certainly in December, that's when I mentioned that there would be a major slowdown.
Yep. And again, Andrew has called that. I mean, a couple times on the show there, talking about getting long and sort of those October swoons. And then, of course, with Trump winning, that was a huge boon for crypto.
I'm the Rizzler that stole Christmas for Neil's daughter that's watching right now.
Yo.
The Rizzler
I thought that was banned, my guy.
Just in Canada.
Just in Canada.
Yeah.
The 51st state or whatever, 52nd state there.
I'm going to hear this 52nd state nonsense.
We're
a country.
Coughing here over here.
We have our own. We have a prime minister.
I saw that and I started laughing so hard. I was like,
I have to tell you,
actual drop of a sitting president calling it a second. That was second.
Not even president yet. The funniest part, I'm going to tell you a little story about Andrew. So we all went out to dinner, and it was actually pretty funny. So we're looking at the menu there, and he's looking down, and we got the steak, we're all ordering it, blah, blah, blah. He looks down and is like,
dinner, man.
$80 for fish and chips? It was like, what the hell? You remember that? That was really funny, man. But we had we're just like, don't worry, my guy, we got this. But anyway, that was a really funny time. And that goes to, of course, the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar is super strong right now. Have you had any thoughts about that? How potentially a strong U.S. dollar may affect? This might go into your home builders. I don't know. But what do you think about the strong U.S. dollar? How can traders maybe play that? Are there any opportunities that you're seeing in the U.S. dollar right now?
Yeah, so one thing, a lot of actually the policies with Trump, while a lot of people do favor that, hey, tariffs, all this stuff, that, it's strong for the dollar, a lot of people on the other side are actually saying, well, despite what he wants, it's likely to actually create a weak dollar. So something of that nature. But we'll see what happens. There's a very mixed bag. A lot of people against the tariffs, a lot of people against, what Trump says versus what he does. But ultimately, I'm not really looking necessarily to play anything with the dollar. However, there are some different names that, of course, we've been watching over the last few weeks, which, of course, have been like metals, miners, these type of things. I've really put a pause on these, although they have been rallying since the low, but they have been gapping up since the low of, I think, the 27th or 28th, and then holding that. So that's a trade that I've put on pause. But specifically, I do want to talk about this trade, home builders. I actually do believe that home builders will get a significant move here soon. Now, I can't show the order because I don't have it up and it's going to take me a while to find it, but there was a specific large hedge order placed for the 20th and 13th of this week and next week's expiration. It was a large put order around 850K or 900K, something like that. While that doesn't seem like that much money of stock, it certainly is for options because remember, each contract is 100 shares upwards. So upwards of tens of millions of dollars worth of stock, etc. The market maker is now hedging those. He's now selling shares. Immediately after he placed this, there was a massive selling pressure move here. But that's a good sign because any slowdown of these puts, any decay of the put premium is going to force market makers to start buying back shares that they shorted to hedge. Because the puts lose value, they need less hedges, which means how do you exit hedges that you shorted with? You buy back. So it creates buying pressure. One of the trades I'm actually looking at is DHI. I believe this one is entering a near entry here for the 1220 or 1227 expiration for equity you can hold for longer. But this one right here, as weak as it seems, I actually think we'll get a kick a word day over the next few weeks, and we should see a significant rally from that. Now, from a technical standpoint, I also like this as well. What you have is a channel, and you have what's called a spring. The spring is to fake out to the upside, then you go for max pain to the downside. We call this structure a market maker cycle. I made this little graphic for you all. You can screenshot it. It happens over and over and again. And one of the more famous examples that Raider Trader made a lot of money on was this one right back here in October's bottom. If you guys remember me on the show here, I was talking about October 350 being the bottom in 2022. Right here, you have this structure. You have a channel, you have a spring, you have a max pain. That's the liquidation for the upside move. That's all I got. XHB, ITB, or DHI, guys.
There you go. And sometimes, that's setup. I was looking at some of the other names there, but DHI is really giving you that pop potential. It does seem. Obviously, look, Andrew, we talk a lot of it. We're just talking about the good dinner we had and blah blah blah, USD and the strength. What is your thought for? Look, U.S. dollar strength obviously is there, and it's in full force. We're going to see another cut coming next week. What's your positioning on this whole department of efficiency and how it might affect spending? Because my whole take on this is it's a task that can't get accomplished. They tried this in the 80s, and it was of no effect. They didn't get it under control, and they still had to print. So I kind of feel like it's any excitement that comes out of that is going to be a miss. I'm seeing there's weakness in names like Lockheed Martin and defense names, as if somehow spending is going to get cut. And I'm looking at some of those and seeing some opportunities. What's your thoughts overall on how that could potentially shape things going into next year? If you don't, I'm putting you on the spot here, but certainly if they were to get it under control, it will require some serious cost cuts in places that have never actually had it happen. And I'm willing to bet against that in some of the names that are getting sold off.
Yeah, certainly. So as far as the cut costs and things like that, as far as the efficiency group, my opinion on that is I think the idea of it is very sound. There is a lot of wasteful spending in a government just because there are so many gaps in efficiency, right? You have to communicate with one department, the other, but you have to do so with a paper form that you submit, fax to the other person. It's a whole process. It's not as simple as sending a text message, yada, yada, yada. So there is a lot of inefficiency in the government. We've known this. We've known it since the start of government, that it was never to be really efficient, but rather just a representation of something that we ourselves don't really necessarily want to do, which is govern a bunch of people. However, while the idea is really sound, one of the few problems I see with it is, number one, when you identify places that you have to cut, there are a lot of agencies in the world, or especially in the US, that although they might seem useless, are tied in with other agencies, and that would cause a lot of problem if it is recklessly just cut off the bat. And so while a lot of people might not get this, but slashing sounds good, But in practice, it's very hard to justify because you have all these people that now, well, wait a minute, Susie, who worked at this agency, she also relied on this other agency to get the certain documents over to her, yada, yada, yada. It's a whole mess. It's an interweb that I think does need to be challenged eventually and does need to be reworked. But I don't think that getting anywhere with, just a simple slash over in 1 year process is going to be very efficient in itself. But I like the idea. Overall, I think it's a good political move. I think that this is something that we do need to move forward to, especially if we want to move towards a better national debt. But again, I think a lot of people stress that, while our debt is high, we are also one of the biggest reliant. It's almost like debt doesn't matter to our country because, well, we are paying so much interest. And while that is a big deal, you also do have a lot of the assets, a lot of the buying that every country, no matter what, still depends on us. The U.S. is the biggest buyer in the U.S. We are the biggest buyer and we are the biggest seller of any goods in the United States. So that's really one testament to how important the U.S. government is in the relationship with the world economy. But just as far as other stuff, what would debt do? What would all this do? In 2025, one of my biggest trades is actually the dividend trade. I think a lot of dividend stocks are going to be attractive. I think they're going to be actually bigger movers. And I think because a lot of people are looking, especially money managers, they're looking at the markets right now and they're going, the upside risk in a lot of these larger caps, these mega caps, they're starting to dwindle down. And if we're looking from a positioning standpoint as a money manager, I want the best risk reward. I want the best, maybe the slower end of this economic cycle is going to be better in dividends anyway. So I'm going to start putting in dividend names. So definitely names like Coca-Cola, McDonald's, all these names moving forward, the big dividend payers, the lower beta names. I think in 2025, that's going to be a big hit no matter what. And I think if you guys are holding a lot of dividend names, they got hit pretty hard this year and last year just because there was such a big rotation into growth. But that doesn't mean that I think in 2025, there's going to be a big revival in these names.
Yes, sir. And all I will say to that, anytime dividends get brought up,
like that call,
be careful chasing yield, everybody. Because, a good dividend stock has nothing to do with how much it yields. It has more to do with, does it preserve capital while consistently increasing or maintaining their dividend? Does it also preserve capital and is it a strong company? Those are important factors when choosing a good dividend.
Don't go and get a 30-cent company that pays $2 dividends. Okay.
Well, I was going to say Pfizer, but if you wanted to go, no, I was going to say something. If it's got a totally downward slope, at some point it stops being a dividend play and is, hey, maybe you're taking a shot at it off the bottom and the dividend just keeps you afloat while you do it. That's very different from, say, like a Coke, like you mentioned, which is a quality company which consistently pays a dividend, or one of the energy names that consistently pays a dividend and you don't get rinsed on. What is going on there?
Fade to black. Andrew, thank you so much.
Someone in chat says I needed sun. So now the sun is covered by a cloud cover, and now you have Andrew, no sun.
Andrew, thank you so much for coming out there. I hope you get to that tanning booth that we also desire. But I think you look fantastic, man. I mean,
thank you.
We saw you in.
You can barely tell my headphones are on right now.
Oh, you're wearing headphones? All right, thank you. Thank you, Andrew, for coming through one more time. Obviously, a great friend of the show and a lot of knowledgeable, concepts and thoughts right there. So we love that. Thank you. And everyone can pick up the Raider Report. Go follow this guy at Raider Trader 101 and at Raider Trader over there on Instagram. Okay, my friend. Thank you so much. Have a great.
I have one more message.
Let's go.
I've got one more thing to say.
No.
The Rizzler of Ohio is gone, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy, Andrew. The Rizzler of Ohio. There it is.
I don't.
He's keeping it skibbity.
He's all right in our books right there. Thank you, Andrew, for coming through one more time. And again, it's about the ideas, right? I mean, it's not every idea everybody has is always going to work. I feel like as long as you could justify it, make sense of it, and then trade off of it, and again, risk manage, right? I mean, if you don't like the home builders, that's completely fine. There's going to be dividend stocks there that work in certain environments and other stocks won't work. And it's just a matter of trying to pick which one's best for you with your own risk tolerances. And then again, remember, he started it off, and Neil and I talk about this all the time about timing. It's like, especially in what we're doing here as day traders, it's like some days I'll write down here, it's like, uber long, the very next day, uber short. You know, it's like you got to understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. And I think that if the catalysts are there as he sees them moving forward into the new year, then you look out for that, right? I mean, I just think that's what it is. So no matter what you think of the move forward, you got to understand the reasoning and the positioning and get positioned up for that. I mean, that crypto call was a great call there as well. I don't know what would have happened to crypto if Trump or Kamala would have won. I don't know. I think the trajectory was higher.
I try not to
Anyways,
think about it.
wow, things look so much. I like those glasses, but I definitely prefer without.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like it's great. It's great on your eyes having the blue light glasses on. But when you take them off, I realize it is so much better, like reading the charts and reading my level 2s. But I like to take the paint off the eyes. Look, the NASDAQ, not doing a heck of a lot, but we're holding under 100,000 on Bitcoin right now. And I looked over to, I guess, the place I look when crypto's weak, which has been Mara, it's that miner. Have a look at Mara right now. Like it is all red candles on this 15-minute from 24. This is going to be the first green candle. So if you're looking at this and we're going to hold under 100,000, yesterday's low was 23. You're consolidating off 23. If the first bounce gives us a push into 23, you haven't broken the low on the week yet, which is at $22.50. So there's room to get down to there. So we're about to pop up. Well, we are popping up, I should say. So looking for a curl off this 23 level on Mara. This Titan stock still, I mean, I feel like I still have the order in, but it's just holding $100. Like anytime you do this, you open at 101, go to 105, brick wall, lower high at 100. Like I'm thinking breakdown, if we get filled tight to $100 short, throw a stop if it gets back above 100 and just see if it flushes. We had to pay for low case to do it. So if it breaks, it breaks. At this point, I did re-enter back into Intel for a little bit of a scalp trade. And then it's this Mara. As long as Bitcoin wants to hold underneath 100,000, it's one of these three names. We're in Intel. We're waiting for the break on Titan, and I'm looking for a curl. If we get to 23, put a curl on, and we're still challenging and underneath 100,000, then I want to revert Mara. Let us know if there's anything else you guys are trading that is moving right now. I mean, Bitcoin kind of got our attention. The IPO has been a mover. I would expect if it breaks 100, it's going to move again. We just got to be patient, trade things going, because this market's not doing much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's... I was talking to Joe. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, like, we do have a good opportunity here to trade names that are moving around. And I think that this is, like I said, understand, like, on a prop floor and things like that, you're going to have to keep your ear to the ground. And that's why I think everybody, like, please get into the chat. I honestly, the fact that someone had mentioned AMD was moving around up to that 132. And it's like... so get into the chat, first of all, subscribers only, make sure you hit the subscribe, the like, and all of that kind of stuff. But like that coming right into a level that we had posted before, the only difference here is less shares. So for example, if I put on 100 here, I put on 25 here. Like that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's less shares when there's a move that comes out of nowhere. And you can always tell by this. Right, this is so key, man. Volume. It's like when volume starts to pick it up, it is just boom to the upside right there. So you got to be very, very careful with what we're doing right here. We do have. So my daughter had some of her pictures taken there today. So this is her playing hockey. I talk about it all the time. So there's some stats underneath there and everything like that as well. But there it is. Very, very proud.
You didn't even get a chance to read the stats.
Oh no. The stats didn't copy over? Oh, man, there is a big pitch. It's not stats. It's just her. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you.
The burpee thing.
Oh, the burpee thing? Yeah, she's a beast. Hold on a second here. Open image.
Do you have any idea how hard that is?
Yeah, somewhat of an idea.
When I was... anyways, he's not going to say it, but I'm going to say it. So Sean mentioned that Gia
can barely
did 105 burpees at a fitness test.
No, not a test. He was at F45. It was just...
Okay, well...
Yeah, she goes.
But like 105 burpees. If you've anyone that's ever, I've done burpees before, and I once did. Damn it, this throat is killing me. I'm trying to get this out. I challenged myself to max out. I was trying to do 200 burpees in less than, I forget what the time limit was back in the day, but I was I was much.
Sally up, Sally down thing.
No, this was years ago. I was still in the condo. Like I was young. My daughter wasn't born yet. I was in much better shape, and it was like one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life. Even like it takes a lot mentally to do a lot of burpees because it's not. I don't care how fit you are.
You get tired.
Like you're sore. It's just like, why am I doing this? It's just
life.
It is all mental. Like you can be fit, but that's like a mental challenge. So it takes a lot of discipline, is what I'm getting at, to be able to do.
Yeah, she could. By the way, shout out to Rivian Millionaire. She could beat Raider up. Yeah, that is true. You guys can't see that. Oh, you can. Okay, look at the quote that she gives here. People don't decide their future, they decide their habits, and their habits decide their future. Like what? Like right in there. Like I mean, maybe she used ChatGPT for that. I don't know, but hey, man, like if the building the habits is what it is, then that is what it is. I mean, she's been absolutely fantastic, and I don't know, man. It's just so funny because she's like all about that life. And then my wife asked my son, it's like, hey, Baron, what you want to go? He's like, nah, I'm cool. I don't need to go to F45, you know. So he doesn't want to do. He started.
He's chill.
Yeah, he's just chilling out. He was on his Discord there. He started snowboarding.
Nice.
Yeah, real nice.
What?
You know how expensive snowboarding is if you've never done it
my
before?
My nephew's into it.
Yeah, so it's $200 a week. He's going there. Plus that's it. Only 8 weeks, right? Only $2,000. Yeah, and then you also got to buy the equipment. You know, we rented it.
But he's active. It gets.
Oh, no. I mean, this is the reson why I have no money. I mean, it's completely fine with that. You know, you reap what you sow, and I sowed 3 kids. So I reap those benefits. But anyways, at the end of the day, you know, you gotta do that. Because or else the kids get bored, you know, and you don't want them sitting at home all dang day. And I try to teach them about investing. I mean, Baron was here. If you go on my Instagram machine, you'll be able to see there that he is the original, basically, young gun here. Radar Trader's kind of taking it out, but Baron recommended Microsoft back about 5 years, or not 5 years, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, when they
Roblox.
when they were Roblox, when they were in discussion to buy Discord. So that was a good call by him. I think it was $230. We do have that clip at the time there. Just a pretty fluke call, but at the end of the day, a good one. I think you should all teach your kids about investing. That's, for me, it's a big part of what we do. It's not a big part, but we do talk about that. You talk about, owning shares and what it means to IPO and what it means to have a company out there and put your money somewhere else other than underneath.
Yeah, kids got to know what
mattress
compounding is.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been drilling, but my daughter, before she can't even, like she does some division and multiplication, but understanding the concept of compounding and how it grows faster than regular counting, that's something we've been drilling in from a very, very young age. And why is because our brains are not wired to comprehend compounding. It's just not how we are. We're very linear in the way that we naturally think. So it's important at a young age to be able to grasp it, because most people, you lose an opportunity if you don't realize how powerful a vehicle it is. Speaking of powerful vehicles, $100 on Titan probably should have been a long, not a short. So I'm probably going to, I don't know, it's 3 o'clock.
See, that's another trade there that we could have had.
Yeah, like I'm canceling my stop order to break short, and maybe I'll look for a bounce play off the 100 level. Like, look at it. It just held 100, what's the low? 7 cents in here, and then it did a higher low at 40 cents, and it just went back to 101. So it's looking pretty good. If we get another challenge, it might just be a scalp trade off the long. If there's not that much time, we're only 50 minutes left in the day, so for it to fall apart if it breaks that bottom is looking a little bit less likely. How is it? I'm trying to figure out how it's possible that my throat is worse after drinking this tea.
It's just because more talking, right? You didn't talk yesterday.
My level of frustration it's frustrating. I feel what's crazy is I actually feel fine. It's just it's like gigantic frog in the throat. Mara did just come into that $23 level. Okay. We're still underneath that 100,000 mark on Bitcoin. So this is a curl I was looking for. We'll see if we can get something in the 90 range here. And if we break out this top, which is oddly enough $23 even, I would be out of that short. Axel saying Nvidia is moving lower. I'll have a quick look in a second. Just want to see if we can get our stop in on Mara. We're still offering it. And we'll see if Titan actually wants to get down lower. So we'll see what happens there with Nvidia is coming into VWAP. That could be something as well.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, just real quickly here about everything else. I don't have So you guys want to know about Titan? I mean, they don't have a PE or anything yet. I mean, I other than whatever they road showed with, I don't know. Do they lose money?
They lost money real recently, and I know their revenue growth was 25% year over year,
Right.
but they still lost money. They're not making money yet.
So that's what I was going to say. It's, if you don't have the EPS, like we don't have the report on Titan. So I like whatever they roadshow with is what, so they go out, they try to garner interest for the IPO and they give some stats. So whatever those are is what they are. I don't know. Anything really about Titan right there. The only reason we went long was because it was an IPO and it was fantastic.
Yep.
And then there's the hold there. It does come close to breaking 100, does not. The minute it breaks that 101, which is the IPO price, that to me is the out. So we get out there. This one actually didn't break, so whatever. But then this one does break and we wind up getting out. It looks like $100 and like 50 something cents is where it winds up punching us out at. So that was an L on probably the last 10% of the shares, probably maybe a bit more, right about the last 15% on that one. Those of you asking about AMD, so I have about 20% left. I went over and did the math. 20% left of this trade right here. We had it earlier and we had a little bit left over from there, but now I can't really tell. It's all the same prices. So I went back and looked at how many shares we hit there, how many we got out on the downside. So we have about 20% left. So we can continue to hold on to that. And I think that would probably be a good idea for us to do that. So we're going to do that right there on Titan. Sorry, not on Titan, on AMD, and try to hold out and see where we can go on that one. So that's what we're doing here right now. I did want to go over just really quickly. We do have earnings coming through tonight. Join me on the after show as we'll get that going. So today is December 12th, of course. Why does this say 13? Oh, 13 that are reporting. Okay, so we have Broadcom aftermarket close. We talked about that. That's going to be the biggest market cap there. As they're approaching $1 trillion. Wow, that could hit. That's 844. Previous move right there, 10%, looking at 7. So that 7% will take them. I'll redo the math. We'll have a look at that. I shouldn't say will in certainties, but take them to all-time highs. Costco's already at all-time highs, so any move higher than that wins for them. They are tonight as well. Suncor probably already reported. This moved 2%, so that's fine. What else is coming in? Centene before market open, after market close.
The answer is yes, by the way.
Restoration Hardware. What was the question?
7% absolutely takes Broadcom to a fresh.
Right, exactly. Okay,
Absolutely.
we looked at that yesterday. All right, after that, man. So we have some guidance here. So some of these companies, they've done something different here on Market Chameleon by giving the guidance, it looks like. So Lovesac Company, okay, before market open. That's about it. So now you're into a sub 100 million. So really the two today that we're going to be really focused on is going to be Costco and Broadcom. So let's get going on that. The guidance, of course, is...
Can you scroll down for a second?
Yeah, what do you see on here?
You mean you're not
BuzzFeed?
You're not excited about Good Times restaurants?
GTR?
Good Times restaurant. I've heard it's dynamite. That's all.
Man, we need to come. We need to come up. We need to do some more.
I was obligated. The second I saw that, believe me, if I didn't do that, and don't even hate on that, because I'll tell you right now, I don't care if you call me old. It doesn't matter to me, man. Jimmy Walker was a genius. He was a genius. Say whatever you want, Joe.
Joe is hating on that.
You hate all you want. Dynamite.
It's done. The show is done.
Because if you don't think that Tyrone Big,
it's been a good day.
A lot of characters, a lot of Chappelle characters, straight up, straight off a Good Time, straight up. You know what's up? Nah, I keep it real. Speaking of which, Broadcom actually just made a move. You can't make this up. The literal second Sean brought this up, and I'm talking about the earnings names, Broadcom with a bit of a pullback, just to remind everybody, Apple news that they could be moving away from Broadcom sometime next year, caused that dump. They were trading back higher going into earnings, and they just did a bit of a mean revert. I mean, this is actually gold. Like if Obi was trading this, which I don't know if he was, that's the textbook. I don't know if you're listening, Obi. From VWAP, trend up, break trend, pulls it, gives you, look where it stops, first support. That's gold, because you can hold this short to the top and then get some out there. It's like a 181.25. That's about 70, 80 pennies in there. We did get that Mara trade, so Mara comes into 29 or 23. We get some 90s at 91. I just got some 80s. Low of the day is 70s. So we're risking essentially 10 cents. We take some at 1-to-1. We'll take some at a 2-to-1 and then go from there. So it's continuing to work to the downside. And you're right, Icky22. It was absolutely, the song was pimping. And that's why back in the day, when they actually had good intros. Sean mentioned something that I didn't get to comment on. I obviously wasn't here yesterday. And if you look at what happened in Macy's, and I was going over some charts of some things that I had missed, and this is where I'm getting at with Macy's. This is the ultimate for a liquidity grab. Like, we talk about this all the time. Like, what does the liquidity grab look like? This is a huge liquidity grab on Macy's into now another consolidation off the same high. If this isn't on your radar, if you trade these types of squeeze possible names, like when I see that kind of a setup, where you do that kind of a liquidity grab, immediately regain support. If you're able to take out the top next, that's got some juice to it. So this is on the radar. And the second you had said it, I was like, hey, we should, I'm actually going to write down on my iPad. Forgot to put this one in there. When you do this, any break of the top next is a break that I like. I don't know if Macy's is going to break out tomorrow, end of the week. It's a Friday. It's an even dollar level. But that was one heck of a lit grab underneath. Good, strong recovery today without breaking 17. Going to close essentially close enough to VWAP. But if you break out that 17 tomorrow, I love that kind of a setup, man. Because you trap some shorts, and then all of a sudden you have a squeeze-ish type name trying to break it out. So, yeah, I don't know if we're going to get that tight in stock. Sometimes on an IPO, your only trade is the one off the open. And if that's how it is, then that's fine. My only regret is I didn't get it off the open, because I will always, and I think I told this to a couple of traders today. There is no chance I'd ever take as many shares on the second bounce off that 101. I'm on the wrong start here. I'm just showing you guys Mara's starting to come back down. No, I'm talking about Titan. There is pretty much no chance I would ever take as many shares here as I would off the open. Because that gimmick trade, which has paid a lot of day traders over the years, it has to do with, hey, it holds the first even dollar. I'm going long off that one. And you make that trade 101 to 105, and you do that for whatever your maximum position is. When it comes the second time through, I'm taking a quarter or a third at the most of what I would take. Because a lot of times we'll see that where it makes the bounce, you get the higher low, it loses the bill, bottom, next thing you know, you're at $95. I usually like that the most the first time. I just wasn't sitting at my desk when this thing opened up, which is part of the game. You got to get up at some point, and they have this magical way of waiting till afternoon when people are going to lunch to open these things up these days.
Yeah, that was. And I only knew it because Brankos was like, yo, it's open. And I was like, it's open. And I was like, okay. We went over to it a little bit late. All right. Any other names you guys want us to sort of look at here before we get going? Because, not before we get going, not going anywhere, but as this market 320 right now, I was just seeing right here, Disney. And again, we can look at Broadcom. We can look at all these names for sure at any moment. Disney, again, not doing too much today. The thing about this name is it's trying to hover up here. Huge move right there for Disney on the daily, right? I mean, what a gap sort of a play there. What even happened on this day? 102 up to 108, then up to 114, and now you're right back into some possible tops again for DIS. So let's just try to pay attention here, see what winds up happening with Disney right now. But again, nice little move to the high side. And just looking at it here, not doing much. It came across the scanner as a VWAP, but not much happening right there. We did see SMR. There was some talk more about nuclear today. I forget in which manner and who was talking about it exactly. SMR had a huge move. I mean, huge, I don't know, but when we opened the day up at like 22.50, you go to 24, you double topped up there at $24. The reason why I like this name, again, not making any money, so we sort of know about that. But right into here, $20.65 coming through. That is but that is the 50-period moving average. I like SMR there, and if you want to play the uranium game elsewise, there are other plays. We had NNE, we had Cameco there as well, but this is the E.
I was going to say URA, actually.
Yeah, URA.
Pulling back into the 200 period.
Okay, so that's an ETF that we're talking about right here. I mean, here it is right here.
Oh, you have it up?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to say, if you want to play more broader there for URA, you're going to get it right here. So there's I have the 200 period in around 29 and change, so you're going to get that now. We talked about buying that down here. That would have been a good one. But yeah, good pullback this is what I'm talking about. There's going to be value in some of these names. And I think URA, just another example of that right here, right now. So there's uranium down to $29. I liked it. This isn't the ETF that sort of I would look to get into. We had recently bought XBI, average price in around 93 or 94. So right here, that's why I was saying it before I hit the price. I didn't know what the price was. Wow, downside move today for XBI. All right, some of the biotechs, that's an interesting move there today as well. We actually got back to 100 and faded out.
Actually, Sean, there was a question about this specifically.
Yeah, go.
Amarit in the chat just said, with most of the stocks hitting all-time highs, and I know you're talking about the Mag 7 and tech stocks. I mean, to say most of them are, not everything is.
No.
What would be some good stocks? Well, I buried the league, so I already have one up. What would be some good stocks to add for the long term? Well, I've mentioned a couple, and you just mentioned some uranium names. Caterpillar is a name that I've been looking at because I like, stocks that I hold. Stocks that I hold in my long term. If it's a stock that I'm still looking to add position on, and you can get the 200 period moving average, and the 200 period moving average has meant something, then that's something I look for. So this gets down to, all I need to see is it get down to the 200 period, show any type of a bounce, and then I add to it. That's one name that I'm looking at. And the other one, which is distinctly different, I was talking about with Andrew, is look at what's happening to Lockheed Martin. Like this, everything went crazy just before, like at the end of the summer here, when this was at like 474, and then it ran. It's almost back at that level. This was a very big top on Lockheed that it held for like a year and a half. So the fact that you're getting a possible retest of this, like in a major support, like that's going to be like, and again, I understand completely if someone were like, I would never invest in a defense stock. I get it. And I have no qualms with that, and I don't have any judgments, and it is what it is. But I'm looking at this as I think this is an opportunity as it's creeping underneath $500, underneath the 200 period moving average, which usually is a bit of a red flag that I don't like. But given that you have a long time support area down at the 450, this is another name that I'd be at least looking at. So, all right, Titan, the volume is really dying. The volume's really tapered off on this thing. I don't think there's a trade in the last 40 minutes on it, to be honest with you guys. It's a little spready, and it just does not have a lot of volume. I mean, Mara, with Bitcoin still holding underneath 100,000, just got back into the low. There was a decent chance this could break the bottom. Let me just slide to the 15-minute chart so you can see. It's at its low of the day. The low 2 days ago was 2250. That's the target here. It gets 23 to 2250. That was the low on, say, Thursday, so that'd be Tuesday. So Tuesday's low is the target here on Mara. Intel just came back up into the mid-70s. And if you're kind of wondering, hey, Intel's up today, why looking short? Well, just kind of look at this chart. Right, like it's got its own resistance again up around $20.80. You had an open, a close, another close, like 3 closes in a row, and then an open flush at this price level on Intel. So when the resistance shows up there, I'm potentially just shorting it to that top. We've been doing some scalping, but it is trending up. If it breaks that high, I'm out. That's simple. So Mara working. Intel, we took one last reload on it. The best short was this one, obviously. So I can't go red on it, not because this is great, but because this was good. The one that got us all the way down to 2035. But it's looking pretty strong, Intel. I have to admit, Intel's having a very good day today. I'm not saying the bottom is in, but I was thinking the bottom would be closer to 18. It might be this 20 level. Now, if it can do a reversion and start holding that 20, the stock's been so beaten up. At some point, it's just people stop selling.
Yeah, there's going to be good opportunities
it does happen
in this space. I mean, we saw Peloton, we saw some of these names just get beat up. And then we also do have, remember, Oracle is, not rumored right now, but there was some talk there. I think it was Oracle, wasn't it? Looking to make a move there. For Intel, was it Oracle?
It was.
It might have been.
No, it was. Now it's going to bug.
I don't know if somebody tells me it was Oracle, but okay. All right, we'll figure that out.
It's Qualcomm.
Qualcomm. Yeah, that's a good one. Qualcomm. Yeah, for sure, Qualcomm. Because Oracle doesn't make too much sense. All right, so I was going to say that this could be a break right there on Intel of the high of the day right here at 2080. It's right there right now. I don't know why
it's right there.
We really wouldn't take this.
Well,
to be honest with
my
you.
stop's at this price. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, I know you're short,
Yeah.
but I was just saying, like,
it's not a bad reversal. What time is it?
This might just be It's 324. I mean, I feel like there's lots of time left to do this.
Plenty of time.
Just a matter of if you want it. So that's it. I think that that's a good break spot there, despite the NASDAQ going to the downside. Generally, at the end of the day, I don't want to fight the trend. And right now, the trend is downside on NASDAQ here. I mean, that is quite clear as day. We may even get into that low. But again, that low is right from the morning. So that's going to be 10 o'clock right into there. And we bounce back all day. And then now you're coming back into the downside. So a tough one there for Intel being at the high, but if the market ever got going, that was a nice trade to make. Micron there dropped out from $100 today. It was a pretty quick move too when we went down there. Boom, right there, nice little drop. It started at 99.50, so I'm not sure what was there. But again, if you know weak stocks, the best thing to do is find this 200 period. You know, and if you can get something in and around there, like I don't know how we would have known Micron would have been the short today, but if you did like it, it gave it to you right at 930. You almost got, and again, we have to do the tick replay. You'd have to go back and see where were these stocks at that time, where was the 200 period moving average. But at the end of the day, that might have been a good short rate there, 101, and then it came back again. All of the dramatic pops today in Micron has been faded. Now you're having one right now, but the thing is now the 200 period's caught up to it. So we talk about stocks getting exhausted. That's what this line is here for. You're now starting to sort of turn back upside right now. If this move had continued, you'd be nowhere near the 200 period moving average. But so it looks like this trade is dead. But for right now, Micron, this is something that we have to add to our watch list because we do have that bottom break there, and some would call it a flat bottom break. If we break through this 96.50 area, that's a play for Micron. And then all of a sudden, you're right back into that area that we all thought we had missed, and that was this 85 to 90 area, because then earnings came and we just blasted right back up. But how good are these tops at 114, 115? Looks like that's going to remain true here for Micron, down that 3 and a bit percent. So they're not all built the same, which is why I asked Andrew before about SOXL. Now, SOXL and SMH, one of them is equally weighted. I think it's SOXL that's equally weighted, and then the other one has, the market cap weighting. So the market cap weighting will be obviously triggered towards NVIDIA and much more towards that of a play than something that's not. So I'm going to find out which one is which. Simply put, we could just find that out on the web. Maybe you guys might know that as well. But right now, SOXL, some of these names, just look at this. Like, can you take a look at that? I mean, this is what, double or triple? Let me just find out here. I think it's double. And of course, it's triple right now, the daily on the long there for the SOX, right? The semis. So if you like a long right now, we talked about VIX getting exposed down there to $12.50 to $13. I think this is coming up to, again, looking to be like a multi-time low right here, right? Like right into there. This goes all the way back to January one more time. So if you're talking about Uber at the bottoms and things like that, what about the semis? If you like the space, you like the space. And right now, I think I like the space. So this is not a horrible swing trade idea into the new year, honestly, or just into the end of the year with a Santa Claus rally potentially. Right there, 60, that bottom is 25.60. So something there for SOXL if you want to look at that. So I think that there's probably a better trade in this right now than NVIDIA, because if NVIDIA goes, hopefully it raises all ships. And then you have Broadcom today, right? So AVGO, if they can come up. Now, this is going to be like...
Intel's going to break.
Intel's going to break higher?
Do you have a stop? Are you going low?
No, I don't have a stop to go low.
I
was just going to say, like, if Broadcom, the only thing is here, this is not going to be a canary in a coal mine. But if Broadcom misses, then yeah, it's going to be downside tomorrow, man. I mean, we already saw the semis get hit over the last little while. What if Broadcom misses? What if one of the strongest names in the space misses, right? I mean, this is what Broadcom has been doing, holding up near these highs. So if they guide lower, like Lululemon, remember, all you need to do is guide. Whatever your numbers are, fine. The market doesn't actually care what you did last quarter.
It doesn't matter.
Because we saw the perfect example from Lulu. Lulu beat top and bottom, but then guided slightly lower. Okay, they bounced a little bit off this level too, right? Lulu was down to 370, wasn't it? No, 389 was the low today. So why is Lululemon only showing down 2%? Oh, that's from today, right? The move down was 2 days. No, wasn't Lulu's, when was Lulu's earnings? Was it 2 days ago?
No, it was last week, wasn't it?
Must have been last week. Yeah, okay. So I have to look at the daily chart. I'm like, what am I even doing here with Lulu? No, it was here.
Yeah, it was last week.
No, what was like
the 5th.
yesterday? The 5th. Okay, so it's not Lululemon. What am I trying to talk about? Was last night that guy did? I made this mistake last night too. What was the big name that reported?
Adobe.
Adobe.
Oh
my God, Sean, that's what I'm talking about. I called Lululemon.
Adara and Obi.
I called Adobe last night Lululemon as well. I don't
Really?
know.
That's a very strange.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why.
I mix up stocks all the time.
But the answer,
That's a different one.
That's a different one. That's really weird. I don't know why. But that's what I was getting at. Adobe yesterday beat everywhere, but then guided slightly lower, down 14%. Adobe, right? Which was actually
that's going to be a buy soon, but
was actually trading quite well. So Adobe was up here again, not near all-time highs, but it was holding the 50, holding the 200, and then whoops, all the way to the downside right there. So there's Adobe off of again a great quarter, but a bad guide. So Adobe, yeah, my bad on that one. Right there, I think that's a fine move. Fabian was just saying potentially time to buy some. I think right into here is a good look.
Yeah, I don't.
That goes back to January. So this goes back to June.
I've never owned this stock before.
No, I actually bought it when we first was doing that podcast. I think it was down here. But right there, coming back in, this level that maybe you're looking at, which is right here, if we can see, that's what I'm focusing on. That's June of 23. So you're going way back right now for Adobe.
It's
I like that call right there.
It's the 200 period on the weekly as well. Like that's what, and this is, and the 200 weekly has been a pretty decent. Have a look at it, right? Like once it lost the 200 period in 2022 and when it was getting destroyed. But look at it since it regained the 200 period on the weekly. Like since then, it didn't quite get to the highs, but it's been a support line. The way I see it, like you give it the old 3-day rule, like if you can hold on to this, in a daily chart, you say the 3-day rule, but like allow it to actually close on a weekly chart above. Like if you're using a weekly time frame, then I want to see it close on a weekly above. It's not enough. Like here's okay. I think like the last time it did it, that second time you'd be in somewhere in the second week. So it's challenging it now, but probably more of like a next week kind of thing for me. I've never owned the stock, but it's somewhere that I like on the charts. What did you just say about Tesla?
You say Tesla's tanking. Tesla's at days low right now. I mean, I don't know if you want to call this a tank, but we were just talking about it being at 420 underneath. You guys asked when we started the show. I was like, no, I do not like the long on Tesla because just simply put, we failed at the 200, we failed at VWAP, and then boom goes the dynamite to that downside one more time. So I would say be careful one way here on Tesla. You are getting to that bottom that we've already nailed today. Futures trying to battle back. This could be a trade for sure down there. Play the long off of that 215 bottom. Right, so there's the bottom, goes back yesterday at this time, while it's in the afternoon anyways, not at this time, but 1:30. That just bounced again off of flat 215. So, not a horrible idea. So I'm $1 in, so right now, like I said, we had 20% of AMD left. We just got another piece out. We have 15% left now of what we have. AMD doesn't look like it wants to go too much lower than this VWAP. So I was holding out hope that maybe this market does tick a little bit lower. So we do take advantage of that and get a little piece out right there on that name. So far so good, but honestly, we are kind of like dancing with the devil here, I feel like, with some of these names and trying to hold out for lower lows. Tesla's doing it. AMD's not really following suit. Again, a nervous name.
We're almost back at 100,000.
For Bitcoin. Yeah. Okay, good call on that one too. I was going to say nervous hands possibly heading into Broadcom. So that was something that I thought about there with AMD as well. We'll wait to see if there's any sort of a drop down even further than that. And then SMCI, the only two positions we have on right now are from the morning. SMCI now trying to go back higher. All right, let's just get out of this. I probably should have taken that Tesla long down there. That was a good trade at 215, but I didn't notice it. So yeah, down now 2% Tesla. Good stock, but definitely getting hit right here in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's losing some.
Afternoon.
Don't get me wrong.
Get out of SMCI.
So a couple of things. One, Mara, with Bitcoin getting back to 100,000, I don't know if I want to stare this one down. If it gets to break even and we break 100,000, either or, probably getting out. But almost said Tesla rejected the high break. Because you were just talking about Tesla.
Yeah.
No, Intel rejected the break of the high. So that's a wick top if I've ever seen one. The shorts were better down here initially, but now that you've made that reversal, I mean, if I get wicked out and we break trend, then I usually want to get back in. So it's a bit of a, like it's not a trend line from VWAP or anything, but see, like you've got this higher trend here from like 2065 where we're scalping in. If it breaks that trend line, I don't mind getting into it. All right, TTAN is definitely done for the day. I think the thing about this Titan IPO is like usually your big chance on a new IPO, it's the open and maybe you get some trades in the afternoon and then like the day after. And after that, it kind of dies for a while and then you wait for like earnings or something a little bit bigger. So I think it's run out of time for anything today. Tomorrow I'll give it a chance for a $100 trade, so a trade off the $100 level, whether it's a breakdown or maybe a long in front of, and then after that we'll just have to wait around for it to start getting active again on TTA. And it was good open, but nothing in the afternoon, which kind of stinks.
Look, we've been talking about this company, Worksport. We're introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based, very key, manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, we know what those can do, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ, on the big board, WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. Trying to break that dollar mark. I mean, I think that's going to be very, very important.
Always a big level.
As well. When that happens, okay, did we just get in and out of something there?
Whoa, now we're getting to
little look. SMCI, right? So SMCI, we got that. So that's what we just got. We got that fill right there on SMCI. Not a horrible fill. Obviously at $38, it was not moving that much. Our best fills down here in the 80s. We'll see if we can crank a little bit lower right now on that one. People asking about Costco as well. Costco's going to come out with their report later on today. I believe it's 4:05. Both these names should come out almost right at 4. Actually, just in my ear right now, they just said Costco's at 4:15, so okay. But anyways, expecting $4.70. You're going to see a nice move here on Costco. It's going to go out at the low of the day. So that's kind of interesting to me there for Costco. Again, look what happened yesterday, dropped out. This is what's happening today. So we're going to see very dangerous, obviously, trading names that are this far away from the 200, this far away from the 50-period moving average. We haven't been this far away in a long time on Costco. Well extended. I think a lot of people trying to, and we got that question yesterday about diversification. I think there's just been a big run in these retail names, right? I mean, Walmart, same way. Walmart like trying to break $100. Unbelievable move for Walmart, and then the fade out. So today retail, I mean, look at this. Can you look at that? I mean, that's
a
just
ridiculous chart.
Whoa, that's right. We had that breaker on that one when we
Even
split.
I'm considering.
But look at this.
Crazy.
I mean, huge move to the upside there for Walmart. So I feel like there has to be some profits getting out of here at some point. And if Costco misses, Walmart and Costco, similar, one's going to have the revenue from the membership, but at the same time, they're fighting for the same clients. So we'll have to wait to see. I don't know if Sam's Club is still a thing. There used to be one right across from our old high school. I don't know if there still is one in Brampton or not, but
I don't think so.
At the end of the day, I think Sam's Club was a hit and miss here in Canada. I know Target opened up a bunch of stores.
I used to shop at Sam's a ton when I was in Florida.
Yeah, okay. I've never.
Yeah, when we were in Weston for a little bit, my brother and dad were in. My brother went to school in Fort Lauderdale for a few years. My dad was working down there, and we lived in Weston. And it wasn't Costco, man. You went to I was doing the shopping. I was going to Sam's, but it didn't really work out here. They're selling Walmart now. Like it's trend down as we speak. And I would think on sympathy it's going to head to the downside, but you're getting a pretty decent, it's only down 0.6, but it's been this afternoon weighing on the market a little bit here. And I wanted to show you guys the early look. There's not a heck of a lot in terms of the imbalances right now. Pfizer is a early look of a 2 million buy imbalance. SU maybe for 1 million shares. There's just nothing happening. None of the big names are on there. You could expect to see something when we get to 350. Maybe you'll see like an NVIDIA or an Apple show up out of nowhere. But right now, the imbalance is not doing a heck of a lot. I'm still just in the one position for Mara. Yeah, it just wicked right at that 23 level again, right? So it comes back into 23. I'm going to get out. It's kind of like, it's weird. Like I'm anticipating a head and shoulders, if that makes sense to everybody. So here's your resistance. There was your support. You make a fresh low. So I think it bounces in front of that level again. And with only not that much time, I'm actually going a little bit more shallow there. So instead of bidding exactly at 70, just going to go out in front of that 70 level. We break out above, and I've moved it from 23 even to it just put in a wick at 93. So I'm just going to give it to that. So we're holding that short with Bitcoin back above 100,000. I'm not reloading. Yes, it got to my price and pulled back, but Bitcoin went over 100K, and that was one of the reasons we were looking short in Mara. Let me just slide over so you guys can see that I'm not just making it up. Bitcoin breaking back out of its consolidation above 100,000, so no reload on Mara. That was one of the reasons I wanted to be in, so that's a reason that I am not going to be in it. Saad, did we trade play today? I did not trade Dave and Buster's. Sean did not. I mean, I didn't want not to speak for him, but I know Sean did not trade Dave and Buster's. And yeah, that was a missed opportunity. Sometimes there's like a continuation play off of earnings that you want to respect. And we like it when stocks go up. Everybody would prefer to trade longs. But when you see something get dumped on earnings and then trend down on day two, sometimes it's just an obvious continuation trade. This never popped. It never had any buy on it. Like there were like little zones where it would hold up for a little bit, but it's just been dropping. So yeah, play probably was a short till it's not. And the other reason, and this is a more frustrating thing, is I didn't even look at this stock, so I'm gonna stop a fail on myself. Why? Because look at that. Come on, son. Look at the flat bottom break on the daily in Dave & Buster's. So when you break a level like that on earnings and trend down after doing so you break it essentially here at the end of the day, and then you trend down after, like you've lost it here, you never retest it, then you break the prior day low. Look at the prior day low break. Obi still here. If I show this to Obi, he'll hate himself because he loves this continuation play. 29 breaking down. That is a $4 move straight down on a stock that you know has been selling after earnings, that is breaking under an obvious level on the daily chart. That is low-hanging fruit, everybody. So I'm a little bit disappointed there. Higher purpose. What the heck was that? What did y'all just do? Oh, it was an Obi sighting. Okay, I just missed it. Higher purpose. Sam's. That's not what I was looking at. It was this one. Yeah, it was a Sawgrass Mills Mall. It was the one across from that. The mall in Fort Lauderdale, and I just remembered the name, Sawgrass. That thing is huge. I used to go there all the time back in the day. A huge, huge mall, man. They're not even playing around. Take you all day to get through that thing. Everything's bigger in the South.
That's just some West Edmonton.
No, it's not West Edmonton Mall, but it's gigantic, dude. Like the first time I went to that mall with my brother, like I literally got lost. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, man. I'm like, we walked in, and I'm like, where did we even? And we parked like a hike. You had to be in shape to hike. And it's Florida, right? So yeah. You get these rainstorms in Florida in the summer, and you had one of those torrential 30-minute downpours. Half the parking lot flooded, and you got to walk like a mile to your car through like all these different flooded spots. It was frustrating as all you know what, but good mall. That Florida rain, man.
I can. Yes, I can, Ramin. Okay, I can.
How come Ramin doesn't tell you to put the white one on when you wear a white shirt?
We just had this discussion because she said I can do whatever I want, but I will. All right.
I always get told, it's like,
I am surprised I forgot to do that.
You tell me to do it.
There we go. Okay, yeah, good. I went. You know the mall we went to in Buffalo, the Walden Galleria or something like that. That mall is that's a big one as well. There, Dick's Sporting Goods. That wasn't a wicked experience. We went to Dick's Sporting Goods, by the way. That's quite the place. I don't know if you've ever been into one.
Yeah, I've been in a couple.
For a Bills fan and everything like that, ridiculous. They had so many.
You know, Steve.
Yeah.
So I used to do.
You went to pick some.
You know when you're young, you do road trips. Yeah, so there's a buddy of ours from high school. He just like randomly, one Friday, he's like, yo, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, I'm not really doing anything. You want to go to Cincinnati and visit our boy? I'm like, whatever. We just got in the car and drove to Cincinnati. And the second you hit the board, he's like, yeah, I got to find a Dick's Sporting Goods so we can go in. I'm like, what, are you going to need to pick something up? He's like, no. But when I go to the States, I have to go into a Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah,
that was his big deal. And it's a great store. You could be in there forever. But yeah, I'm just saying. It's a USA thing.
Yeah,
here it's more like
we have like a Sport Check or something here.
Mech.
No, DKS has been doing really well. All right, by the way, here we go. That's right. Nice move down. So there goes AMD, man. We just took a VWAP fill down there as it just continues to move southbound right now. We only have 4 minutes now. 5 minutes checked out. It's 3:44 until the imbalances. Let me just check in on Titan. What is this company called again? TTAN. Hold on a second. Service Titan. All right. Not doing anything. So we'll have to wait for tomorrow. But I don't know. This could have an imbalance on it. We will wait to see if there is going to be something. That could be something to look at here as we'll sort it now by size, because in this situation, size does matter. And it's because we're looking for the bigger outsized imbalances right now. And we only have New York names, and these are all the usual suspects. You know, Pfizer is not really going to move, probably not doing anything on this. Yeah, so a little bit of a buy imbalance. You see a little bit of a move up there. But yeah, all in all, not a whole heck of a lot happening right now on that side of things. So we'll wait to see now if the imbalances come out, well, when they come out at 350, what they are and how that could affect some of our positions. So I'm just kind of looking at my positions right now. We have very, very light. We had 15%. Now we have 10% left of AMD. We have peanuts left on SMCI. So this is going to be another one where we do not have too much exposure right now on SMCI. So we'll wait to see where that one's going to print out for us as well. But that's the plays right here for me now. And there's not, I mean, Apple, if there's anything you guys, oh, you know what I heard Sharif trading was this HIM-X right now. So this could be.
I actually got confused. I thought someone had typoed on HIMS.
Me too. Like
before I realized
doing
it was,
HIMS,
yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm doing HIMS and hers. Someone asked us a question about HIMS and hers and what we thought about it. And we filmed a Q&A today. So what's up to, oh no, G Dessert Surfer. Was it G Dessert Surfer? I think it was, asked about HIMS. And I actually said this about HIMS. So HIMS actually, again, the telehealth unit here, I like telehealth, I think. I mean, I think I like the business there just because, and we talked about this, the lack of doctors, especially around here for sure. It's hard to get an appointment for anything. So if you have telehealth, I think that there's some advantages there. I don't know why this is not working on the daily chart. Did it just flip over to NYSE or something? But right now, anyways, I was looking at that $35 mark. I like the stock. Some good cases out on there. 43%, I think, recurring revenue. 80-something percentage subscription revenue model. So yeah, the stock is working. HIMS working right now. So I like the stock.
They're tied to any.
There's some GLP.
When there's shortages in GLP, they do really well. So you always have to watch out for like what supply. So basically, when you get data from Novo and from Lilly about supply of the GLPs, HIMS is going to move on that.
Right.
So you have to keep that in mind. But it's a great stock. The HIM-X though, that stock it's flying. It's up 40 points. This is breaking out on the daily, and it doesn't stink on the daily chart. This HIM-X. And there's two different names. I confused them earlier because I thought someone made a typo. But this is a very, very good looking breakout level on the chart. If we can go to, there we go. Double top here on look at the long consolidation off $5 for your breakout off of 875. All roads lead to 10, which it's desperately trying to get to now. And from 10, you got a $12 level. It looks good, man. And on top of that, it's closing at the highs. It's on 16 million shares. And all of that has been above VWAP. Like all of it. The whole day has essentially, I mean, the open for like 5 minutes, it wasn't under VWAP. But it's going to close at another double top. Even when it reverts and pulls back, it's still finding a way to get back into the top. So super, super strong name here that I think should be on some radars potentially for continuation in tomorrow's trade. So shout out to HIM-X.
What is the news here?
I looked it up and couldn't.
Here we go. I'm going to find it down here at some point. All right. So HIM-X jumps. Analyst says it may be NVIDIA or Taiwan semi supplier is what I'm seeing here for HIM-X. Jumps on analyst says it may be the NVIDIA or Taiwan semi supplier. But the thing is supplier of, are they doing some of the cooling or whatnot here? Key data. So shares outstanding, 174 million, decent float as well. Short float, just 4% right there. We're going to have to find out. I don't know exactly what these guys do. It's okay. So depository, not Tory. There, so we'll, yeah. Oh, here you go. The overview. So where does it say on here what exactly? Okay, here it goes. Semiconductor solution provider dedicated to display imaging, processing technologies it operates through. All right, so a bunch of stuff that I have no idea. Display drivers and so on and so forth. So, okay, at the end of the day here, news with NVIDIA definitely sparking this name up 40%. So possible supplier to NVIDIA and or Taiwan Semi. So a good little read there for HIMX if you're interested in that. This is HIMZ, but here's HIMX right now. Again, just getting blown out a little bit to the top side there. If you're looking at a daily chart for this name, looks like we are now through the top. So yeah, good trade. I think continuation play. So good job there for HIMX. I think if anybody's long, great trade. Closing near the highs.
I mean, it looks fantastic. And in less than 10 seconds, we're going to have the imbalances coming through. Okay, cancel. I don't want that. Right, I didn't want to take a position on like Intel or something on the imbalances. We got NVIDIA with a 1.8 million to the buy side. KO's there for 1.4 sell. Usually that pairs off, so I wouldn't be too excited. Ford under $1 million. There's nothing over $1 million. It's just NVIDIA that's the big one. And even then, 1.8 million on NVIDIA. It's done 130 million in shares today. That is barely moving the needle. It is at that right level where it was a good short for most of the day. But yeah, not much movement. You got maybe 30 cents on that 1.8 million to buy because 1.8 million isn't a lot. We'll see if something pops up here a little bit later. But for now, the imbalances, a little bit of a nothing burger. I want to double check to see how our earnings name of Broadcom is doing after that dip. Okay, right back in. It's trying to get back to those highs. Broadcom's down on the day, but that masks what you saw in the middle of the day. That recovery on Broadcom, even if it's not green, it bounced $5 off that Apple headline. So it's definitely a good close so far for Broadcom. A heck of a lot can change in 15 minutes. They report at 4:05, right? You said?
Yeah, I believe they're 4:05. And we heard Costco was 4:15, so we'll wait to see if and when.
Save the best for last?
Comes through. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a little nervous, to be honest with you, looking at that chart for Costco, just because it is at that all-time high, and you're trying to have, them repeat some, some of those past quarters.
Well, I just sort of meant, if you had to buy one and you cannot sell it for a decade, right here, right now, between Costco and Broadcom.
Oh.
No, I'm forcing the two.
Broadcom.
You actually take Broadcom?
Yes, I would. The percentage gains on these tech names are absolutely ridiculous. It's something like, you're talking about like 25,000%, like on an NVIDIA or something like that since its IPO. Now, I just think moving forward, I still love Costco. But again, with Amazon and all that, I just think there's a few headwinds there for some of these names. I don't think that...
Walmart's moving like it's a tech stock. That's it's weirding me out.
Yeah.
The way that it's moving lately.
I mean, you asked for a decade. I mean, I don't know. They're both going to be at all-time highs. Hopefully Broadcom is after the report, and hopefully...
The answer in a good portfolio is you can have a good chip name and you can have a good retail name in your portfolio. Like you should, right?
Yeah.
It's like, no one actually has to make that choice in a portfolio. Like you might make a choice between NVIDIA and another chip name, but it's not... It's kind of a false choice there. What do we have? I saw something. Uber is bleeding. Google's testing the lows as well.
I mean, the market's
I just had the Walmart chart up there very quickly. I wanted to look at Google there. We know about Uber. I didn't realize how bad it was getting here in Alphabet. Alphabet down 1.5 points. Look, I like Google. Sometimes you get these breakouts on the daily, and it was parabolic into the breakout on the daily. And so, yeah, it looks bad, but where are we pulling back into? We're pulling back into the prior high. So whether it's here or there, which is 191 up there, and then down here like 182, those will be the spots that I would look for some dip buy opportunities here on Alphabet. Sometimes you consolidate and get a great breakout. Other times the stock runs heavy into an all-time high break, so the day after it just kind of runs out of steam on Google. So I think it doesn't look, technically on a daily chart, it looks fine, but when you pull it up in the 15, it even looks fine. Pull up on a 3-minute chart, it stinks. On a 15-minute chart, when you consider this was an all-time high that it was breaking out, and it was breaking it out here, this looks pretty solid. It dipped into that all-time high yesterday, the prior high, and we're getting it holding that prior high. If we lose 191 tomorrow, then I won't like it as much. So I think that's going to be an interesting one. And the answer, Ryan Lindquist in the chat, are we covering Costco earnings after the bell? What say you? Are you covering Costco earnings? No? You're not going to do it?
No, we're not going to. We're going to fade to black almost immediately at 4:01. No. Yeah, we're going to be covering everything. So join us very, very soon at the on the recap show where guess what we just got for you guys? We got a guest right now. We booked our own guest. We got Joseph. Joseph's going to be coming through with us on the after show right there. I just asked the guy, yo, you want to come through? He's like, yeah, man. So there you go. We give some big props up there for Joseph. He'll help your boy out tonight. So we'll get some content coming through from Joseph. We'll get some analyzation of the reports coming through in just 5 minutes. All right, so we covered SMCI right there. So it just came back in. We covered it. It came back into that 50-period moving average. So on the imbalances, we take that out right there on SMCI. Good trade for us today on that name. We were caught up a little bit. We discussed why trading in the middle was wrong, but trading it on the peripherals and on the edges was a good call. AMD, so we cover that one a little bit right there, but look what's happening now as we continue to flush down the market downside as well. We had sort of warned, I mean, we didn't really warn anything, but the market is one of those things where, hey man, I don't know what this is going to bring tonight. We have Broadcom at the highs. We do have our friend there, of course, Costco coming through, but AMD flushing. It could break that 130. We still have 4 minutes to go. NVIDIA, not flushing that badly, but, you know, we still have that 136. That could be a level there for tomorrow for sure.
Bitcoin back under 100,000.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Yeah, Bitcoin does the old dipsy-do over that $100,000 level, so it was the wrong out to look for a reverse head and shoulders on Mara. It is what it is. It was going into the imbalances, and going into the imbalances, I'm always tightening stops every single time. So we tighten the stop and put our target there at 70. You're going to get the low of the day, but it is Bitcoin. I'm just going to pull up IBIT. And so you'll be able to see visually. Obviously, it's not going to be the 100,000 level, but there was this push. 100,000 is kind of like just underneath the 57, I think it works out to. So you pushed above 100,000 and then a rollover. It's just a level to trade off of at this point. Like, I think you can scalp off of that level in either direction. If it consolidates and breaks higher off 100,000, you scalp longs. If it consolidates off 100,000 and breaks lower, you scalp shorts these days. That could be a trade for tomorrow if we're anywhere adjacent to this level. So Bitcoin losing it, and the bid on the NASDAQ, we're not at the lows, but we are at the lows of the afternoon. LM saying Microsoft tanking. Well, I mean, everything is tank. I don't think I pulled up a stock outside of HIMX that was strong. Specifically, Microsoft is losing the bid. Yeah, it just dropped $1.50. So unfortunately, we have one of these today. This is louder than normal. If the market's red today, it is what it is. You had to have some shorts on to get the wins.
Yeah, for sure. We do have, there was news a little bit about Meta here. And it was just Attorney General Ken Paxton launches investigations into character AI, Reddit, Instagram, Discord, and other companies over children's privacy and safety concerns. So, doesn't seem to be doing anything. That note was, I see it at 348. So, you know, we're not really getting too much of a downside push on anything like that. And the Attorney General, I mean, I don't know of what state that is, but at the end of the day, you know, there's only so much that these guys are going to be able to sort of hang their hat on. You know, whether or not you shut it down or not. Like, there are various, it's like my daughter is friends with all of her friends on her hockey team or at school. They're all friends through Facebook Messenger, and it has to be approved through the parents and all this kind of stuff. So there are some checks and balances. I don't know what the solution is.
I don't mean to get overtly political, but I don't know. I like to be able to decide how I raise my own child, and I think a lot of it starts in the home, right? And obviously, you know, it's like this stuff isn't going anywhere, and it's our job our job as parents to make sure that we usher our kids down the right path. Like, these are tools that you have to use. You're not avoiding them. So ultimately, you've just got to find a way to, you know, to make it safer.
It's just Big Brother. They want to control everything. It's like they don't want you to use Chrome because it's too powerful. They don't want you to, you know, they don't want you to...
Let us decide.
Yeah, exactly. So it just continues, man. I mean, it is the rhetoric that is freedom, the government, and overprotection and all that kind of stuff. But I agree.
Reddit did move on a little bit on this, though. I don't know if the other ones did. We made it to the low of the day on Reddit. Maybe that's something to do with it. Or it could just be the market's down. And speaking of Reddit might be...
AMD here.
There's only 1 minute to go. I actually meant to say this a little bit earlier on Reddit. Somebody had a question about Reddit, and Andrew came on, and we missed it. Look at this channel that Reddit has made. Like, it's obviously higher highs, higher lows. I know this is dirty drawing. There's only 1 minute to go. But look at the channel that Reddit has been in. I'll tell you this right now. Reddit closes maybe not once, but twice definitively under this channel, play to the 50. I think like a short could be on this to the 50 period moving average here on Reddit. That is a very distinct upward trend. If you like mean reversion, then this is your baby. It'll probably set you up. Like, and it just, look, if it closes under a couple times, it's not to say that I would swing short, because I have never and do not swing short in my personal account. But as a day trader, I just favor the short trade, at least until you get to the 50 period moving average on trades that set up. So that's kind of what I'm getting at for Reddit. Obviously, the stock has been a complete rocket ship. I have no idea who's ringing the bell, because usually Adara does. So in about 10 seconds, the bell's going to ring. I can get up and go walk over myself. In 5, 4, 3. Joe is on the run. 2 and 1. Ring it, brought to you by WorkSport. Add WorkSport to your watch list today. And wow, you already saw him knocking people out in the midday. You saw him going top shelf in his hockey highlights, but also Joe can sprint across the stage and make sure we get that bell ring. Well done, Joe. Me personally, I would tear a hamstring because I'm old. But he doesn't even have to warm up. That's what it's all about here. Big shout out. Look, we always do here. Big shout out to Fabian Ramin, Andre, our production team, making us sound good, and great job on all of the socials. Got to give a big shout out, obviously, to Joe and to Sharif on that midday. We're going to have Satya tomorrow filling in for Sharif. Big shout out to Brendo on the news desk. Adara had the day off. Of course, shout out to my man, Sean, who is coming back. We got the market recap. He's just coming back to set some things up there. And I want to give a big shout out to Obi, filling in for myself. I know he's filling in for Sean tomorrow as well, always doing a great job. And a big shout out to all of our viewers. We can't do it without you. And a shout out to the best moderator in the business, Bears versus Bulls. You do a fantastic job. I hope all is well, brother. You don't have to do anything, everybody. You've got Broadcom earnings. You've got Costco earnings. You've got Good Times restaurants. I won't say Dynamite again because you guys hated on me for it. So it's a big earnings day with a couple of very large names, but don't sleep on Bitcoin, which just got back above 100,000 because we're just teetering back and forth. Keep an eye on some of the crypto names. Maybe we'll get a runaway from this level at some point. We'll see what happens. I'm going to be watching some Bitcoin because I got physio, and my physio guy is all over crypto. That's his big jam. But you don't have to do anything. In a couple of minutes, we're going to have big earnings, and that'll occur right about now. We got the market recap. We've got Joe. We've got Sean. You're covered.
Oh, hey, Joe. How's it going, my guy?
Brother, how's everything?
Everything's all right.
Beautiful
Everything's all right.
session.
Appreciate you coming through here today.
Of course.
All right. Hey, welcome, guys. One more time. We can always get up the major indices if you want. We can review those.
Let's go over and see how the indexes are doing.
All right. We do have right now good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are. This is Trader TV Live, and this is the Market Recap Show. In my ear is the Benzinga Pro platform. We will have those earnings for you ASAP when they drop. I got Broadcom up right here, right now. We're going to wait for it to hit off. When it comes through, we got the charts ready. We're going to analyze that. We've got the 1 minute charts. We've got Costco coming through. And what a big day it was for the markets as well. We'll review some of those as we get going in just a couple seconds. Uranium down today. Solar down today. Some of the big energy plays downside today. And we had, again, GLD, gold downside as well. Do you have anything up ready to go?
Yeah, we're good. We're good on the SPY here. We got the SPY up here. So we had a little bit of a red session, as Sean just mentioned, guys. So red around the board on the overall market. So we had the SPY down as well as the Qs down. Nothing crazy, about 0.5% on the session, but that's what we like to see, Sean. We have a nice healthy pullback.
And I think I think that's important too. We can't, stocks just don't only go up. You got to give the bears something to chew on a little bit there. And today there was, right? We did have, unfortunately, isn't it funny that we had President Trump ring the opening bell, and of course we wind up red on the day. I think if you had odds on that, you probably would have thought green.
I thought it was going to be the greatest bell ring ever, the best one ever. No one's ever done it better. It's just how it was done, the best one ever.
Yeah, that was the best opening of all time right there. Okay, you know what we had today, though? It was TTAN, man. We had Service Titan today, which was a big stock. Came out today, TTAN. Nice little IPO. Starts the show going at 1:01, and it came through about 1 p.m. That's not bad. I feel like Neil and we've been sitting around, and I don't know if you're pretty new to the IPO game. You sort of started here. How long ago was your first trading?
On the
floor, not on the show.
On the floor, it was July, I believe. I started in July.
There hasn't been too many IPOs, I don't think.
No. I mean, M&A and IPOs have been lackluster so far this year, but hopefully that's going to pick up with the new administration.
Yeah, exactly. Good call on that one. So we'll wait for that. So new IPOs coming through, the first one in a while. Service Titan, nice day, goes up to 105 right there, closes at 100. They're going to tell you that Service Titan was up 40% today because the IPO expected price was $71. When someone tells you that, you say fail because it was actually down. Service now closes at about 101, $100, closes in and around there off the IPO. So it's pretty close to being flat on the day. Service Titan, we'll figure out where that's going from here moving forward. Now, you see uranium. That was a nice pullback in. If you're looking at the daily chart, I think there's an opportunity to buy uranium here at some point today. But if we're going to look at the stock heat map, as we're just kind of waiting for Broadcom, as soon as that comes again, we have the Benzinga here. I'll show you guys. We have the Pro platform right here. As soon as anything comes out, like we have Electrovaya now out. You know, the big stock ELVA?
Yeah, the giant.
So that's out right now as well. We can go over that in a minute. But what was happening today? Little disappointing, I have to admit it today. In the tech spot, we talked about some of these big boys today. Microsoft just got green there, a little bit of a move at the end of the day. Google down 2%, not good. We had a nice run up on Google yesterday.
5.7% move yesterday, one of the largest in a long time for Google, Sean.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic move yesterday.
Oh, we had back-to-back jacks on that, actually. 2 days in a row. Nice move. So again, as we said, no surprise there, Joe, that Google comes back in a little bit today. Oracle also down 1.83%, but it's this guy right here. It's Adobe down 14%. Sometimes you can win, sometimes you lose. They won. That was a good quarter, but then they got it a little bit lower. To me, that's a possible sandbag. And what I mean by that is that whenever you're a little nervous about the next quarter, nothing wrong with guiding a little bit lower, but I feel like that move right here could have just gotten a move down, and we'll see what's happening next quarter. This could be a good buy spot down into June of 2023 levels. If we zoom this back out, we talked about that earlier. Right into here, I like that. Restoration Hardware
coming out.
Is out right now. What's up, RH? Right now, we like it. Joe's excited about this one. It's a nice move to the upside. Wow, Joe, 13.8% for Restoration Hardware, $1.66 in earnings. Estimate. That doesn't make sense. No. 265 expected. Okay, so we have it out right now. I'm just going to show it to you what we have on Benzinga. Here's Restoration Hardware. Q4 adjusted EPS 248 misses 265. So that's strange. Sales misses as well. So here you go. So yesterday, and we'll find out if those numbers are comparable. We'll wait for more information on RH. But yesterday we had a double beat on Adobe, down 14%. Today we get the double miss on Restoration Hardware, and we are upside. So let the
we need to see the guide on this one here, Sean. So absolutely.
Check Twitter. We'll find out if there's a guide coming out. As soon as I get that, we'll have that for you. But right now, RH, if we're going to call about a weekly chart, and again, this is expensive stuff, my guy. I don't know. I mean, I'm buying my stuff at IKEA. People are buying at RH right there. So it's a nice move to the high side. Nowhere near all-time highs for Restoration Hardware back in March of 21. This is when everybody was at home and they're buying stuff, they're putting stuff in their houses, everybody's building out their office. You probably had a home office. Anybody trading from home during those times, shopping at RH, downside. But there's a nice little move there for Restoration Hardware, now upside for RH. I do want to thank everybody that's joining us right now. I have the chat open. You are not forgotten, man. Anybody in the chat, we're watching. Oh boy, says Trader Lee as well, or Leah. David Moore is here. RC is here. Yeah, we're going to get all of that for you guys, including Costco and Broadcom in just a matter of seconds. But here we go. Let's flip back over. Let's see a 1 minute look on Restoration Hardware. Still pushing highs. When and if I ever get it, here it is right here. So this is the beat right now. Restoration Hardware sees Q4 demand growth of 20 to 20. There you go.
It's the guide.
My guy over here. Options, Joey options, 20 to 22% versus 18 to 20. So you get a little slight bump up there in the expectation. And we said this already, man. If you're trading earnings based on what you think just happened, that's wrong. That quarter is in the past. We're looking forward. Restoration Hardware says thank you a lot for that. People saying Costco moving around a little bit here in the after hours. Not really. Tried to break through that, I guess, 995 area. We have the 200 period there. We'll wait for Costco. We're expecting a 4% move on Costco, which puts this is the daily chart for them. They're mooning as we speak. Okay, so here we go again. On Restoration Hardware, guidance, total growth 6.8 to 7.2, margins 11.5 to 11.7. So it looks like all of these in green. We want to thank you that. Raising guidance on RH. Thank you to Benzinga Pro for that one. So RH right now, Joe, continuously. There's the tick right there, 442, making moves in the after hours. That is RH. All right, let's go back over just real quickly. Look at some of these sectors that have been blasting off there today. So the financials, Met, nice upside move, of course, MetLife, as some of the insurance plays starting to come back to life a little bit there today. We had, okay, I don't really see too many big names here today. What was JP Morgan's outlook there today? Down 1%, so that's not great. UNG was nice up, so we did see some power moves to the upside there today. Fox, and what was that news? I heard you guys trading Warner Brothers there.
Warner Brothers, yes, it did. I'm not too sure about the news, but it was moving up 15% on the session, putting in a phenomenal day so far. So we took a couple trades on that one, but that is Warner Brothers. It was moving this morning, guys, gapping up 15%.
Yeah, we can double check the news here on Warner Brothers. A spin-off. They're potentially unlocking linear right there, spin-off. So I don't know what they're going to do there. I don't think linear cable is very good anymore, but they're going to try to spin that off, looking to restructure and get some value there. So Warner Brothers blast off to the upside there today. So a nice little move there, up 15%. So, all right, man. What's up with those dollar hot dogs, man? What are we going to see? $1.50 hot dogs. $1.50. My bad. $1.50. Not only that, you also get the drink, Joe. But for me, I don't know if it's my age or not. I can't really eat those hot dogs.
No, I've never had one. I was an IKEA hot dog guy. 50 cents, you get the bag of chips and the pop at IKEA.
You remember IKEA? I don't know, they had breakfast for like $1 or $2 for a while.
Those are the prices that we like. Those are the prices that we like. But Sean, Costco, a lot of open interest to the put side here. Yes. Around 200K open contracts right now, around that $940 price target. So guys, keep an eye out for that. Some more open interest on the put side compared to the call side, guys. So keep an eye out for that.
So we have more open interest on puts. That's generally speaking, maybe there's some sort of a put wall up there.
Something along.
Do you think it has anything to do with $1,000?
I don't know. I looked to see up there, but again, we didn't have too much open interest on the call side. So I'm curious to see how this report comes out and how the street perceives this. Because if we do move to the downside, I'm going to be looking at these price targets, $950 and $940 on Costco.
All right. Lastly, RH says they do not expect a negative impact on margins as a result of the most recent communications about tariffs. All right. So so there we go. We got to the end of that eventually. Restoration Hardware, I guess that's pretty key there. They're not seeing any forward complications regarding any of the tariffs. So that's pretty interesting there. I'm not sure how many of their products are actually made in China or here northbound in lovely Canada, but Restoration Hardware right now, nice upside move. The only earnings report of significance that we have out right now. All right, so today we had a little bit of a pullback in some names that we weren't really expecting pullbacks in. Number one name, Tesla today. So I'm actually going to just sort of zoom out on this a little bit. Actually, let's just go to a 5-minute chart really quickly to see Tesla. It topped out again today at 430. Now, we had seen that in the after hours yesterday, $430. So there was some indication there that could have been a topping interest. We could put up volume to see if there was any sort of an indication there of why we dropped in there for Tesla. But at the end of the day, we've had such a huge move in this name that a little bit of a pullback. We've had days where we've stalled before, Joe. Just give it back 3 days ago, we had a red day, then we started to blast higher, and it's on relatively nothing. I mean, we still have word about that Model Q, so that's a possible play there, between $25,000 to $30,000 US. That's pretty affordable. But the thing about that, Joe, is already the average Tesla car that's being sold in the United States is under the the average vehicle period being sold in the United States. So they already sort of have some underpinning on that lower price. So we'll wait to see if the Model Q has anything of interest in Tesla. Also, again, let's not forget about it, man. AI, quantum computing. This guy rigged together like 100,000 GPUs, created this supercomputer. Plus we have Grok. I mean, who knows if that's going to be installed into full self-drive or any sort of AI associated with that. Volkswagen got a bump up there as their AI has been improved as well in their new vehicles. So we'll wait to see about Tesla. Plus we also have Optimus. Go ahead.
Optimus. One thing I wanted to add, Sean, is I know your darling PLTR. As you can see, we went on an absolute monster run. I want to compare this daily chart to Tesla's and exhausting volume.
Right.
We went on these crazy runs on PLTR.
Do we have his screen?
That's all right. I'm on this one here.
It's on the middle one.
Yeah, I'm on the middle one here. Oh, we can't use
Rameen's
that one.
gonna-
Anyways, I'm just going to talk about it anyways. So, guys, just compare the two charts. As you can see, Tesla has been gone parabolic. All right, so has PLTR. This is exhaustive volume, okay? So, guys, it may be some topping signals on both PLTR and Tesla. That's where you can see a possible pullback in Tesla here in the near future.
Okay, good call on that one as well. And remember, we just started making money on Palantir in the last couple quarters, right? Now, yeah, so they had 5 straight up quarters, got them into the S&P 500. Now we just wait for that announcement, guys, on the NASDAQ 100. I don't know when that's supposed to come out through. As well, Costco is out. $4.40 for Costco. Estimate was $3 and change. So right now we're going to wait to see what's happening with Costco. It looks like it is a beat for Costco. I'm not seeing any moves here yet for COST. I'm hearing it in my ear that there is a beat on Costco. Broadcom also out. Oh God, they both came out. Bang, there it is. Here we go for Broadcom. We're looking for a bigger move on this name though. I think it was 8 to 9%. It was 7%. So let's wait to see $1.42 right here for Broadcom. $1.42, it's right on the screen right now. $1.42 versus $1.38, but a miss on sales right there for Broadcom. So a miss on that one. Plus we have that new talk about them and Apple trying to get in bed together with that new chip. But there it goes. Broadcom touches 190 and now pulling back. We're going to need to see Broadcom's guide right now. There it is now turning negative. Wow, it is a bouncy move, man. 190 top, Joe, down to 177. Let's have a quick look at the daily. What is that number that we needed to hit? So it does make new all-time highs today, but faded off of that. Their all-time highs 186. Broadcom right now downside. You can see it right here. 182.90, 183. Here we go for Broadcom. Another move to the upside. The only thing I'm hearing right now, EPS of 142 beating 138 for Broadcom. Sales missing 1405 versus 1409 on Broadcom. Okay, here we go though. This is a problem as well maybe for Broadcom. Q1 revenue seeing, so here's the guide for Broadcom. They see revenues roughly 14.6 billion versus 14.61 billion. Are you telling me that $100 million is on this, when we're talking about 14 billion, is going to make a difference? Broadcom says no, and Broadcom right now trading at new all-time highs. That's Broadcom. Good one for that one. What about Costco, they say? I don't know if anybody's saying that. I am. Hey, right now over 3,700 watching, Joe. There it goes. Costco, a little bit of a delayed reaction, but we have new all-time highs for Costco as well, as that takes out 101 right now. $1,010 was just breached a little. Well, actually, we got up to $1,008 right now for Costco. So just a quick little review. I think there's more people interested in what Broadcom's doing. Is there any push forward on NVIDIA? Not really. Is there any push through on AMD? No. So it looks like we'll just sit here on Broadcom and have a quick little look. So a nice move up there. If we sit right here right now, we will be in and around those all-time highs on the daily. It looks like we're talking about 186.40 or so new all-time highs. Broadcom at 187.50 right now, taking out new highs. So Broadcom, what I'm reading right here, this is the Benzinga Pro. And if you ever see anything, Joe, please interrupt me over here.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're continuing to move higher now, breaching that 190 price target on AVGO.
Boom.
So let's see what the contracts are going to say here at that nice price, that next price target, possibly 200 in the sights. for AVGO here, Sean, I think.
Yeah, maybe even tomorrow right there. All right, let's just see if there's any news on this one. Trading higher for mixed Q4 results. We get that as well. So I'm not really seeing too much right now. But there it is. As you just mentioned, bang. It's not even outperforming itself. It was supposed to be implied move on options, Joe, was 7. So right now you're only at 4.5. So what exactly does that mean? So if the implied move was 7%, that means that whether or not you had a put or a call at current prices, you've lost.
You've essentially lost. You need the options contract to exceed that expected move because the options market is pricing in that move. So you're paying that extended premium on these contracts. So you need it to extend that 7.5 expected move in order to be profitable on those trades, Sean.
Good call. Anybody here right now? I'm saying, holy Batman. Yeah, nice move up there for Broadcom. And again, just for the big guys, I feel like it's good for NVIDIA, obviously. We'll have to read more about, you know, their customers and all of that. Now, I was still interested in Apple. It's not doing anything. Apple and Broadcom, we're talking a little bit about getting together there for that chip that they talked about a couple days ago. That news is already baked in. And of course, Apple today with a little bit of actually, I thought Apple pulled back. It did not. Apple right there up that percent, 0.5%, sorry, near all-time highs. It looks like it'll be a new all-time high close today for Apple, so we'll be happy with that at 247.60, but we did wick higher yesterday up above that 250 marker, so we still wait for that. We talked about, I was asked earlier by Neil, AVGO or Costco moving forward for the long term. I chose Broadcom. I think he said 10 years. I don't know. I mean, I know Costco is not going anywhere. I just think Broadcom, again, I like the space. We'll see what happens here with Walmart. Walmart looks like it's pulling back just a little bit. Let me see this quickly. So no reflection on Costco, on Walmart based on... Costco turning around right here. And you know what? Here we go. Let's go hit a little fail here. I'm seeing on the Benzinga right here, we have a correction, ladies and gentlemen. It's showing that wholesale...
Adjusted.
Yeah, anybody around here? Yeah, so we have 382 beats 379. I'm not sure what the adjustment was. 62 sales, 62 billion, I guess, versus 6208. It still looks like a double beat here for Costco. So ears to the ground about why this has reversed. There it is. So the EPS 404 beating 378. Looks like the sales are fine. So we're gonna wait to find out what's going on right now. Oh, there it is. That's the correction. So here it is. It comes out at 404, Joe. Gap EPS. Here's the correction right now, 382. 382. So not as juicy there. 404 was, I guess, misread. I don't know by Benzinga or who reported that, but it looks like right now 382 all in all for cost. So that has sent this name, womp womp.
Any news on the split, Sean? Because I know a lot of investors are waiting for a split on this thing. One of them being myself. We need a split on Costco. Any news on this?
I would love to get a 10-to-1. Great question there.
Easily a 10-to-1.
So I think that would spur, obviously, new buyers. And you know why I like it? I like it for your side of things, for the options. Because people are more hesitant. It's a higher premium because the moves are bigger, right? You want a 10% move in a $1,000 name, you know, that's $100 right there.
And I was looking at the spreads on these contracts for Costco. You're looking at $50 spreads here, Sean. No one really wants to put that up.
It's not friendly for retail right there. Sure, you can trade. This is the thing. We always hear this because people say, well, you can fractionally trade. Fine, that's shares. You have to buy one contract.
Buy contract. I mean,
you cannot buy
what that equals to.
You can't buy a quarter of a contract?
Can't buy a quarter of
That's
a
too bad.
No,
right there. So now Costco, again, bang to the downside if you're short. People celebrating that play. Looks like it's downside. Did we get a reversal in Broadcom, though? No, we did not. Broadcom holding out at 190. So it looks like the two big earnings plays today, one will be roughly flat with Costco. I think you buy dips on that name. And you know what? Let's do a little bit of look at that quickly for Costco. Where are there some dip buy opportunities? So you're not going to get anywhere near the 50-period moving average, I don't think, on this report. Remember, they beat on both sides. It's just they did not beat as much initially as we had thought. So that was a little bit of a pullback. We'll find it might have been Reuters or I don't know who misreported that, but Costco right now to the downside. Don't come after us, man. I just showed you the correction there. So again, Costco reported 404 early. Looks like it's only 382 as that report. So I would say you want to buy into this level right there, 920, a good little level there for Costco. Is Titan moving at all in the after hours? So this is a relatively new, no, nothing at all. Just want to see, sometimes you get moves in after hours on some of these plays that have recently reported, people trying to position for tomorrow, but I'm not seeing anything in that right now. A name that I've liked, again, we had a good report from GameStop the last couple of days. Were you trading this at all during the wild days?
I traded it yesterday a little bit, not during the meme time.
Right,
I was not involved in that at all, guys. But I wanted to ask you this, Sean, to compare apples to apples, what are you going for long term? Costco or Walmart? Talking staples here.
Yeah, I mean, in the retail space, am I allowed to choose Amazon? No, so I would choose, for me, actually, the interesting thing about both of these companies, in my opinion, is I'm not sure about the online presence. We can go to the double shot here for us. I'm not sure of the online presence of Costco or Walmart, to be honest with you.
Walmart is picking up their e-commerce.
Right, so I like the way e-commerce is going. I think it really helps with all the margins. The only thing about Costco is, and I want to see from the report, no one cancels their memberships. I mean, and if they do, they're replaced by somebody else because someone else is born today, right? So the thing is that there's more and more people involved in that side. So I do like the recurring revenue. But if Walmart can sort of settle down a little bit and get that e-commerce going,
giant.
That's a tough. What would you choose?
I mean, like, this is how.
What about people in the chat? First of all,
yeah, let us know in the chat what you're thinking about. But there's not very many grocery stores that you have to pay to get into.
Right.
And that's with Costco. I really like you just mentioned, that revenue stream of those memberships. I really like Costco, so that's why we want to split on Costco, because I would like to get involved in this one.
So you would choose Costco or Walmart?
I would go with Costco. Just because I
like the point. That's your thing is the point. I like that.
I like Costco.
I like the point. Okay, so let us know in the chat what you guys think. I mean, we have the chat now up on the board right here. We're not going to put up a poll or anything. Just let us know what you guys think here. Costco or Walmart. I wouldn't put Amazon because I think that might win. All right, today, let's just go over some of the sectors. XLE, man, continues to go down. Oil, not great here. I still wait. I still want to hold out here on buying dips in oil. I still think that come January 20th, unfortunately, I feel like there's going to be more unsettling news coming in the Middle East there, as President-elect Trump has sworn that, hey, if this is not settled by January 20th, he's going to have something to say, and apparently that's violence. And I don't ever really like talking about that, but those are his words. So we'll wait to see here. As USO today, a little bit better. Oh, we saw UNG. I don't know why. There's a lot of people that are always, predicting the downfall of natural gas. Look, it is the widowmaker. We've talked about how bad this is. If we call up a weekly chart on UNG, you're going to see that this has just been absolutely like $130 down to $15. It's been pretty bad, man. And again, there's not that many uses right now for natural gas. I mean, there are, but it's not the greatest there. Can natural gas start to power some of these maybe infrastructure plays there? When we talk about some of the superscalers or hyperscalers like Google, they're looking at uranium now. But what about nat gas? I mean, that is in plentiful supply, especially in North America. I think this is worth trading right now. I've talked about this a couple times, and it's come in and hit this 1250 numerous times and now bouncing off. The only problem is 200 period, 200 period, 200 period. All of this coming into play again for natural gas, bumping its head off of the 200 period one more time. So again, I'm not really seeing too much movement here in the after hours. Costco, let's just review this real quick. We only have 4 minutes left. So on a daily chart here for Costco, let me just put this over. I don't know why that switched. Did it go fast, Fabian? The after show?
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does, man. $9.91 right now. Costco flat right now heading in. What was that? I can't hear anything. I don't have it. Lights on show. Oh, the Paisan show. I mean, where is your dad born there or?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, same as mine. Which part?
No, not in Italy, Jamaica. What do you mean?
Oh, Jamaica. This guy said Paisan. I figured you had some Italian.
I'm
you kind of look
Jamaican.
Italian. That's right. I knew you were.
Yeah, I told you this.
I knew you were half Jamaican. Doesn't Joe look Italian though? I mean, how many? Joe is such an Italian name.
Yeah, such an Italian name.
Joseph, especially. Joseph. And the way you talk with your hands, my God. That's why I thought this guy was Italian over here. I forgot that you're half Jamaican there, my guy. But okay, so let's go. People are saying AMD is flying. I don't know if you just want me to call this up. So you win. It's not flying at all. But right now, AMD, look, we've talked about this. Look,
I'm 50 cents.
I would rather at this point, I am loaded to the... with NVIDIA shares. Okay, so my play right now is actually, and I said I would do this and I did not. Maybe you guys in the chat can help me out. It's either the SOX L, which is levered, but the SOX index or SMH, one of them is market cap weighted. I want to know which one that was, but for right now, SMH, I feel like if I was going to get involved in any chip space right now, it would be with one of these ETFs. So we just got to do a better job and try to figure out which one. I've been in SMH before. I'm not in it anymore, but 200 period right now coming into play for SMH. And as you can see for NVIDIA, we are still ways away. We still have to sort of break through this 133 line that's been holding right there on a trend line to get into the 200 period. That's $114. So if NVIDIA gets there, I want to buy it for sure. But the case it doesn't, you have some upside plays in SMH. I feel like bouncing opportunities. And when we're looking at AMD, that's the kind of play that I'm looking at as well. Underneath. Hard for me to buy this name, but I could buy the ETF. So that's what SMH is right there. All right, man. We are almost done the show, which means that, first of all, thank you, Joe, for coming through, man. As well, my Italian Jamaican friend. But we do have right now, we have roll call. So let's do this. Joe, I don't know if you have the chat open anywhere.
I got the chat open, baby.
Okay, so we're going to go half-half, man.
All right,
I'll do it for the first 5 seconds. You do it for the next 20.
Let's go.
Okay, right here, Slugga214 says, what's up? And I got to say what's up to Adam. Adam came through. You remember Adam Deleuze, obviously?
Adam, ADL,
good ADL, baby. He likes Joel. I think you're becoming everybody's favorite, so that's great. Joe, what's up? Says Richard, Shay, Rivian Millionaire, Be Free, Hugh something is here as well. Havana Woody is here. Hey, Rivian Millionaire stuck with us, man. This guy's been here all day. Shout out to you, Rivian Millionaire. Anyone catching your eye in there,
we
Joe?
got Brian Lundquist. I don't know if he's related to the New York Ranger former goalie.
Boom.
We got him. We got Derek Thompson. Havana Woody just added me on Twitter. Sean, Sister Gil from something. We don't know. Oliver Castoro, Relajo, Damian Treyes, Educated Stallman. We got all these people. Why not? The Realist, Holy Trades, Trade Hater, Christopher. We got all these names. They're coming in fast. We're coming in hot. What an amazing day so far.
That's it. You know what that siren means?
It's that time.
Unfortunately, the fun has to come to an end. I feel like me and this guy could go all day. Let us know if you like this, man. I told you guys before, email marketing@tradertv.live. Let them know about this combo. I'm really happy to have Joe on here. But it's return of Miss A tomorrow.
Ooh.
We've got Adara on the recap show. The only thing is tomorrow, man, I got to say have a great weekend to you. I'm not here tomorrow. She's got a game against Leaside. We got Leaside. We got some Leaside action going on there tomorrow. So we're ready to rock and roll. We're taking a day off tomorrow. So me and Sharif not in. So it's going to be you and Sataya, I heard.
Sataya tomorrow.
That's new, right?
That's a new combination we got going on here. We're going to talk a lot of crypto with the crypto queen.
Buddy.
Because we know that we have a massive position in Ibitron. So I'm going to be looking forward because I know she said that she has more Ethereum than Bitcoin. So we're going to find out why and talk about that, guys.
All right. For Trader TV Joe, I'm Sean. We've got, what's that fail over there? Is that because of Ethereum? Okay,
all right, it wasn't for me. It wasn't for us.
Seems still 4,000. I mean, Ethereum's 4,000.
Hey, up there, it's up quite a bit. 36. So, hey, we can't try too much. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay, thank you to Fabian, who's hitting on the ones and twos again. Big shout out to my guy Sharif as well. Obi didn't do anything today, but shout out to Obi as well. Neil, where's Obi? Wait, is he still back there? We have a hand raised.
His computer's off
I
today.
can't see. Oh, he's off.
Yeah, he's off now.
Did I see Obi here today?
Obi was here today. He snuck in a little bit late.
Snuck in here. Probably made some winning trades and stuff like that. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did see Obi. He was talking about the video games.
Yeah, a couple of reversions and then he's out. Punch in, punch out. All
right, we got to wrap this thing. I was getting a little long in the tooth here. Thanks, Joe, for coming through again today. Thank you to everybody. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, everybody. And thank you to everybody as part of our chat. All right, potato. French fries.
Let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe. And for everybody here, it's Trader TV Live. We're back live tomorrow at 8:30. Have a great evening. Enjoy some football. Enjoy it with your friends and families, and we'll check you out tomorrow. Ciao.